says.
Triple check.
Don't screw it up, Restream. Hey,
No,
look
good,
at us.
good, yeah.
Look at us right there. Welcome to our end of the year live stream. Hopefully this goes well and we don't get terrible audio issues that we've had in the past, which are the best.
I think
yeah.
I'm gonna be real. I think the only reason that happened is because we were talking about Adam Sandler, and I think maybe technology has it out for him. Maybe the gods of fate have it out for him.
I have it out for him.
So you actually did the whole thing.
I ain't telling. But we have a backup.
We have a backup that not even
yeah.
Adam Sandler can ruin.
Exactly.
Thank you.
So hello, welcome. We're gonna start off with some general whatever stuff. Hopefully the stream sounds and looks good. Just so that
Let
we
us
can
know
get
if it
started.
doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. Comment. But overall, we're just going to be riffing on stuff that we saw in 2024 and going over the three major topics are going to be movies, video games, TV shows.
And this is no in particular order. This is just
No.
our opinions. Is it better than yours? Yes. Does it matter more than yours? Yes. Should you form your opinions based on our words? Yes. It would just make you sound smarter and better than everyone else in your class. So this is why we do this. You're welcome. Let's get started.
It's important. It's important when you rock up to the party to be like, two bald guys told me this. And
Exactly.
like, hell yeah.
And that's why I'm balding. And this is like, okay, cool. It's like, all right, bald guy.
It's the year of the balding.
We should get our own year.
Exactly. I'm going to hit, I realized I didn't hit record on the audio recorder.
How dare you, sir.
Entertain the good people, please.
It's all good. It's all good. I hope you guys know that we really don't have like a listing of like how we want to do this. This is just stuff that we have in our chest that we just really need to let out. I think Keon and
let
I,
a phlegm in our chest. We just need to let out.
I think Keon and I both agree that media isn't what it used to be. There's a lot more ground to cover to find diamonds.
Yeah.
There's a lot more mining than crafting nowadays, if that makes sense. Because you have to find the good stuff to craft a good opinion census for the masses.
You need Jack Black to do it.
And you need Jack Black, Jason Momoa, and 3 SNL characters from SNL. I think they're
Probably.
Are they? I don't know. I
don't know, dude.
Either way, God bless you. I hope it works.
Yeah.
What should we start out with though?
I'm checking to make sure our audio sounds pretty good.
Check it.
Wow, we are so good at this. Listen to that. That's beautiful, man. Okay, and I just want to make sure that our live stream also has our beautiful thumbnail.
Go check it out.
Doesn't have the thumbnail. God, okay, I'll fix that. Let's see here. But yeah,
this is the beginning of the stream. This is all fodder.
It's all garbage. Don't worry.
Yeah, what do you call it?
If I release it, it'll either not have this or it'll have this, and I'll be like, whoops. Oh no.
I think no, but like I was saying, I don't think we have like a huge list or anything. This is more stuff that we found more entertaining, really.
Exactly.
Personally, I feel like from my side, I'm gonna get not only but educated, but more like I'm gonna get to learn more from your side of the things. Where like, how can I say, you and I have two different like gaming styles. I want to say.
Oh yeah.
I like the more like almost like Call of Duty-esque action, Space Marine, all these other stuff.
You like stuff that needs a graphics card.
Yeah, no. Maybe yeah.
I like something that should be able to be played on a toaster.
But that's what I mean. Like I feel like when you have the toaster limitation, you don't have toaster creativity. Does that make sense? Sometimes when you have like these AAA, and this goes with any medium, big huge people with big huge money, it kind of feels kind of soulless. While when you have something that's like a little bit smaller, you can create. I feel like you can just be more creative and give it more of you in it.
The Game Awards this year convinced me that AAA is dead. Long live indie.
Yeah.
Because the entire gaming community was in an uproar over like all of the end of the year like best of games that were nominated, because there was a DLC from Elden Ring. There was a remake, which was a Final Fantasy VII remake, or Rebirth, which is like a sequel. So people were like mad about that when I'm like, dude, it's its own game. Like it's very good on its own. And then there was Balatro Do you know Balatro?
I know Balatro. Okay. Yeah.
For those of you that don't know, Balatro is a card game that was made in Lua, and it is as big as a picture file on your phone. And it is
Lua. What's Lua?
Lua is a coding language that is very lightweight, and it's primarily just like logic based.
Oh, okay.
But there's also something called, I think it's called Move or Love or something like that they use to make like the visuals for it. And so all of it is like stupidly lightweight and really well optimized. Maybe not well optimized, but it's elegant, honestly.
Yeah.
And so everybody has gone in and been like, oh, dude coded this so quick with like a really great framework. And it just goes to show that it's not about the crazy, beautiful visuals and stuff like that. Those are nice. I like them.
I do
but
too.
At the end of the day, it is about just making something that really gets you feeling good about playing the game, and it's constantly satisfying.
Yeah.
And Balatro, which a dude made, this is one guy made it, of course, which is the big, everybody keeps saying, it's just like, oh my God, one guy made this. This is like the state of the art now, is that one person with a passion. This dude was making games for himself just for fun. And then he made it and was like, oh, I want to put it on Steam so my friends can download it. He only wanted to put it on Steam so that like people he knows could see it.
Dude.
And then he was like, as he was building it, this was meant to be a like weekend project for him. He coded the base game of just like doing the combos. The game itself is just doing like 4 of a kinds, full houses, stuff that you would do in poker, but you're building this multiple with the use of these like Joker cards. He built it in a weekend and was like, yeah, no, I think this is fun. And then his friends started talking to him about it and he started actually building it.
Yeah.
And the more that people saw it, were like, God damn. Yeah.
Do you think there was a little bit of reflection where he was like, I'm a monster. I've created a monster.
Yeah, like, basically. Well, so much so, it's funny you say that. So much so that during the Game Awards, he didn't show up to claim if he did win something.
Aww.
He won Best Indie Game, which was great.
Yeah,
the guy's name is Local Thunk. And so they won Best Indie Game. The people that went up on stage were just like, he would not want this award. He is, a to himself guy. He thinks that indie games are incredible, and he wants to shout out every other indie game here because he doesn't believe that he deserves it, but we think that he does, and we love you at home, the guy. So he didn't show up. He actually, on his own dime, went to the Game Awards and sat in the crowd.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, right?
What?
So he was there.
So when they called his name, he was just like...
Local who? What are you talking about?
Local what?
Yeah, but similarly to how like mangaka in Japan, they don't like show their face. They're all like a little avatar. He just straight up was like, I don't want all this, please. I'm glad you guys really like it. I'm glad I have the ability now to like not need money to be able to do this from like more and more, because he used to work as I'm trying to remember, it was like some sort of developer, like a coder, and then started just building the game on his own accord. And once it got bigger, he was like, okay, I guess we'll all leave. But he left his job for about 6 months, like was unemployed just to like, he had a nest egg. So he's like, I'll make the game. I'll see how it feels. I want to make something for me. And yeah, he made, I think 4 other games before it, but they were very small.
Yeah.
And then this one, dude, it hits.
You were telling me somebody was telling me if this was released on phone, like everyone would be addicted to it.
Oh, and it was.
It would be like another Flappy Bird almost, where like, dude, you need to take this down. It is consuming people's lives.
Yep.
And like, how can I say? First of all, I haven't played it. This is monkey brain just processing all this. I kept my girlfriend away from this game because like she really, really likes card games. Like, she likes to play like Uno together. We like to do what is it? The solitaire on her phone constantly. She has hours on that.
This is that game on crack.
And I'm imagining that and just like, I've lost her. Dude, she's gone. And like, to know that this is coming from someone who, how can I say, the origin of this idea, the origin of all this is so humbling, is so nice, is so, is like, grandma made a pie and it's delicious and she just wants to share the recipe with everyone.
It really is.
But she didn't realize she made crack. And then, and like everyone wants
secret ingredient, crack.
And everybody wants it, It's really nice. And you know what? Deserving. Super deserving for like best indie. Because like, how can I say, and you word it best where like you have all these AAA people giving looks and no substance behind that. Here comes a game with nothing. From what you told me, this game is 100% just code and just raw code, and just like, how much is it, by the way?
Like $5 or
$5.
something?
That's nothing.
Let me. I'm gonna look it up right now. Let me see. Okay. Buy Balatro on phone. Let's see here. Balatro on your phone.
It comes with a warning. Don't.
Pre-order. No, this is okay. Let's just go to the App Store. Let's see.
So it is coming out on phone.
Oh, it's $10. That's surprising. I thought it'd be cheaper, but I mean that's really not that bad for what it is.
I think it's $10 because like
for everybody, here's the page. Look at this.
It's probably $10 because like the App Store has to tax them or something
sure.
that. Yeah. But no, that's good. Good for them. And honestly, like again, humbling beginnings and well deserved. So that's what it looks like. Yeah, no, she would be addicted.
Dude, it is addicting. The funny thing is that like the more you look into it, the more it's just very simple. The cool prismatic thing, like the swirly you see right here, that's just a shader. Like a lot of these are very lightweight shaders that you can get on. I forgot the name of the website, but you literally just download them. People make shaders. You can download them and upload them, like put them in your software pretty quickly. And so he made the base game, then gave like each of the cards a little bit of wobble and like very satisfying, like a jiggle. And then all the shaders that happen that look really cool and the sound effects just came from like grabbing the stuff and just making something that he really liked from available online assets.
Yeah.
The one part that's really crazy is that the music to it, I don't know if you've heard it, it's really, really good. And it was made by a guy on Fiverr. He just hired some guy on Fiverr and said like, hey, I'm looking for this. And what they did was he took 5 separate, he asked the guy to make one song. He said, okay, can you make me 4 variants of that? That one is like lo-fi and the other one's like a bit more punchy. And then anytime you go to a different menu, it switches between them and like adaptively changes. And so the song, because in my mind, I'm like, oh, wow, they keep changing the song. They don't. It's the same song.
Yeah.
It's just like going between the different versions. And it did so well that he was like, I feel really bad that I kind of, I paid this guy once on Fiverr and now I have like the stupidly good game. And so he now, all of the proceeds from the Steam page where you can buy the soundtrack go straight to that Fiverr guy, which is really nice.
Well deserved.
Yep.
Well deserved.
Yeah,
I don't think any big company or any company in general would like do something like that. Really.
Of course not. No.
It reminds me of the
like, oh, more money? Thanks.
Yeah, it reminds me of the Napoleon Dynamite thing where what was it? The actor playing Napoleon only got paid like $5,000 for the entire thing.
Really?
Yeah, and then like it became a super huge hit, and the director was like, "Okay, we need to send him more money. This doesn't make any sense."
Yeah, that's
and it's
good.
like, what other? I really don't see any other production company, and it requires a person of passion to do that kind of thing.
100%.
Also, this is one of those games that like, how can I say? Somebody described it as like this is one of those games that is like in the background of another game that you play. Kind of like Gwent and
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
This could be a card game that you would find maybe in GTA 6, right? But it's somehow it's so massive, it's so big, and it's so good. It's its own little thing, and I'm glad that it started its own little thing. It's great.
It's funny you say that because one of the other games that was nominated for Game of the Year was Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and they did almost exactly that in a game called Queen's Blood. And the game is you lay down, there are like 3 rows of cards, and then I think there are like, I don't know, probably 8 columns of cards.
Yeah.
And you lay down a card, and then based on like its angle to other cards can affect them. And it's a very simple thing that you can do, and you have to like spend points and stuff to like summon a card and stuff like that. But it gets really, really fun to the point where, and they're all based on characters like in enemies from Final Fantasy VII.
Universe,
yeah, exactly. And like if you get like a Tonberry when it kills another card will level itself up. And so you like basically get into, okay, well I have like 20 cards in my deck. I'm basically going to kill all 19 other cards to like keep building my points up. And then at the very end, each of those rows, you have a certain point total of like how good your card is. And then your column versus the enemy's column, you see who has more points per row. And then whoever wins that row gets those points. And so you want to win all 3 rows. But if you get like 20 on top one, the other ones are like 5, you'll still win.
Gotcha.
Yeah. It's really fun. And it feels exactly like this is the age of people make like a AAA game, then they like spend a little bit of time coding probably one of the most fun mini games ever, and and you can only play it in the AAA game. Like if they released it separately, I would be super happy to play like Gwent or Queen's Blood or something.
No, it's funny that you mentioned that because a similar thing. This I don't know if they're at indie, but Helldivers. That's a game that came out this year.
100%.
I want to say I have 100 hours on this game.
Yeah,
like
really?
it's really really good. But inside the game, they have a Guitar Hero game in it.
Do they really?
I'm serious.
That's awesome.
You had to get a version of the game or whatever, which is, again, is an extra $5. It's nothing.
Sure.
But you go up to this machine, and in the game itself, whenever you're fighting the bugs or the robots, you have to do these call-outs on your wrist thing. It's like up, down, left, right, left, right, left.
Oh, I love that.
And like each of them actually represent like okay, these are mortars. Pa, 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 pa. That's the one for mortars. Okay. What they did is they grabbed all of those, right, and put them into a machine. So not only you can practice them, but it's like Guitar Hero. Like they'll just show them like, okay, you completed that, you get another point, and it's all like time based and whatnot.
I like
it's really cool, but it's one of those things like I could spend hours on this. Just this.
Yeah, that reminds me of like if you took the mini games from Among Us and then turned that into its own game.
Jeez. You were talking about if they made the Chow Garden into a phone game.
Yes.
It'd be set. It'd be done.
And I think I misspoke in that episode because I read a headline that said that they can't do it. Them can't doing it is literally one of the developers being like, we're not going to, basically, which sucks. I went back and looked at it and was like, why? Why are you not doing it? And they were just like, it's not in the cards right now, but we might later. Straight up. It's like, dude. Please. And the funny thing is that it would print money. Are you kidding me? Like I'd pay for a stupid hat for my Chow, but especially that they now have like several Sonic phone apps that are like an endless runner or a side scroller or something.
Course,
and they're fine. That's great. But a game where literally you just have a Tamagotchi, like is that dude in his basement made a AAA like game that sold $1 gajillion. I'm like, can you not get a couple coders just to do this? I know that it's probably not super easy, but like we want it. We all want it. Like it's not that hard, dude.
I don't. Is it a pride thing?
Probably.
Is it a thing where like what's getting in your way to appease a huge majority of people that want a certain product? Which by the way, not only are you going to please those people, but those people are going to talk about it.
Yeah.
And people are going to be like, bro, check this out. Or like, dude, anything, just check this out. And, and
seriously.
I don't know. It really just doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't.
This is the year, I think, of Sega actually realizing that like, if you just do what the fans want, that you'll be fine. Like it started with Sonic Frontiers, which is like, oh, we'll make an open world Sonic game. And then it got like a 7 out of 10, 6 out of 10. And like all the Sonic fans rejoice. It's like, to us, that's a 10 out of 10 because it's playable. And then like they added some DLC so you could play as like characters that you want to play as. And then they went further to make like the different God, they put a lot of characters in that. I haven't played the DLC. I should for Sonic Frontiers. But then after that, we have this year, which is the Sonic Symphony, Shadow Year, and Sonic 3, the movie, and then Sonic X Shadow Generations. And Sonic X Shadow Generations is like the straight up, hey, we took the game you already liked, re-released it, and then added an add-on that is one of the best Sonic games you can play. The shadow part of Sonic X Shadow Generations is just really well put together. A little open area where you can go play, and then like once you go and play any of the actual levels, they're meant to be speed run and they're pretty well done. And that's it. It's like, I don't know, 10 levels barely.
You would never think that the Year of the Shadow would be like Sega's brightest idea. You know what I mean? Like
I would. What are you talking about? You wouldn't.
I've been pitching this for years.
Yes, literally. Oh my God, there's so many. Okay, in the show Sonic Boom, straight up at the season finale, Shadow shows up and he's not been in the show at all. And these are like different versions of the characters, so you wouldn't even expect that he would show up. When he does show up, literally Eggman like fanboys. He's like, that's everyone's favorite character in the Sonic canon, and they like break the fourth wall. And I'm like, yeah, dude, it's not that hard. Seriously, just have the guy. God,
that's too funny though.
But yeah, so they do all that, and so now I think that Sega might be open to the idea of reading one forum and doing what everyone asked to, like literally Control F Chow into the Sonic fan community, you'll find a gajillion matches.
It's not in the big 4-year plan that we have already set out that we must go into it. Right? Like we just cannot change it. I don't know, man.
Well, and it's funny that you bring up Helldivers because not funny. I mean, it's one of the biggest games of the year, but and they had that controversy where it was on PlayStation 4. Do you remember this?
Oh yeah. Which sucks. How can I say this? I don't want to be the whole like, oh, it's always big company problem.
Yeah.
But it really was.
Oh yeah.
Where like they're trying to how can I say, trying to adjust, like I believe they were trying to like adjust release dates and stuff like that. They were trying to make it an exclusive at a certain point or something stupid like that.
You needed a PlayStation 4 account.
That's what you needed. That's what it was. Yeah, and people were like, why do I need this to play it on my Steam? Why? Just because like whatever, the director of the company sold Helldivers to Sony basically.
Yeah.
Like they just wanted to, and then he stepped away.
Sure.
And let it be as it is. But I don't know. Man.
What an incredible misstep for like
they
the fact
literally
that
stepped in and did typical big company shit, and everyone was like,
Thanks.
This is exactly what we didn't want, and why. And this was already happening where like the game was going down a little bit of a spiral.
Yeah.
Where like the game came out and it was awesome because like everyone was having fun, but then they started nerfing the weapons a lot.
Oh really?
And, yeah, and it no longer felt like, oh, I'm slaughtering bugs for Super Earth. It's more like these bugs are killing me, and I'm making no difference.
The one thing I heard in that aspect is that they made it in such a way, like they kind of tweaked it in such a way that it was way easier for the tides to be turned quickly.
Yeah.
So that some of the people that I saw that they were like, this is my game of the year, were for the fact that it wasn't that it was a fun thing of mowing down like bugs or robots or whatever, but it was the fact that like basically an entire run would be like, feel like it was completely lost, and then one thing would happen, it would turn the tide, and then you would win.
Yeah,
and it felt like way more exciting. I wouldn't know, I didn't play it, but it sounds like that was one of the major like community elements of like we're doing it, we're leading the fight, and we're making it happen.
And it was more like how can I say, this is one of those games that didn't want to like divide people. I want, you know what I mean? Like it was a common goal. Like, hey, we just want to make it fun.
Yeah.
And you know, all bug must go. All Terminator must go. And now, during the Game Awards, they finally released the new Aliens or whatever that they've been hinting at for like a year. I want to say
like Aliens is in the franchise, or
no? They're called Illuminate or whatever.
Oh. And
they transform people into zombies, and they're like,
okay.
Dude, so
yeah.
Literally, like you're this guy, and suddenly like a woo. like little like saucer will show up, blue light, and just aliens will pour out of it, and suddenly it's really cool. It's really good.
That sounds pretty fun.
And like, okay, these are a completely different set of enemy types. That's awesome. It's what they wanted. It felt like, okay, we listened to y'all.
Yeah,
we listened to y'all.
We did it, I swear.
And now we're actually doing it. And like now the game is slowly ramping back up because after all that, people went to Space Marine too. They were like, okay, I still want to kill bugs with like my friends. That's all I want to do. So they went there, and now this came out. No one even talking about Space Marine 2, dude. Like,
yeah, fair.
It's too funny though.
And that's what I mean about like a lot of these big budget AAA games where you're playing online, is that in my mind, as like someone that's trying to make a product, if you have an indie game, an endless amount of people can play it. Especially on Balatro, when it came out for your phone, it was like a threat. Like the trailer for it looks like threatening and like, and it'll just take your time. You just play the thing, you talk with your friends about it, and you have it on your own time. But a lot of these games, there is a customer base that is relatively finite, which are the people that have a PS5 or have a computer, have a stable enough internet connection, and have a community of friends that they can play with and they want to play with. I'm not trying to say that that's like, oh no, there's a small fan base. Of course, there's like a bunch of people that can do that. But it is funny how much they're all competing like that. Like you mentioned with like Helldivers, then they run to Space Marine, and I'm picturing people in a big boardroom being like, how do we steal the fan base from this other community when it's like, we're all playing, but nobody wants to share the screen time, right?
It's a big football game, and everyone's fighting for the football, which is us, the players, right? And it's like, we do you do this maneuver? They did this thing. If we do that and like maybe change it up a little bit, and then it's literally just that. That's how it feels. At least
it's a big tug of war, and local funk making Balatro is like playing a little sand castle.
And then suddenly the two companies are like tackling each other, but the ball goes up to a child, and the child just like, oh, look at this, is like, and everyone's like, how, and the companies are freaking out because and that's Balatro, obviously, and suddenly they're trying to fight each other and how to create that. It's like, dude, come on, just. It's the little bit of passion. That's it. I feel like, again, it's these people that are like, oh, we want something like that. It's like, nah, dude, come on, step behind a computer and actually play something and feel it. You know, that's just me.
That was the really funny thing about, like, I'm trying to remember. There was a distinct, there was a distinct tweet that came out that was like, why do we think that these game developers know what the audience wants and blah, blah, blah. And they were going on about how like game developers are out of touch. And then somebody was just like, just wait until you hear about the CEOs running the company. It's just the fact that like there are these people that are like, of course, probably very good at business, but they're less good at like understanding the people that they're servicing. They know how to run the ship, but they don't know where to send the ship to, kind of thing.
Exactly. Yeah. But I don't. How can I say this? None of these games really matter.
Sure.
Because there's a game out there that hasn't even been released, but it has a borderline near perfect score.
It deservedly so. Yeah. God, we were talking about it before we got on, and it's funny because Alan was like, "Hey, what came out this year?" And he's like, "Oh, Hades 2 came out." I'm like, "No, it's in early access." And then he kept researching. He's like, it has like a perfect rating already.
It's a perfect rating as it's like finished. Seriously. I told you, like I felt like I missed the game.
Yeah.
As in it already came out and like it's no longer hyped up.
Yeah.
But no, I'm a fool. It's still up. It's still the thing. It already has it has an 8.2.
Yeah.
According to IGN or whatever, and they always have it wrong. I don't know how they do it, but like this one, everyone agrees with it.
The only reason why I think you would have a lower score is because it's not done. Like if you grade it as an early access game, it makes a lot of sense. I'm curious what they didn't like to not. I mean, you're not going to give everything a perfect 10, especially if it's not your cup of tea. But like when it comes to roguelikes, the ability for the Hades games to make you want to replay and replay and replay is I don't know how they did it. I don't know what formula they used, but for Hades 2 especially, you take Hades 1. Hades 1 had a good loop where you are the son of Hades and you want to get out of hell, and so you're like working your way back up the layers of hell in like Greek mythology, which is super.
And the loop made
fun.
makes really good sense with the story as well.
And it's fun, and usually in good roguelikes you need like two elements. A similar roguelike that came out, I think it was either last year or the year before, Cult of the Lamb.
Oh, I love that game.
Great,
they released multiplayer on it, I think.
Oh yeah, and you play as like a goat.
Yeah. Sorry, go on. Yeah.
But similarly, the two gameplay styles are one, you go out and fight, you get materials, then you come back and you like cultivate your cult, right? In Hades, the first Hades, you play as Zagreus, you're going up trying to get out of hell, and then when you die and you come back, you have like little plot related things. You hang around the lobby to hell and you like do some simple story stuff. And so for the player, that becomes, oh, I want to get more story stuff. To do so, I need to go run. Then I come back and I do more story stuff. And so you're basically going between the two parts of the game.
Yeah.
And it keeps you going. It makes you excited to play the next run. Hades 2, there's way more characters. There's way more stuff to do in the little lobby home area. And to affect the things that you're doing in the actual run, there is so much other stuff that you can upgrade and make better. Okay. And so when you go back, the difference is that you're playing as Melinoë, who is the other daughter of Hades, who's mentioned in like literally like a sentence in all of Greek mythology.
Okay, that's
to the best of my understanding, to the point where people were like speculating on what Hades 2 is going to be, and they're like, I literally have nothing to look up. Like nobody knows who Melinoë is.
Dang, okay.
Which is funny. But she is super interesting, a very good character, and she is a witch. And so like she and everybody at the base are all like witches, and they're all like brewing stuff in cauldrons. And
that's
so
awesome.
You on your runs, you gather materials to come back and make a spell. and it's great.
That's really cool.
It's very fun.
So in this game, like in Cult of the Lamb, when do you go back to your base and prevent Zeus from eating shit?
The closest thing is you basically are like the good child, like the middle child of all of Greek history, because you're just trying to make sure everybody plays nice. And that's the closest thing you get.
No wonder she was forgotten. The middle child always gets forgotten. That sucks, though.
God, yeah.
But I gotta say this, in the all this reminded me of the movie Coco, where like you cease to exist when you're forgotten. Imagine years and eons after this, suddenly finally discovers that name, her, right, and just like back to life, and you know what I mean?
It's funny because and Hades has such good voice acting.
I was gonna mention about that. You show me clips of just your character. This Hades one, your character interacting with other people. Everyone is so charming and like cool and nice. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, exactly. And so I don't think anybody, literally when I was looking it up before the game came out, that like her name written out, they're like, how do you pronounce that? So, as soon as you start, you're like, thank God somebody said it. Oh my God. But yeah, no, the rest of it is really good. All of the characters are really fun and have their own like distinct thing. In the original game, you give them like whoever you run into, you can give them like a little token of appreciation, like a little gift. And then you unlock like more story stuff. They just say like, oh, thank you. And you can actually unlock collectibles and stuff like that, and stuff that'll help you on your journey. In this one, you do that, but everybody back at the base has stuff to do. Like you can go fishing with them, you can go hang out at the hot spring with them, and you unlock like other stuff. There's so much more to do. So it's really funny to me that it's still in early access, but as more stuff comes out, you're just like, this is way more than the first game already. Like there's more content. There's almost twice as much content. Yeah.
No, that's good because like usually whenever a sequel is made, obviously they try to grab the best stuff from the first one.
Yeah.
And I feel like a lot of the times they just kind of like, let's just do more of the same thing. While now, like how you're describing it is like, this is the same thing, but more detailed into it. You're not just exchanging gifts like you said in the last one. You're just hanging out with these characters, which I think is a lot better personally, because like that's even more dialogue. That's more time to like be encharmed by these characters, especially. And I feel like, how can I say this? Mention any main character in a Call of Duty game.
Shepard. Caught you. Get wrecked.
I thought you were gonna say Ghost, and I'm like, that's not even his real name. But either way, that's what I mean. These characters, who are they? What? You said Shepard. What do they even do? You know what I mean? Meanwhile, I feel like you can go into Hades because one, we've heard these characters before in Greek mythology and other mythos, but now you're adding character into it, and like especially when they're good. Unlike these Call of Duty,
it is the most perfect like fanfic of like Greek mythology, because there's like the Odyssey, right? And Odysseus is like one of your pals in the back at the base, and then you meet like the Cyclops and shit like that, and you meet God, I'm trying to remember. I think it was Circe was one of the witches, and like as you go through, literally all of them, because it's so funny because it's literally like you're making a sequel to a thing. So like similarly to how like Wicked is a prequel to The Wizard of Oz. So whenever any of those like little bits that are in The Wizard of Oz come up, you're just like, oh, I know that reference, of course. And it's like that with everything. But this one, you straight up, when you talk to Odysseus and then you talk to Circe, and Circe's like, have you met like a sailor out there that might remember me and stuff like that? And you're just like, why am I shipping all these characters from the Odyssey? And it's really good. And Jessica's in this in the
Jessica
chat, and she said Hades is so good.
Yeah,
and I agree. But it's just so funny that the game has not come out, and there's still like in the first game, when something happened and they couldn't like write themselves out of a corner, literally the narrator would come in and say like, and then this happened, and then you like warp back to the beginning. And so in this one, since it hasn't been finished yet, literally they say like, that's a story for another time, and then they warp you back, and it's just like, I want it. I want it so bad. But there's definitively stuff that like just has not been finished yet, that I can't wait for it to finish.
And again, this is coming from developers that, like you mentioned, they care about their craft. They genuinely care. So they're giving you a stop for a reason. It's coming back. It's gonna return. It's gonna return on it, and that's good.
And do you know who Pirate Software is on
Pirate
YouTube?
Software, no.
He has long hair. The dude's name is Thor, actually.
Nice.
And they're making a game called Heartbound, and he won Streamer of the Year, I think, last year, or it might not have been Streamer of the Year, but it was at the Streamer Awards, I think, the one that Cutie Cinderella puts on. And he had been like streaming for a long time.
Yeah.
And then finally got big because he was doing YouTube Shorts, and he just constantly is dropping like little nuggets of wisdom that sound like they were like spoken by a god. Like they're very well done. And he has said that like Hades is one of probably the best launches of games, similarly to a lot of other games that are good in early access. When you think of early access, a lot of the time, similar to like a Kickstarter, you might think that like with a Kickstarter, you give them money and then they run away with it and they might not deliver anything. But now early access has such a pedigree with it that what you need to do is release not an alpha, basically a really polished beta, where it's basically ready to play, very good, and that all that's happening is you're letting your diehard fans beta test for you and send you all of these things. Another game that I really like that came out last year, 30XX, was very similar, where they were in early access, but the early access was like basically the finished game. Now there's way more content, but when I first started, I'm like, this could be released tomorrow. Why can't you release it so I can play it on my Switch? And then when they finally released it, it had way more content, it had way more going on, and then they continued to release DLC. So that is the new meta of making games, is you early access, you make a prototype that works really well, make enough content to be considered like a buyable game, so that if you buy it in early access, you feel like you got your money's worth. And then you work with your community to polish and polish and polish until you're ready, so that, when Hades 2 comes out, it's probably going to sweep.
I feel like that covers two things that I personally have a huge problem with, like these early release type games and whatnot. One of the big examples that I wanted to mention is that space game where...
Oh, that one space game?
That one big... the one big space game where, like...
No Man's Sky?
Not No Man's Sky, the other one.
Star Citizen?
Yes, Star Citizen is not even like a point. It's not even at a 1.0.
Oh, you're right.
But it has billions of money behind it already. People have spent millions on it to buy stuff on it, and like it's not even at 100% out.
Because they
feels
started
like
it like 12 years ago.
It feels like it's never going to be 100% out, but people are still putting their money behind it. And a great example of what you just described was Monster Hunter Rise.
Oh yeah,
not Monster Hunter Rise, the new Monster Hunter game.
Monster Hunter
Outer Worlds or Wilds. They just
which
released,
Jessica just started playing. It's very good.
They released the beta thing, which is just the first thing.
Yeah,
and they were like, guys, everything is unlocked. You have all the weapons. They gave you 1 million supplies of everything.
Did they really?
I'm serious.
Oh, I love that. That's good.
And they were just like, have fun. Just play the damn game.
Nice.
And tell us what you think.
Awesome.
And just like it made sense. You just unlocked the thing in my brain. It's like, that's probably what they were doing.
Yeah.
Just beta testing, doing the smart thing. Hey, here's a big thing, a big old release. Here's everything we worked on. Set it on fire. Tell us what. Seriously, tell us what doesn't go out, and we'll fix it. I love that. No, that's good.
And similarly, this is one of the releases that I was hyped just because I started watching this YouTuber and Twitch streamer this year. The guy named Atrioc released a speedrunning, really annoying Bennett Foddy, like getting over it type game called Get to Work. Have you heard about this?
Get to Work? What is that?
You haven't heard about this? No. So he worked with a guy named Isto, who's a developer, and they made this game that is meant to be like that rage game kind of thing. They called it the perfect streaming game. And I think it's true because the mechanics are very similar to like Monkey Ball, where you're just kind of a rolling ball and you jump off stuff. But the actual avatar that you're playing as is, think of the Hitman guy from Hitman, Agent 47, but he's on rollerblades and he's on his hands and knees and he just rolls around. Have you seen this image? We're bringing it up because it is so funny. Here, where is it? Okay, Get to Work game.
He's on like his hands and knees, but rollerblading?
Yes, I'm gonna mute it here. Put it up.
Hopefully we can have a little bit of... Whoa!
Yeah, that's you.
Why he's geeking?
Yeah.
That's me!
Yeah. And you play and you're just rollerblading around. And that's the whole game. and it is really hard. And you can.
They just did a Mario Odyssey jump thing,
straight up.
The Galaxy one.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that I don't know if you know the other streamer. His name is CDogVA, but he voices like the narrator in the game. And the whole point of it
looks so good.
It's really fun. It's pretty cheap. I think it's similarly to Balatro. It's like $10 or something like that on Steam. And the whole point of the game is that you are literally getting to work. You are using your rollerblades on your commute, and
this is your commute.
Yeah, and you are the whole point is that you are climbing the corporate ladder, and it is so fun. Yeah, narrated by CDogVA, Isto, and Atrioc. So Atrioc is the YouTuber that and streamer that made that like wanted to make a game. He reached out to Isto, which is really funny. He made a game called Atrio. Because Atrioc, I think, is like, I don't know what the actual word means, but it's a word. And so it's called Atrio. And then Atrioc reached out and he's like, hey, you're infringing on my copyright. What the hell? Or vice versa. Like, either Isto reached out to him and said, like, hey, you're ruining my SEO, or vice versa. And then he was just like, well, leave me alone, whatever. They ended up, like, connecting, and now they're presumably friends. But he's like, hey, I want to make a game with you. And so they're like, well, we need it to be the perfect streamable game, because I'm a streamer. And I know a lot of streamers. So let's try to make something that is so infuriating, but really good. And so Isto also has a devlog where he talks about the making of the game. And it is so fun to watch because they go through the progression of the game. But also Atrioc, because he's connected to the game, they have like interviews with him. He talks about it. And then when he plays it on his stream, he's just trying to finish it and be like, oh, well, this is a game I made with some friends and it was fun. And like XQC's played it. I think Lidwig's played it. Like all of his friends have played it. People that he knows, Squeaks. But on his stream, I highly recommend you look up. There's a video that he released, Atrioc released, about the game. And in his game, he's playing it, and he gets to a point, and then a video plays over the game, and it's not supposed to. And he's just like, what is happening? And the developer comes on and is just like, you fool, I've tricked you. If you don't remember, I knew that you would be playing the beta version that I had sent you a while ago, and you wouldn't update to the full release. And so he has a moment where he's just like playing it. He's like, the next levels are going to be harder than you think. And he gave him a harder version.
Dude.
So it would be harder for him to complete on his stream. And during that like video, he's watching it, the streamer's laughing, Atrioc's laughing. And then he's like, you know, the game's only like a gigabyte, and he sent me an update that was like 5 gigs, and I never thought about it. And he just sent me uncompressed video of him talking to me. And it's really good. I highly recommend it. There's a lot more Easter eggs in that version, but it's one of those, like, I watch some VODs of streamers sometimes when I'm like working.
Yeah.
And like some of them are like, okay, well, you know, there's some dead air, similarly to like most live streams. But for that one in particular, when he's playing his own game, it's really funny because the version they made for him has like specific jokes only for him.
Only for him, yeah.
And it's really good.
Just to tweak them out, yeah.
It's probably one of the most entertaining streams I watched like this year. It was really
That is
good.
awesome.
Yeah.
And this already came out, right? Yeah, December 2nd.
Yeah.
Dang, dude.
I tried playing it. I am not good at it.
It reminds me of those silly drama channels back in 2014 where they were like the CS:GO like sliding.
Oh yeah,
you remember? It reminds me a little bit of those.
Yeah.
It reminds me of the those ragdoll physics games where you have to like make a certain amount of points by crashing and whatnot.
100%.
I could see. No, it has to be major already. No, that's awesome.
It's
Dang.
hard.
I
very
bet.
hard.
Oh,
Yeah.
Indie developers, we love them here.
It is the perfect streaming game because like every time somebody plays it, like once you fall from, it's really unforgiving. Once you fall from a certain area, it's really hard. And it's so funny because even Atrioc, as he's playing it, he's like, this game with save states, I would be so good. It's like, that's the point.
Yeah,
like,
that's
you're not supposed to warp back.
What do you think originated this style of infuriating yet entertaining games? You remember the guy pushing the boulder up game?
Yeah, the Sisyphus game. Yeah,
that one where like once you beat it, he goes ha ha ha. That was the tutorial, and just like it goes on. What was the first one you think?
No, I know it. It's called so Bennett Foddy is the guy's name. So you remember that one where you're in a pot and you have a like sledgehammer?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, that's called Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy. And he made that game. It's meant to be the most ridiculous physics you've ever seen, and it's just completely unforgiving. And the thing that kind of sets them apart, similarly to like a roguelike, is the fact that you are constantly being berated by a narrator.
Oh, and so,
in the Sisyphus one, you are like the narrator says like, oh, that was just the tutorial, stuff like that. In Get to Work, CDawgVA, who's another big streamer, he voices it. And then in Bennett Foddy's Getting Over It, when you fall all the way back down, he's just like, sometimes you fail in life, and that's okay. And it's infuriating. But they're literally called Foddy type games after Bennett Foddy.
Oh, that's awesome, dude.
And he has a lot of GDC talks, which are really Games Developers Conference. They are really good.
Yeah.
He is an interesting guy.
Well, I mean, you have a category named after you. You have to be like of importance of sorts. No, that's Oh, I love that.
But they're perfect for streaming.
They all owe him something because like games like Tied Together came out where you have to escape hell together with like a group of friends. Yep. What else came out that's similar to that?
Jump King is kind of similar. And then
was it Jump King or Jump Knight?
I thought it was Jump King. I've watched.
It is Jump King. Yes, you're right. Yes, my bad.
I've watched so many hours of people playing Jump King.
It looks really good, but it's similar to Balatro where it looks simple and like you just press an A. You're just pressing A. You're just jumping. But no, dude, there's go on. No,
it's awful. And they've released a lot of other ones. There's also one called Only Up. Have you seen that one?
Only Up.
That one got into some controversy because like it got big. It's very similar where literally you're just running and you're jumping and you're climbing.
It looks like somebody grabbed assets from Unreal 5 or
that was the controversy.
No, really? Really?
Yeah. It
literally feels like they just made that with platform. It's like, okay, here's just assets. Let's just go to heaven with it and that's it.
Yes, they literally just grabbed a lot of different assets, which is cool. Like it's full of stuff that like you can kind of piece together where you are. But apparently there was a good smattering of those assets that they just grabbed online and they didn't realize were like actually somebody's like non-royalty free.
Gotcha.
That's the only I hear that game's actually pretty fun, but it's dude, I highly recommend like at some point go watch not just the highlight compilation of the Get to Work played by Atrioc, but like watch his stream because there is so much put into his direct version to screw with him. It's really funny. Like they made bespoke songs about it.
Oh my god!
To the point where literally he's playing it, and there's constant stuff happening where I'm like, this is entertaining, like on its own. But also that like some of the messages and stuff that come up, he literally like stops the game and he's just like, how much did we pay for one version that only I'm gonna play? That, like,
I was gonna ask, are they releasing both versions or no?
I hope so. I hope that they release the same because it doesn't seem like it's like that big of an update kind of thing. But a lot of the messages are only for him. So like even if you released it, you need to know the references to his stream, and it's really funny. Like I've watched enough of his stuff that I'm pretty sure the majority of it. But like other YouTubers and Twitch streamers, like their stuff comes up. It's really good. It's really funny.
I don't think there's a problem with having too much dialogue in a video game, right?
Yeah, of course.
Because like you're supposed to, it's kind of like ear fodder, like for you to understand a structure of the story or whatever, or maybe even get a reference or a joke.
Yeah.
But as long as the gameplay is like entertaining and as fun as like what it looks there.
Yeah, exactly.
You can say whatever you want. You can make a song about poop and like people will still play it and find it entertaining. You know.
I agree.
Indie developers, they're just too creative.
It's so fun, yeah.
Especially when they're trying to be little dickheads to someone else.
It's so, dude. I'll send it to you when we get it. After we're done. It's really to play fun. It's good to put on in the background.
A game that I've been a little fascinated about. Have you heard about this Indiana Jones movie or game?
I was prepared to hate it. I have not played it, but I only saw Donkey's video about it. It's really funny looking. I
was so ready to be like, guys, like Harrison Ford doesn't even want to work anymore.
Yeah.
Like, why?
Did y'all see the most recent Indiana Jones? Like, I think we're done.
Why are y'all doing this? Like, what's going on? I don't think anybody like beyond, how can I say this? Anyone younger than our generation really cares about this character.
Yeah.
But when you combine it with the creators of Wolfenstein and kind of make a Disney ride out of it and not this this over how can I say, this overly written story. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
Overly written where it has too much in it, where you get lost in the sauce, but it's so like, oh, it's so deep. It's like, no, dude, give me a nice, cool adventure. Make Uncharted 3, but first person.
Yeah.
You know, and it looks like it is exactly what they did with it. And I was just surprised by it. I haven't played it. I've seen a lot of gameplay. Donkey's video was great on it, I felt.
I am so happy with when they take a game and they don't just make it a carbon copy of Call of Duty, and like, because or they take like an IP. Yes. Because a lot of the time when you play like Wolverine the game or whatever based off like the movie or whatever, it usually just turns into a clone of another game, and they add your favorite characters, and they're like, the IP alone will elevate this.
Yes.
For this one, it just felt like a return to the age of, here's a first-person game. It's not just about using guns.
Yeah.
This in particular, like, first of all, they used the punch sound effect, which sounds like a shotgun blast. Yeah. I love that so much.
Oh, I gotta say this. George Lucas is only good at two things.
Yeah.
All right? Listening to his friends when it comes about editing, and hiring the right people to make his art for him.
Yep.
His sound design, ever since Star Wars and everything, there's a sound package specifically from Indiana Jones that you can buy.
Really?
For real.
That's awesome.
Because like, I don't know how they did it, but every single gun sound, punch, the whip, car screeches, stuff like that. If for some reason in that movie series it's like talked about. It's a little too good.
It really is.
It's a little too like punchy. It's a little too oomph behind it.
They probably have 8 different Wilhelm screams in the sound pack.
But they all sound great.
Of course,
you know what I mean? They all sound awesome. But no, it's good. Good for you. Good for you, Lucas. You're still doing it out there, man.
Well, especially the game, you know, instead of doing first person shooter and be like, cool, I'm going to pick up guns and have a million guns. Just the main mechanic is you are going around punching people and like having a brawl, and you're trying to get around and do the Indiana Jones style like swashbuckling adventure.
Yes.
And it's not just, hey, I picked up a Kalashnikov and like mowed down everybody.
Exactly. I love the point, not the point, but whenever Indy goes down, his hat falls off.
Does it really?
His hat falls off, and like it goes to an animation where he's on prone, and he's like, it is like, you have 10 seconds, like you have to find your hat.
Are you serious?
When you find your hat, that's your second wind. It plays a little cutscene where Indiana, and then you start brawling again, bro. It's
Are you serious?
I'm serious. That's it's literally so awesome. A Disney ride. It's a feel-good thing.
I love that so much.
It's great. I loved it. I'm glad that they did it.
Yep. Now, speaking of a Disney ride.
Oh, no.
This is a complete opposite. Have you heard of the game Mouthwashing?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
This is so...
Not for kids.
Yeah, definitely not for kids. Kids should use mouthwash.
Yeah.
But how can I say this? This is, first of all, I haven't played it.
Yeah.
This is one of those games where like I saw the cool like character designs. I was like, this actually looks really neat.
Sure.
And then I read into it a little bit and how like, oh, you're actually like you're part of a crew that you're lost in space.
Yeah.
And you're just trying to survive, and it just gets deeper and deeper and deeper as into why you're there, what you're there with, what's the whole point.
This is basically what people have described it as, like a movie turned into video game where like the narrative is so strong and so well done, but it is that you're going through a story. There aren't very many decisions for you to make, but it's similar to like a visual novel or something.
Yeah.
And the animations are relatively simple, but they are so well done. And it is, I think, one of the better examples of doing that because, first of all, like you're going around, you're not like Phoenix Wright collecting clues, but there's a couple things to collect and then you piece some stuff together. But like the stuff they make you do in the game is very impactful and very like, oh man, oh no. And it is just good. It is a good storytelling. If they turned it into a movie, it would be very good on its own.
Who would you get to direct this movie?
I'd say Sam Raimi, but that'd just be really funny. I would say probably either Bong Joon-ho, because it actually does have a lot of those like class elements, or maybe Roger Eggers. Kind of. It's gritty. It's gritty and gross and weird. And I think that he could handle it well.
Roger Eggers, he did Ex Machina, right?
No. He's the one that did The Lighthouse, and
who did Ex Machina?
God, I don't know. I'm trying to remember. He was really good. He's the one that also this year they released Civil War.
Yes,
he's the same guy.
Him, yeah. I would feel like he would be very good.
Actually, that's
a
good point.
Like
he probably
that.
would be really good at it. Yeah,
or
right.
but I feel like if you're trying to get like the real horror aspect, because there's some horror elements in this.
Oh yeah,
where like there's a character that's horribly disfigured and burnt that you have to take care of. Apparently,
yeah.
It's.
And he's like the one that everybody uses on the thumbnails and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so like he is immediately like present. Yeah.
This is one of those games where like I would like to kind of akin to like a Saw movie.
Yeah.
Where like it's so gruesome, there's a lot of violence behind it, but nothing. Maybe I shouldn't use Saw. There's violence behind it, but not being violent. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's like horrific. Yeah.
It's horrific, the scenarios that you're going through, and the fact that it's like you play as a person that. Do you try to keep other people alive? Isn't that the whole point?
I don't want to say too much about the plot, just because like there's so much that there's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think there's 5 crew members.
Yeah,
you're on a ship, and the ship is transporting cargo across space, and you're all employees of this thing, and so that's like an element of it. But yeah, you get knocked off course, you're lost in space, and you are all just trying to wait it out. You have a certain amount of supplies. And so everybody is just trying to make sure that they can survive to be eventually found. Yeah.
Dude, have you ever heard of the movie When the Wind Blows?
No, is it?
So get this, a couple.
Yeah.
They're going through a Cold War, I think. It's the Cold War, a couple living in the middle of nowhere without their dog. There's no purple dog on this one, sorry. But the wind blows, the big nuke goes off, and they're just waiting for the so-called help.
Oh my God.
And it's literally it's a doomed scenario where they're just waiting there and like, what should we eat today, Martha? It's like, we only have 2 slices of bread left and they're quite moldy. And like they're trying to keep good spirits about this thing.
Are you serious?
Dude,
my God.
There's a point where like, dude, she does this and she goes, I'm losing my hair. I wonder why. And it's like, I know. And dude, it's seriously, that's how I feel about this. Where like the more I hear about it, the more I learn about it, the more I'm like, I'm more intrigued but disturbed about it. You know what I mean?
A couple of people have done like playthroughs, of course.
Yeah.
I don't want to be that asshole that's just saying like, oh, well, just go watch a playthrough, because it is worth. I bought it immediately after seeing like a playthrough, but it is such good storytelling that if you watch like a playthrough or something like that, it is just like, as you go through, you're just like, oh man, that's great. That's so well done.
Okay, that's awesome. Was this game mentioned in the Game Awards?
No, unfortunately
probably
not.
Too gruesome. Probably a little too much.
But I think they didn't really have like a for your consideration campaign. Not that you need one, but I think they literally just didn't submit. I think you need
makes sense.
So they did get nominated to be a part of a different award ceremony.
Okay.
And they were like, they did a little ad for it.
They deserve recognition. Yeah. I think they deserve recognition.
Seriously, it is. And that's what I mean about like a lot of these indie games, is that so many of them, you know, they pop on the scene from all of these YouTubers, and that has become the new meta of getting your stuff found. And they're great. Like a lot of them, like Mouthwashing is legitimately a very good story. It's done very well. There was another one called, I think it was called The Rat Strangler. Did you hear about that?
Yes. Yes.
I love that so much.
This is another game that I saw on my TikTok, and I was like, what is this? It was like, sorry for the hand motion, y'all. I just noticed what I did. My bad. But like you grab the rat. But dude, you're trying to find your wife.
Yeah.
Apparently, and this rat knows, and only the rat knows.
It's so funny, and one of those, like, I'm just so happy. I'm so happy that like in 2012, I think it was, that was when like the big, okay, well, here's Castle Crashers and here's Super Meat Boy. For me, like 2010 was probably when it was bigger, but like for me, 2012 is when I found like all these YouTubers were showing all of these indie games.
Yeah.
And I'm so glad that that's still really alive and well, because there are so many ridiculous indie games out there that are so funny to watch.
Yeah.
And that I feel like, I mean, I'm not going to try to put any words in anybody's mouth, but I feel like a talented enough dev who got bored one weekend and was like, well, how do I make what I think would be the funniest thing? And they throw it together, release it, and then some YouTuber finds it, and then they're just like, "Hey, yeah, cool, I got some recognition. This is nice."
Certainly, I have recognition. There's a little bit more money in my bank. Everyone's happy. That's great. It's certainly wow. No, I love that. Speaking about good developments and whatnot. Sorry, I want to turn to this. Sure. This game has captured my life.
Yeah.
This is one of those Alan games that I really enjoy, but I enjoy the story and the process behind it even more, and that is Stalker 2.
Oh yeah, I've seen a lot of good stuff about that.
Stalker 2 is incredible.
Yeah.
I played a mod of the first game.
Yeah.
Because it just to familiar myself with the story and the gameplay and whatnot. This game is so much deeper and so much crazier.
Nice.
It's in a fictional Earth where a Chernobyl exists. And this one, the Chernobyl disaster happens twice.
Yeah.
On the second time, it's even bigger. This area is called the zone of exclusion.
Yep.
You're not supposed to go there. It's considered its own country, basically, where anyone who's nothing or anyone can go there and live about their life. By the land, they have it. This thing is like people come here for miracles. They come here for riches.
Yeah.
Because like there's anomalies and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
But what I find interesting in this game is that first of all, it took years to create.
Yeah.
A Ukrainian a company was making this, and suddenly, the Russian government comes in, and like this entire thing starts happening.
Yeah.
While the development of this game developers left this game to defend their country.
Wow.
Literally,
I didn't know that.
They said, "Hey, my country needs me right now. I need to do this." So the team just shrunk, but the development still continued.
Wow.
Still continued. They released this game literally I want to say like 15 years after the first one, right?
Yeah.
And it was a how can I say, a cyberpunk type scenario where everyone bought it.
Yeah.
Even though it was like because of the team issues and all this stuff, it was riddled with bugs, but it was still incredibly good.
Wow.
Just because of the gameplay, the story, and all this stuff, people still kept on going. They still wanted it.
Yeah.
People gave it all their money, and like it's highly reviewed. It's really good, and this is the best part.
Yeah.
The developers, because of all this that was happening, they were like, "Hey, we're releasing this game, and we're giving ourselves a break. We really cannot keep up."
Nice. Well, that's good for them.
All this money comes in.
Yeah.
Guys, we're going to hire more people and we're going to make more. And like now they're going to make DLCs for this.
Good for them.
And like
awesome.
it's a beautiful story.
Yeah.
You know, we're like even through all these tribulations and whatnot, you can still release something that is incredibly good.
Yeah.
And it's not a AAA game or anything like that. But it feels like it.
That's awesome.
To me, it's just incredible. It really is. It's incredible.
That's so awesome. I didn't know that any of that.
I really like the story behind that. I love these developers. They're genuine good people. Seriously, and it's great. I love them so much for it.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's incredible. Two other pieces about Stalker. Did you know it's based on a movie?
Yes, and this movie costed the director's life because
wait, what? I didn't know about that.
It was like a genuine stressful thing. I don't know if he died, obviously, but he was on the verge, bro.
Yeah,
like, he was there.
Seriously, and it's so funny how this game series has come out on the I wouldn't say on the back of that movie, but the movie was such an interesting premise that they're like, well, what if you could play in such a environment? And the premise of the movie, which is super weird and cool, is that there is this zone and it had nuclear fallout and all that stuff, and all these anomalies keep happening, but there are these people called stalkers that help you navigate it. And there's this one place, the stalker knows that there's this one place where you can have your innermost desires met.
The wish granter.
Yes, basically. But the problem is that it's not like a wish. It's not like a genie's wish. You can't say, I want $1 million. It will give you exactly what your heart desires, which is very telling about what kind of person you are.
Exactly.
It's so interesting. Great movie. But then they made games about it. And the second thing that I want to mention is that a friend of the channel actually ended up Evan Royalty. They're channeled with Stephen Hancock. Ooh. They made the Stalker short film. You saw that, didn't you?
When was this?
Yeah, this was a couple months ago. Yeah, they released it and they had a show viewing in Tampa. and they had Moist Critical showed up.
They didn't invite me, bro. What was this?
Steven, we're sending this straight to you.
What?
That's so funny.
Dude!
But yeah. We ended up working on the behind the scenes, remember? You were there for the day.
I was there for that, but I wasn't there for the thing. Dang, dude.
And so we helped with their behind the scenes, which was really cool. The entire production is super awesome. So I'll try to link that once we're done with the live stream. But we did the behind the scenes where we talked about the entire experience, and they actually went to like a nuclear reactor in I don't know if it was Georgia or like the Carolinas, but it was so interesting hearing from like everybody that worked on it, to the point where they actually reached out to the company that makes Stalker and talked to them about it. And so they released several messages saying like, oh, this was so cool, great job, guys. And it was really interesting. It was super, super cool experience and stuff that they had done.
Good for them. He would know the story that I was talking about way more than I would then.
Exactly.
Since he has direct like connections with them. No, that's great. Dang, I'm gonna watch this. I said,
it's super good. It's really well done. And they made it so professionally, and to the point where Steven was actually talking about it, that they wanted to get that like film reel aspect of not only for it to look like film, but for it to look irradiated. Yeah. Like there's actual nuclear fallout around it. So the film reel is getting affected by the nuclear fallout.
Yeah. So like cool. As if it was shot there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure it's called Stalker Shadow of the Zone, if you guys want to look at it. Super cool.
No, that's
super
awesome.
Cool.
So much cool shit behind this series.
Yeah, man. Yeah. It's great.
And we're connected to it. We know people.
Yeah. First person shooters. They're great.
What else came out in the game category? Suck, dude. Anything you wanted to talk about?
There have been a couple games that I've been playing like that weren't released this year, but I really liked. One is called Rogue Legacy 2. Do you know what Rogue Legacy is?
Rogue Legacy. I've heard of it. Rogue Legacy, yeah.
It's weirdly attached to Markiplier of all people.
Fine.
Yeah. It came out in 2012, the first one. And Markiplier did a hot pepper gaming about it. Do you remember hot pepper gaming?
I remember hot pepper gaming, yeah.
You'd eat a hot pepper and you'd review a game. They caught Markiplier like in between sessions or something at an expo. I think it was like some gaming expo. And he did a quick like review of it. This is when he had like 10,000 subscribers. And it's really funny to see him back then. Fast forward. I mean, the game is one of the very first roguelikes that actually built the genre. Because the game Rogue, way back in, I think it was the Atari era, was the first roguelike, of course, because it's literally based off that game. In Rogue Legacy, the point of the game is that you're playing as a knight, and you go into this castle similarly to like the Castlevania castle, where it's constantly changing. And as soon as you enter, it's a set layout, and there are several different areas, and you need to beat all the bosses in the areas, and then you can fight the final boss, and you defeat the castle.
Yeah.
The problem is, when you die, you don't respawn. Your character is dead because you are a knight in the lineage of knights, similarly to Castlevania. And so your children have to come in. So the next character you play at is a randomly generated next knight who has the genetics of the previous guy. And you just keep going down the line. So by the end, they literally show you your entire lineage once you beat the game of like 1,000 of your progeny that died doing it.
Who's winning this fight?
Yeah, exactly.
The lineage or the one Dracula that's in the top of the scene going like, like watching all this happen.
And similarly to Hades 1 and 2, the first Rogue Legacy is a really fun, kind of encapsulated adventure where you just go in, you start unlocking these different classes. So you can play as a barbarian, and it's very similar to the Skyrim Fusroda kind of barbarian with the horns. And then you can also play as a ninja who then turns into a Hokage. You can level it up. So it's basically
That's dope.
If you get hit, you can avoid it by having a log shows up. So it's basically straight up Naruto.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of memes. It's it's so fun. The first one is just a perfect distillation of that era, and it's very good. I really enjoyed it. And you can beat it relatively. It takes a while because the whole point is you're supposed to die because then you level up your characters. Once you leave the castle, you get the money that your character had earned the whole time, but you need to spend it before you go back in. You don't save any money. So if you have a surplus of 100 gold, it's gone. That's it.
Dang, dude. So you have to use it or lose it type of thing. That's awesome though.
The second game is so similarly to Hades 2, so much more detail, so much more stuff going on, so many more characters, so much more stuff you can unlock. It is really, really good. I really enjoy playing it. I got Jessica playing it because she was like, "What is this?"
You ruined her.
Yeah, and it was so funny because I was playing it, and then she like was like, "Oh, I got a new game." I was like, "Cool," and I was playing it on my Steam Deck, and then I hear her switch, and it was playing some stuff. I'm like, well, I've heard the sound effects before. What is that from? And then I just kept guessing games. I'm like, wait, are you playing Rogue Legacy? She's like, yeah. So it's fun. But it is very, there's so much depth to it, and they have like newer characters and newer mechanics. And now you can do like a jump, kind of like you jump on stuff and pop their heads and stuff like that. And then you unlock different moves from these challenge rooms. And it is so much fun. The reason I'm bringing it up this year is that they released, I think it was in early access in like 2020. I remember it was around COVID. And then I stopped playing it because it was in early access. There was only, like I said, there's several regions you can explore in these games. This one has 6 regions. Only like 2 of them were unlocked. So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to go through and like get more and more of the gold and upgrade my character. So when it's finally released, I'll do that. Fast forward to 2024, and I'm like, I wonder how Rogue Legacy's development's going. It had been released for 2 years. So I finally started playing it, and it is really fun.
That's awesome, dude. The mechanic reminds me a little bit of have you ever heard of Space Bastards?
What? No. What is that?
So get this. In a galaxy where people... If you're a criminal, you get what is it called? Where they dehydrate you and they turn you into like powder.
Yeah.
You turn into that, but then like, oh man, we need supplies. Let's put water into this criminal, rehydrate them, and have them go out on mission for us. But the thing is, each criminal is a little bit different, right? Just like people.
Okay.
So you may play as someone who's colorblind, and suddenly,
that is exactly a mechanic in Rogue Legacy. Yeah,
and suddenly you can't tell what's red and green. Red means can't go through this door, and green does. I suddenly you're hitting your head on these doors because you can't see color, or like you'll play as a small person. Suddenly, like, I can be more sneaky and whatnot, but like if someone like hits me or something, I'll like fall and die or something. It's kind of like that where everything is different. I love games like that.
Yeah,
that's really cool, especially when you make challenge the player by like nerfing his toys in a way. You know what I mean? I like that kind of thing.
And in Rogue Legacy, if you play as one of those types of characters, because they're like your children, so they have like just quirks about them. Colorblind. One's called nostalgic, so everything's on like a sepia tone filter. Then you can get more gold. If you play as the harder version, you get more gold, and it can be like 50% more gold. It could be 100%. If literally there's one that's a one-hit KO, and you get like 300% more gold. Early in the game, it makes a lot of sense to play. And then there's one that I really like. This is kind of like a nerfing thing, or like it's kind of cheesing it. You play as a pacifist, and so you can't fight anybody. So you get like 200% more gold. But then there are certain areas of the game where you can get a new weapon. And so you can go and pick up a weapon, and now you get 300% gold, and you're just a regular character. It's very, very useful. Another game, speaking of indie games, that rocked the development space this year, speaking of Donkey, was Animal Well.
Yeah, that's right, Animal Well, dude.
Yeah.
How can I say, being a Donkey fan, I've always felt like, Donkey, you sure talk a lot about video games. How about you release your own? Can you do it again?
Yeah, exactly.
In comes Big Mode. That's the name of the company, right?
Yes, they're cool. Frog with like a controller on his tummy.
I love that. Yeah. It's thank you, Big Yoshi, for that one. How does this play, by the way?
It is. Ooh, I could talk about this game forever. I watched Jessica play it, and it is a return to form of like those SNES style games that you just are sitting there and you have a guide and you just play it, and it is so incredibly well programmed. This is probably, like I was talking about how like Balatro was well programmed. This is one of probably the most elegantly programmed games ever. And
the art looks beautiful in it.
It not only looks good, the CRT filter makes everything kind of like feel nice.
Yeah.
But there's so many features in it. There's a bunch of like, you'll be playing the game and you'll realize that there's a movement set that you just have not noticed because they just don't tell you. Like you're meant to find it out yourself. And like guides will tell you, but it is probably like 500 megabytes. And it is like such a tiny game. and it is so chock full of stuff. The main thing that sets it apart from the outset is that as soon as we start playing, we're like, oh, this is really fun. You stumble upon an area where there's a flute, and when you use the flute, you're just like, well, what do I use it for? Whatever. You go and you find this, like, I think it's like either a narwhal or like a dolphin or something. And the narwhal starts moving in certain directions, and you're like, what are you doing? And then if you hold down the flute, you hit the different directions to play notes, similarly to the ocarina, and it's teaching you a song. And then once you do the song, it unlocks a thing. And then there's like, I don't even remember how many songs. There's like 20 hidden songs that like you need to learn to unlock secret stuff, but you could go the whole game without learning them. That's one mechanic.
I love that though.
Yes, yeah.
Like, I gotta say, is it one of those games where it has like multiple endings depending on like what animals and creatures you come across? Or?
I don't think endings, but there are way more things you can unlock. The main thing is the eggs. Have you heard about this?
No.
Yeah, there are secret eggs you can unlock. And so there's a place with a peacock, and once you go there are 4 different like rows you can go through, like doors, and the more eggs you collect, the doors will unlock.
Okay.
And so the first one's like 5 eggs or something, and the second one's like 20, and I think there's like 100 eggs. So if you do 100, you get the last one, but each one has a different like ability you can unlock. So I don't know the last one, but like it is so fun to just go and explore and find stuff. You look at the map, and like while you're staring at the map, you're like, well, I need to get to this one area. How am I going to do that? Maybe if I go to this place. No, I probably need to go to that place. Oh, I see that I need to unlock something, so I can't go there yet. And you just have like this, thinking back to it now, I have like a weirdly perfect recog memory of certain parts of the map because you just need to redo it.
You need to plan out your steps.
Yeah. And it's one of those games that you're just like, I can't believe these still exist now. Like, or somebody can make something so effective. It's funny because the developer not only made the game, he made all the music, wrote all the code. Like, it's just the one guy, similarly to Local Thunk with Balatro. And it is just such a joy. And it's really funny watching any interviews with the creator because he's also just has like a really good sense of humor.
Yeah.
And he'll like talk about how he wrote a lot of the songs. So, like I mentioned, Balatro had one song that like a dude on Fiverr changed for 5 different things. This one, all the music's really good and really like makes you feel a certain way. The game looks stunning and like in its very specific type of like art style. It's just, dude, it is one of those games that you stare at and you're just like, this is gorgeous and well done. While Balatro, I could just play forever and it doesn't need to look good.
How much time was it in development for? Because I remember Donkey doing the whole big mode thing.
Yeah,
it was a huge big deal, but like I felt like they didn't. I don't want to say they didn't do anything. They didn't release anything for like, I want to say 2 years almost, maybe?
Yeah, it might have been a year or two. I'm pretty sure what happened was the developer made the game like, or made like, similar like we talked about with like an early access, made a prototype, a pretty good one, was shopping it around, and then it got its way to Donkey. And Donkey was saying like, well, I think he might have said, hey, we're doing big mode. This is a thing that I'm starting. And if you have a game, let's try it. And then he reached out with Animal Well and said, here's my plan for the game, here's what we have out now, and it's going to turn into something else. And so I think that's kind of where all of that went for them to get started. It probably spent like 2 or 3 years in development, and one of those years being they got picked up by Big Mode, and it was it was like, hey, this thing's coming out.
And Donkey, hopefully, I mean, knowing him and how he is with games and whatnot development, he was probably just take your time, do it.
Yeah, straight up.
I may have some things to hear and say, but besides that, just do it. Let's do it. Let's just have fun with it. No, that's good. More companies need to do that. Let your artists do your things. You know.
There is just the term that I usually come back to is the democratization of tools. So once you get to a point where every single person can have a pretty good camera with them at all times, filmmaking will become a bigger medium with way more cool stuff that's happening that can be very niche and specific to everybody. We can go and make like a really silly video and only send it to our friend group. And I think that that's kind of the way that these, like the funnel that's happening is that somebody will make a quick, now that game development has become such a big thing that is very easy to get started with, and there's so many different ways you can get started with. Back in the day, you needed a Commodore 64 and know how to code it and this and that, and then you can make it. And that's how the dude that made Ultima started, because he just was like a really good programmer as a kid. And now it's not just you need the one tool and the one thing and the one group of people that can play it. Now with, a generalized computing machine we all have, especially our phones, you can make so many different experiences for so many different people that any of them can work anyway. There's so many games that children with an iPhone are playing that we would not even remotely know about.
Yeah.
But now things are growing so much that like Vampire Survivor is one of the biggest games ever, and it's one dude made it to make like a little like bullet hell kind of thing.
Yeah, no, what is it? It's Vampire Survivor, right?
Yes, yeah.
I think I'm playing Did he do Vampire Hunter?
No, like what is Vampire Hunter?
Vampire Hunter, it's literally the same thing but first person.
Oh, that's cool. They might have that team. Like the team's grown, so
it's literally the same thing. You walk around and like you grab more guns and like instead of swapping guns, you just grow another arm and your screen border becomes nothing but guns. But cool. But like you don't even click. You just move the button and move around. That's it. It shoots for you. It's one of those like, hey, I have an hour to de-stress. Let me just do this.
See, now that and Balatro are exactly those kinds of games that are so good because you look at it and you're like, why didn't I think about that? Like, it's so obvious. It's such an obvious idea. How has no one done it? And they do it, and they do it so elegantly and well that you're like, perfect.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm glad I didn't have to do this.
Yeah. And to that point, Vampire Survivor got a big update this year because they finally got so big that Konami couldn't avoid them anymore, and they got their own Castlevania tie-in. It's called Vampire Survivors, and there's no vampires in it because they didn't want to encroach on Konami's copyright.
Yeah.
And here we are, Konami being like, yeah, you can have literally every character from Castlevania and make them a skin.
Can you imagine being that developer and receiving that letter in the mail?
That's what I mean. It's just so cool that we've gotten to this point. Like, I know that they're all giant corporations that just want to be, relevant, but to the point where something that inspired you so much that you made something very impactful, then they come around and they're like, good job. Great job.
They're all that green blue fella from Smiling Friends. They're making something good out of my IP that I'm sitting on. No way. And I feel like that mentality needs to just go away. Yeah. Stop.
Yep.
Exactly like you said, all these creative people with all these tools that is so readily available, and we're us, the consumers, right, are like, being showered down with all these beautiful creations, right? Keep going, man.
It's just funny because, there's so many games that come out that you're just like, oh, well, this is kind of a soulless cash grab. Like half the trailers during the Game Awards are like, well, what even are these going to be? These sound like very similar other kinds of games. Big news on the same wavelength was Concord this year.
Oh, my God.
I feel so bad for the developers because they worked like 6 to 8 years on this game. And then it releases, and it seems like, I don't know if I'm reading too much into it, but it's like a lot of the corporate meddling of like, okay, well, here's a game that's very similar to Overwatch. Instead of making it free to play, it will cost you $60, and we're not going to release it with like a big fanfare. It's just going to get released, and then we'll see how it goes, I guess. And to the point where they were like, well, we're also going to release a short film. They were going to release several short films similarly to Overwatch, and then they're part of Secret Level. And Secret Level episode released 2 months after it was canned, or like not even 2 months, like 4 months after it was canned. So it's like they had projected out so far and not even thought about like the launch going well. It's kind of, at least it's what I heard, but like, oof.
No,
oof.
I think you're exactly right because like I heard that a lot of money and a lot of time was invested in this.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I heard that it started as corporate meddling thing, where like Overwatch 1 comes out, and like suddenly, oh my God, team-based first-person shooters are like, or sorry, hero-based, team-based stuff is like the big thing. Everyone wants to do it. Thinking, what is it? So in comes this game with nothing but corporate meddling, just trying to copy this. I personally didn't even find interesting the art style. It was all realistic with like so-called cool little aliens and whatnot. I didn't care about that. To me, the downfall of all this thing was like, I was already over Overwatch. I was already over that. But then when you combine it with something that looks and feels very soulless already.
Yeah.
It looked soulless to me.
Well, in that, like, we're talking about like making cool, new, innovative ideas, but like that hero shooter genre can feel pretty stale. And I feel like they were just like, well, we need it to stand out. So we're going to try to nail a lot of these different designs when like a lot of the really good designs that like feel natural have been taken. I wouldn't say that like you can't make very similar ones.
Yeah.
But like it seemed like they were really trying to make their own thing, and deliberately with Overwatch and these other games that have already come out, like they're already doing it bad. Like they milked the entire genre so much that Overwatch 2 came out.
Watch this, they said, and really crashed it.
And Overwatch 2 comes out. They're like, you need to buy this. We're turning off Overwatch 1. And don't worry, it's going to be different. We're going to have a first-person player mode, a single-player mode.
Yeah.
And then we're also going to have, instead of 6 people per team, we're going to have 5 people per team. Now, a year after launch, they're like, hey, by the way, no more single-player.
No more single-player.
Also, we're going to 6 people per team.
Yeah, guess what, guys? Overwatch 1, we're back at it. It's like, come on.
It's rewind time, and they just did it. It sucks. It hurts to see. Like, God, dude.
And later, after all this BS, in comes Marvel Rivals that gets it completely right.
Yeah.
I'm over the Overwatch thing. I really am.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But when I'm stacking cheese at Publix and I get a text message from my boy Jeff saying Marvel Rivals, download it, and I'm like, I don't want to do that. And I see gameplay, and it's like, first of all, the art is incredible. I love how everyone looks. I don't care. I don't care that Punisher looks like he has a tiny head and his body's like all jacked up like a Baki character.
Wolverine looks like a refrigerator.
Wolverine is, dude, his hands and forearms are like one single brick brick arm, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Either way, they how can I say? Yes, it's a team-based whatever, but it's over the shoulder with all these iconic characters that we already know and love.
Exactly.
We already know them and love them.
Yeah.
What do? Let's make them like work with each other. Let's make them like I love the idea of me being a Hulk and seeing you as a Wolverine being like, you ain't doing shit, and just grabbing you and throwing you like
I love that. Yeah, fastball special.
And just throwing you to the team, and suddenly Wolverine can kill anybody in 6 hits. I don't know if you know that.
Hell yeah. I don't know anything about this. Except for the little shark guy is the best, apparently.
He is a murderer, dude. Oh, no. So Jeff, right?
Jeff the shark,
is a healer.
Oh?
Apparently he's a healer.
So he's support?
He's support. Why does he have the biggest KD ratio in the game? Did you know that as Jeff, you can do an ult on your own team? You can do ults on your own team.
Okay.
As Jeff, you swallow your own team.
What the hell?
Go into the enemy base just to puke them out, and suddenly, and guess what? Some of them have their ults, and it's a piñata of BS.
That is OP as hell. Yeah.
But look what we're doing. We're passionately talking about this thing, unlike this other one, right?
Yeah, exactly.
This game comes out, does everything right. I don't even know who made it. I'm a little upset that it's like it wasn't an indie developer or something like that. But like, it has soul, it has love behind it, it has all this thing. It can be done right.
Yeah.
It can be done.
And yeah, Marvel's been on a roll because they also had that like card game that was huge. It was like Marvel
my God,
something.
Everyone was on it. Yeah.
And, like I feel like they're just trying to not screw up how good of a thing they have going.
Yeah.
Because I think they're making the smart decision because like DC had whatever happened. The closest thing to anything interesting was the Snyder cut. God. And
that was a weird time.
Yeah. And like a couple of the movies were interesting. Like Blue Beetle I actually kind of liked. The Flash movie was something. Go watch our Flash episode. Go watch our Blue Beetle episode. But like after they released all that and it kind of like went away, like the Snyder cut happened, then they had the DC, well, it's not DC, but like the multiverse game where you can play as all the different characters and you're playing in like a Smash Bros thing. That makes sense because they're in the zeitgeist now. Like everybody knows DC better because they've had a lot of those movies, as well as their cartoons are really good. Like they've always been very good. The Justice League one is like all time great. Same thing with Batman animated. And so it's bigger now. People get it. After Endgame, the Marvel universe has just been coasting and it's okay. I don't mind. But I think they're realizing that their major break into the... As soon as Thanos hit Fortnite, I think they were like, this video game stuff has some legs. I think we could do that. And it's been happening. Like, they're actually pumping out games that are pretty good. Like, the when that Avengers game wasn't too good, but then right after they did the what was it? The Guardians of the Galaxy one. That one was pretty good. Yep. And now they're on a roll. Yeah.
I think when how can I say, when Mickey Mouse saw Thanos do the gritty, it was like, no, it's uphill but from here, boys. It's uphill from here. I think, how can I say, I think DC and Marvel swap coats.
Oh.
I think DC was sucking too much at making movies.
Yep.
But all their games were good. Batman Arkham Asylum, all these other stuff were like pretty good. That's the only example I can really talk about at the moment. Mm-hmm. But Marvel was killing it in the movie game, but all their games were kind of sucky. The only good Marvel game that I can really think about is maybe the Deadpool one.
Yeah.
And that's full of memes and it's like whatever.
Well, that one, that isn't meant to be a... If playthroughs, like, you know, like YouTubers were big back then, which they kind of were, that would just be it. Is like, I'm just going to play through this. You don't really need to play the game. It's a fun hack and slash, but I agree. Ugh.
I think ever since the Snap, they're just swapping coats. They're like, hey, give me your coat. I would like to have one good Batman movie again. Mm-hmm. I would like to make a really good Penguin series or something like that. I would like to hire your boy James Gunn. That would be cool. Can I hire him? That would be good. So like, they're swapping coats now. I think that the new set of Marvel films are gonna suck ass. I hate to say it. I'm sorry. I'm not looking forward to any of them.
As soon as the Eternals came out, everybody was like, "Oh, the god can bleed." I guess. Like, what are we doing? And I wouldn't say that any of the movies have been like bad per se, but they're like 5 out of 10, 6 out of 10 max.
Yeah.
Ant-Man Quantumania was a real show of like, oh no, you guys can't make movies during COVID, can you?
No.
And it was just what even? And this year was definitely the show of like, we're grinding down, we're slowing down. Don't worry about it. You guys can take a deep break. It's okay. The fans will be around, but overall we'll come back. And I think it was last year when the Marvels came out. Not bad. I didn't dislike that movie at all. There were some moments that were like, what the hell is happening?
Yeah.
But like Secret Invasion was such a flop. This year, I think this year's when Loki 2 came out. That could have been last year. But like
the TV series,
Yes, the second season. Not bad. It was pretty good.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. I'm pretty sure this was the year. It could have been last year, but I thought this was the year when we found out that Jonathan Majors is a convicted felon.
Oh.
And he no longer is going to be Kang. You didn't hear about this?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now, as soon as you said Kang, I recognized everything. Yeah. No, and that was a big bullet to the foot that they shot. Yeah.
And so now they're completely changing course.
Yeah.
And the moment that I knew that I'm like, oh no, there's no coming back, is when they had the Russo brothers who made Endgame. So you're like, oh, y'all are going right back to the well. And then they literally stood up there and like, guys, everybody, we're saved. Here's Marvel Jesus. And Robert Downey Jr. comes out dressed as Dr. Doom, and you're like, can they do that? Can we do this? Like, are they legally allowed to do this?
You think Bruce Banner's gonna talk to Victor Von Doom and go? He pulls out his wallet with a picture of Tony Stark and does this. Like,
exactly. It really is that though. It's just like, are you allowed to do this? Like, because there's not going to be a moment where like Deadpool or whoever isn't going to make fun of it. It's not even funny. Like,
it's
not
lazy. Feels lazy.
The funniest thing about the Marvel universe is that the first group of alumni from the Avengers were nobodies.
Yeah.
Every single actor had maybe like a series they had done before, but they weren't a huge name for those things. Explicitly, Thor and Loki, nobody knew at all, like whatsoever.
People didn't like Chris Evans because he was he was a Human Torch before that.
Exactly. Yeah, they're like, oh, you can't recast like that.
You can only ride on a train very good and eat roach batter or whatever it is from you know.
Snowpiercer.
Yeah.
But yeah, it went through and was like amazing because they just got good talent.
Yeah.
And so many people have fan casted Victor Von Doom and were like, oh, these would be pretty good. And I don't like the fact that, I mean, overall, we're talking about it. They got exactly what they wanted. They wanted the news. They wanted everybody to talk about it. But I can't, in good conscience, go to the movie and be like, yep, nope, that's my Victor Von Doom. Who, like Robert Downey Jr., he's tried to be in a bunch of other stuff. Yeah. And outside of Oppenheimer, meh, it's like, whatever, dude, he's fine. But like, I'm okay with moving on to another good actor. And in my opinion, Miss Marvel is really good. Like, she is actually a good actress. A lot of the newer actors they're getting, Simu Liu, who's playing, yeah, he's so good in Shang-Chi. There's a lot of great actors they're bringing in. Let them breathe. Yeah, like, let them have their time.
I gotta say, I really like what you said earlier. The no name.
Yeah.
You know, Star Wars. Then when they first came out, no one knew who Harrison. Like, not a lot of people knew about Harrison Ford. Yeah. Not a lot of people knew about Mark. No one knew about Mark Hamill.
Not at all. Or Carrie Fisher.
Yeah, no one knew about these people, but we connected them, and we now recognize them as what they are because. That's what they first come out of. Yeah. You know, I feel like people like us have a connection to that where we see a stranger playing a character and suddenly we love that character, you know?
Exactly.
But I don't know. I'm still in the thing where like Marvel is just going to release better, hopefully, games. Like the new Marvel, the new Wolverine game is coming out.
Wait, what? Really? I didn't know they were doing a Wolverine game.
Apparently it's going to be like really good. People are looking forward to it. Okay. More Marvel stuff in the gaming industry coming out. I'm just not looking forward to that medium unless they do, like you said, back in the like original series, something new with new people, new everything.
My only problem is really that I don't know how committed they are to the new stuff. Like I said, you know, they're running back to Doctor Doom, which I love. I love him. I think that he is one of the more interesting characters in the Marvel universe. There's a very famous story where he literally appeals to like a cat god and says like, I want to be the protector, like the ruler of the world. And he asks the cat god, they're just like, I won't do that for you. He's like, literally look up like the answer to the universe. Will I be the best like ruler of the world? And the cat god like searches through time and space. Is like, yeah. And then he does it. Because it's just true. It's so good. He's just like, I guess you're right. And like Doctor Doom is such an interesting character. He's literally governs over an entire like country. He's so cool.
Latvia or something. Latveria. Sorry. Yeah. But like people thought Thanos had a good reason once he explained himself. Went to, you know, a man that like he's correct me if I'm wrong, but he's kind of like the different path that Bruce Wayne could have taken.
100%.
Where like something awful happens to him, but he has all these resources and he has this big brain of his that he doesn't know what to do with, and suddenly there is.
Well, especially that he has the Doom bots. Like he just straight up, just like Iron Man has his like suits. He's like, no, I just have like this entire crew. Yeah, and it's great. He is such a good character and very fun. So for them to make it Robert Downey Jr. is like, okay, if you guys really want to do that, I don't know. I don't love that, but the reason I bring up that I don't know if they're going to commit is that they also released Agatha All Along. Did you see anything about that?
All Along? What is that?
Did you see WandaVision at all?
No.
See, who cares? You know, at the end of the day.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fair. In WandaVision, she has in Wanda's backstory, she does have like a mentor who's called Agatha Harkness. In WandaVision, we find out that one of the side characters is Agatha Harkness. And she's kind of like a villain unto her own. She has her own like arc that she has with like the stuff that she's doing. Yeah. In this show, the main joke from that show was that it was Agatha All Along. They got like a song out of it. So the new show is called Agatha All Along. And they do a pretty great job of it. It's genuinely a good watch. A banger song comes out of it, which is like the Witch's Road song. It's pretty good. And then they have like a couple of other characters that come out of it. There's one big Marvel character who I'm not going to mention because it is a really good moment that comes out of it that I'm like, yes, you literally can't bring up this character. This character has like a draw to both Deadpool and Thanos, and they didn't mention it to either of them because it's such a deep, stupid like Marvel thing that it's like, why would you ever bring this up? And then they bring it up in a pretty good way in the Agatha All Along show. It's done very well. The plot's very good. At least like the storyline at the end. There are parts of it that are kind of like, okay, well, what the hell is going on? But it's just comic booky enough that you're like, this is dumb and I don't mind.
Okay, that's good.
And it was fun. I highly recommend it if you are a Marvel fan that's just gasping for a breath of fresh air from the series.
Gotcha. Disney Plus, I'm guessing?
Yes, Disney Plus, of course.
Gotcha. Nice.
But I really can't think of anything else that's coming out for Marvel that I'm super excited for. Like, when does that new Captain America movie with, speaking of Indiana Jones, where, do you not know about any of this?
I don't know anything.
The Falcon is now,
was he in Indiana Jones?
No. Falcon and the Winter Soldier. The Falcon is now.
I know
he had his own show. He is now Captain America, and the what was his name? Thunderbolt Thompson or whatever. Thunderbolt Ross, the guy from the Hulk thing. He becomes president, and unfortunately, that actor passed away.
Oh,
and so they replaced him with Harrison Ford. You didn't hear about any of this?
Oh, that's right. I heard that Harrison Ford is Red Hulk.
Yeah, yes, exactly that. That's the new movie. I don't remember when it comes out, but like, it's going to be out soon.
Besides everything you just told me, that's all I know.
That's all you need to know, and it doesn't look super interesting. I don't know. I could be super wrong, but like watching the trailer for it, I'm like, I'm not excited at all. Like these are things that just because you have a Red Hulk doesn't mean I'm going to be excited to watch this thing.
You know who's like, I don't mean to take a left turn or a right turn like this, but you know what fan group really cannot take a break?
Who? Wait, which one?
The Borderlands fan group.
Oh no!
The new trailer for the Borderlands 4 came out.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, this has none of the charm.
Yeah.
None of the like.
Looks like an apocalyptic
art,
Mad Max.
The art, the creativity has none of it.
Yeah.
What happened? And then this year itself, the movie came out, and it was like, what is this?
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah.
I just feel bad for them. I feel bad for them.
The funniest thing about the movie is the fact that it was apparently filmed like years ago. So Cate Blanchett made Tar and was nominated for an Oscar last year. And then this year, when like they're doing the press circuit for Borderlands, they're like, so what made you want to do this movie after Tar? And then she's like, I actually filmed it beforehand. Please don't talk about it. Like, yeah, but straight up, it's just like the movie, the entire thing felt so weirdly handled. It's like, what are we doing? Like, and there were some very good like video game adaptations this year, but that one, like, you'd hold out hope a little bit.
Yeah, because
Borderlands,
it's such an easy. I'm gonna say it. Screw it. It's an easy idea.
Yeah.
You know how many post-apocalyptic films, movies, books, anything has come out.
Yeah.
And now you can make a funny one with a funny little robot about vault hunters.
And that's it. Yeah, lol epic bacon, and that's it.
It writes itself.
Yes.
But I think they literally took that approach and were like, let's just make an AI write it for itself. And like, and that's how it felt, and it did.
Well, the weirdest thing, so I didn't see it, but Cameron saw it, and he said that there's legitimately some like good call outs that if you're a Borderlands fan, you'll like pick up and be like, oh no, this fits like in the universe. But like the filmmaking part of it was just so horrible, apparently.
And the dialogue and everything about it. No,
God.
There's literally apparently there's a part, you can ask your brother, where someone says, they're behind me, aren't they? And they look behind, and of course, like, you know what I mean? Like, no, thank you. No, thank you.
What are we doing?
I don't know.
What are we doing here? Are you kidding me? On that same note, though, I had a pretty good video game adaptation called Fallout. Did you see it?
I saw the Fallout series.
So good.
I'm happy that they're making a season 2.
Me too.
I didn't. How can I say?
Go watch our Fallout episode.
I didn't think. It's Bethesda.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They make stuff and like they just release it as it's released.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Todd Howard had nothing to do with it besides just being like, hey,
oh God,
here's this IP that I bought.
Yeah.
Make something awesome with it.
Yep.
Just if you mention New Vegas, make sure it's destroyed or something. Just don't.
Yeah, exactly. Just make sure that people will like it, but don't bring it up for the overall everything.
I didn't think that they would go this hard with it.
Me either, seriously.
Because like, first of all, the what is it? The characters are super likable.
Yeah.
I love that. Even in the after this series came out, even the developers of the both game and then the movies got together and they were like, this is their stats, by the way.
So you
can role play them in your game. Just do these stats and do whatever you want. I personally like the whole aspect of the how can I say, we have two main POVs, right? We have her and him.
Yeah, well, 3 technically, because we also have the ghoul.
Yeah, true. The ghoul is incredibly important. Oh, dude, the intro with him.
Yeah.
Go. You just have to watch.
Yeah.
Watch the series and then watch the episode on this.
Yeah.
No, I was super happy with it.
Me
Seriously,
too.
there's not a lot that I can say besides I was ecstatic with it.
Yeah.
I think, how can I say?
Apparently, the Fallout 76 and Fallout 4 had like a huge bump in like gameplay because it is so good at getting you into the universe. Like, it makes you feel like Fallout 3 was my introduction to the series.
Yeah.
And then I heard about like Fallout 1 and 2 are just great games on their own. And then Fallout New Vegas is a great newer one. But it's so funny, like coming into the universe and you feel like that element of like, oh, this is gross and weird and like weirdly like chipper in a terrible, horrible place.
Yeah.
And the show did such a perfect way to like, I literally felt like the first time I had thought about the Fallout series, like going into it, I'm like, this is such a perfect way to get into the series.
They kept a lot of the goofy stuff in it too.
Yeah.
Like for example, like I love the thing that makes Fallout really interesting is the science behind it, I feel.
Sure.
Because like the whole like Fallout behind it, why the war happened and all this stuff and all this technology that's out even after it.
Yeah.
Where like they have to cut the scientist's head. But somehow even after weeks of being in a bag, it like the brain still works and everything. And how can I say? It's that type of creativity that keeps things fresh and nice. It doesn't have to be gritty and realistic just because it's a gritty world. You know?
Well, there's such a fun part where like the part where they do the one of the guys is running away and then there's a turret right next to him and it's shooting directly at him and it misses. And like, that's silly and dumb. And it's so funny having like the elements of the game that you're like, okay, this looks so dumb, but it feels like the universe makes sense both from the show and the video game's perspective.
Exactly.
We also have someone really cool in chat who has a name in another language that I cannot pronounce because it is in kanji. But they said, "Nah, I love the video, guys. You guys are dope. Thank you so much. That's so nice of you."
Have you seen the new Fallout series? What do you think?
Yeah.
No, but like I was saying, it's they were just very creative with it. I'm glad that they didn't follow any perspective or storyline from the actual games or even the board game. Or not. Yeah,
like trying to retell a story from the games.
I'm glad. I hate it when they retell shit. I hate it. I'm so sick of it. I know the story already. Just give me something new and good. I love the symbolism with the ghoul where like he literally coming back to life. That to me was like, oh, they're bringing cowboys back. I love that. I love that. And like it's a lot of good stuff in it. If we want to keep on talking about series though, a series that I've been enjoying, we're going to talk about anime. Is that all right?
Well, can I do one really quick?
Go.
The thing that I want to say right before we get into like some other shows is that during the Game Awards, Fallout was nominated for best adaptation and it won. The one that won last year and it got like the people behind it were like, oh, this kind of sucks because the person that was nominated was Anna Purnell, who is Lucy in the Fallout series. Yeah, she's also the voice of Jinx in the Arcane series. Oh, so she was like double nominated, which is really funny. Yeah, so she won. She would have won either way because I just really quickly wanted to call out Arcane for sticking the landing. Like a lot of people apparently are frustrated with the end of the season. I thought this season could have been really bad. It was beautiful, so well done. I couldn't stop watching, and they did so many of the storytelling angles that I'm like, I've been waiting for somebody to tackle this thing and do it this well. And like, there were so many moments where I'm like, this is airtight. This just feels good. And they even do something that's been beaten to death. I'm not going to mention it because it is a spoiler, but there was one storytelling element that I'm like, this has been done to death recently. And they did it in such a fresh way that it just felt better. Like, I really like that.
I'm glad. I don't know anything about that Arcane series or anything like that. I'm not a fan of
League of Legends.
League of Legends. I do not care.
It doesn't help that Jessica is a big fan. So she and I were watching Arcane and she was like, oh, that's this. That's this Easter egg. I'm like, this is great. I love hearing that from the other side.
Double the points then, because that means it wasn't just a cash grab to be like, hey, let's just release this to the mass audience and dumb it down for them.
Yeah.
From what I've seen from Arcane, and this is from both seasons,
sure,
it seems like a very well compiled set of awesomely made music videos.
Basically, yeah.
Where like the music is really cool. I love the art style in it. It what is it? It's like a pseudo Into the Spider-Verse, but sharper and more contrasty, I want to say. Mm-hmm. And like that's all I really know about it.
Yeah.
Is there any like interesting notes?
Well, just the one thing is that like we got so into it and I was like, God, this is so good. It released very close to League of Legends Worlds competition. And so I knew about Faker and like T2, but like nothing about anything else. Yeah. And so like Jess was like, hey, Worlds is happening. We should watch it. I'm like, fine, whatever. And then we started watching. I'm like, this is so good. Yeah. I had never had any interest in League of Legends whatsoever. I played it a little bit in college just because everybody was playing it, but like was not remotely interested. If you guys want like basically the opening to the Olympic style of like production, the intro stuff that they do for Worlds is like another level. Like it's beautiful like production of like an intro. It's beautiful like presentation. And they even got Linkin Park to make a song for them.
Oh, let's go.
Heavy as the Crown. It's pretty good. And literally we were sitting there and I'm just like, okay, well, I don't know any of these things. And then by the end of the last match, I was like screaming. Yeah. And I felt so bad because Jess was actually like in a meeting for work while the end of Worlds was happening. Oh no! And so somebody that doesn't care about it, was like, come on,
And she's trying to pay the bills and you're like,
exactly. So I just wanted to mention Arcane really quick. So we're getting into anime now.
If you don't mind, how can I say, to me, anime has been pretty dry because if it doesn't have a big muscle man punching another big muscle man in the face, I don't want to watch it. But what happens when you grab a story of, how can I say, someone who believes in Alien and someone who believes in Ghost?
Yeah.
But they're both dumbasses. Exactly. What do you get? You get Dandadan.
It's, definitely, I think best of the year, honestly, now that I think about it.
How can I say, what made me fall in love with it was, first of all, the character was like, super chill dude, you know, the first character we get to see, or actually no, they introduced her first.
Yes, she's the very first person.
She gets
like punched in the face by an ex-boyfriend. Yeah.
Awful shit. Only because he looks like Ken something from
God, what is it? Takakura Ken.
Yeah, there's a lot of small little things that like you as a person from back in that day you would also follow.
Sure.
Like I was a huge fan of Dave Mustaine and like I loved him, so I wanted everything about him and whatnot. Yeah. But either way, you get these characters. They both have fan of two things. But here's the thing though, when you get a little bit of love involved, and then oh shit, these things are actually real. God, like paranormal and alien put together in a thing. And what I like more about it is the references from the creation of this. The magazine that the kid that the kid reads is apparently hugely influential and like all over Japan. Like people like
occult stuff.
Hideo Kojima used to read that magazine and like stuff like that. I
could
just
be a kid Hideo Kojima.
I love everything about it. Seriously,
it is so well done. A lot of very deep references to stuff, especially Ultraman. Dude loves Ultraman.
Oh, dude, exactly. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, God. It is so well done, so very fun to watch, and it like you mentioned, it feels like those shonen type anime like Dragon Ball Z. One Piece, all of those ones where it's just like Naruto, where it's like guy doing a big punch and it's super fun. But then it has the rom-com elements from shoujo anime where it's like, will they, won't they? They're very cute together. Oh, they did a faux pas. Oh, this sucks. And the pacing is so well done. Like they do a lot in an episode. But watching that show reminds me of like a musical fan watching like Wicked with a friend. And then maybe not Wicked, but like another thing with a friend, and then they start singing and they get embarrassed because they're like, "Oh, well, I forgot this is it's a really good movie, but I forgot it's a musical, and my friend might not like it." Watching Dan to Dan, as soon as that underage child gets their clothes torn off, I was like, "Why can you not just be normal for 1 second?" was so mad. I literally turned to Jess. I'm like, we're leaving. Like,
that was the part where your parents walk in and is like, what are you watching, son?
Several people have told me that. Yeah. That they were watching. They're like, this is one of the best anime of the season. Yeah. And then that moment happens and their like friend comes in. Yeah. Like, it's like, I can explain. Yeah. And it's like not even, it just gets worse and worse that moment. Yeah. But in a way that is like awkward, like a rom-com kind of like, this is gross and weird, but it'll be better. Just give it a second.
Yeah, You understand what's happening. Why? Yeah. You understand what's happening.
And it just actually got us tickets to go see the first 3 episodes in theaters before it released. It was such a good experience.
That's awesome, dude.
The one thing I kind of disliked, and we both were like, why did they do this? Is that before the thing started, they showed a documentary about how it was made, talking with the creator, talking with the director of the show, talking with the voice actors. And then they spoiled a good amount of things. They're like, hey, when you see this, it'll be like this. I'm like, shut up. Don't do that. I haven't seen it yet. And Jess was like, well, those are like pseudo spoilers. It wasn't bad.
Gotcha.
Those parts. But seeing it on the big screen, I'm like, this is like cinema, dude. Mm-hmm. And that intro and outro song are so just they sink into your heart and you want to listen to nothing but those.
Yeah, so I love the intros. It's one of those like you don't skip. Yep. You know, like no skips on that. Hey, yeah. Like you don't skip the Dragon Ball Z one. You don't skip the Golden Wind. You don't skip this one either. One of the things that I find intriguing the most is some of the enemy characters, how they're portrayed.
Sure? Yeah.
I think it was episode 3 or 4.
Yeah.
The lady, the ghost lady with the long hair, her entire background was just gorgeous.
Completely out of left field that you're like, this is one of the most beautiful.
Why am I feeling this way? And then the next episode is about a crab alien that was hired by this stupid alien race. And it's like, I'm just trying to feed my daughter. I just want my daughter. That's why, like, you know when you say chiquitita, like chiquitita, you know what chiquitita means?
Just showed me something. What is that?
It's my little one in Spanish.
Oh.
Yes.
What Jess showed me is that those are the lyrics that he says are from an ABBA song.
It's yes, dude, and that's what I mean. Awesome. There's so much in it. There's so much in it in our culture in this that we wouldn't even catch until like we see it and we're like, oh my god,
yeah.
There's so much relatable in this actually, and how can I say another great reference that they have is Godzilla.
They had that Shin Godzilla.
Yeah, that was looked down. That episode was legit scary. I don't like underwater creature type stuff. No.
I literally turned to Jess. I'm like, that's Shin Godzilla. That's exactly the shot.
Dude, shot for shot. It was awesome. I loved it.
So well done. But yeah, a lot of really good references done really well. And the anime itself, like once Okarun like turns into the thing, it's like shit's going down. This is gonna be good. Yeah.
I love the character design behind him and everything. Yep, I love the how can I say, the story is just I need the family jewels, bro. Like I need those back. like it makes no sense. Keep going on living without this as a person, you know? Like it's just funny. I love the scenario, so silly and unserious. Yet serious when it needs to be. And that's what I love about it.
Yeah. And I agree that there were some anime that I was like, man, I don't really, I can't, I'm trying to think of the ones that like really got me this year. And a lot of them were like those romance anime. Yeah. Like there weren't too many that I was like, these are the really stand out like action stuff. Jujutsu Kaisen, I think was this year when they did the season 2 or 3, the most recent season.
I believe it.
That was big. That was really good. Either it was end of last year or beginning of this year. But if I'm trying to think back of too much stuff that I was like excited to see week to week, it really was Dan and like, did you ever see Dungeon Meshi, Delicious in Dungeon?
Oh, my girlfriend and I are middle watching it right now. We just
that one's great.
We got past the they find his sister.
Yeah.
And
wait, no spoilers.
Sorry. We're beyond the big red point.
Okay, I know what you mean.
We're beyond that, and like
which surprised me because you're just like, oh, that should be the end of the season. Yeah, wait, there's more.
Whoa, great style in it. I love how can I say, in video games and anime and stuff. There's one thing they always get right is how they make their food.
Yes.
And suddenly comes a show where like, okay, we're gonna grab a whole bunch of mythos and stuff like that, just have fun with it, and create like what was the first thing that they make? It was a pizza that they made in the first episode.
Yeah, something like that.
And I was like, you got a mage, a knight, was he a halfling?
Halfling
lockpick person, and What is he? Is he like
he's a not a barbarian. What are they called?
A Redditor. He
a dwarf. That was it. Yeah.
Yeah. And they're eating pizza made out of like a demon that they just slayed. It's like, this is great. I love it.
It does literally. I was talking to a friend a little while ago where we used to play D&D together.
Oh, and yeah.
She straight up said, she's like, this is the perfect rendition of a D&D campaign.
I love that.
Where there are 4 doofuses that were assembled for whatever reason. They each have like a semi-tragic backstory. Maybe not like tragic, but like there's some trauma there.
Yeah, of course.
And they all start out doing literally nothing. They're very brain empty, whatever. And then they end up being the most influential people in the entire world.
Yeah, for real.
Like, yeah.
I love the... how can I say? It feels like a quarter way through the series they introduce a second team.
Oh yeah,
where they're following the steps of this team, and like they're like, man, these they're so good. How did they get here? They're all dumbasses. Like, bro, you happen to see them like thrive after their 2 episodes of failing. All right. I love the creativity behind it. Like some of the enemies, like. I didn't think an orb of water would be that dangerous.
Yeah.
That to me is
Undyne.
That to me is creative as hell, and I love stuff like that.
Yeah, that and the they always give a really good explanation and like how the ecosystem is. Like each of the different monsters all feed in the ecosystem as well as they all have like an internal mechanic that's interesting.
Yeah,
like the moving armor, and then also the one that really got me was the like not just mimics, but the like the treasure that is actually a little animal.
Yes,
like, this is cool, really well done.
Again, it's
every episode has a fun mystery like that.
Grabbing a similar idea and just turning it on its head. It's nice. Thank you for doing it.
And fun fact: 2 of the voice actors are actually like YouTubers, which I thought was really fun.
I didn't know that.
A lot of really talented YouTubers have either already were doing voice acting or just also doing voice acting. But the one that plays Laios, the main character, he actually is on the Smosh channel. Like he does a lot of Smosh stuff, which is really funny. Yeah, and his voice sounds nothing like Laios's, which is funny.
He's not one of the Smosh bros? Like
no, he's not one of the 2 main people. He's one of like the tertiary Smosh people. But he also did like Disney Channel original movies back in the day.
Oh, dude, that's sick. That's awesome.
Him and then the guy that plays the dwarf is Sung-hwan from ProZD on YouTube.
What is
you know ProZD? He's a dude that's he's got these big glasses and he has a really deep voice. And he's dude, if I show you a picture, you might recognize him.
Yeah, let me see.
But he is it's really funny because he was one of those original YouTubers that you're just like only know from Vine. And then here he is. This guy.
I know him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, ProZD.
Yeah.
So he is the voice of the dwarf, but he's voiced a lot of really good stuff.
He was also in Borderlands 3. He voiced in Borderlands. He was the robot dude.
Exactly. He was also in God of War.
He was Kratos. You're right. He mocapped Kratos in the new God of War series. You're so right.
No, he was the voice of Ratatoskr, who's like the squirrel that has like multiple personalities.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Yes,
yeah.
Exactly.
Wasn't he? Isn't he also Rocket Jump?
No. Well, they did a Rocket Jump thing. That you might be thinking of Freddie Wong. They worked together. They did what was called the Anime Crimes Division.
That's right. That's where I know him from. They had the cool reloads and
yes,
shit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, the cool reloads was a different thing. That's they've done a lot of shit.
Stupid. I'm fucking dumb.
But the Anime Crimes Division was a really funny thing that he did with another actress in the series, and they're just doing like. It's a very hard-boiled private eye, but they're all stupid anime crimes.
Good for them.
It's really well done. But yeah, Delicious in Dungeon. I'm trying to even rack my brain of like any major anime that I remember from this year that like really stuck with me. I think those are the major ones because the only other one that comes to mind is not an anime, but it was a movie, and it was an anime movie. Called Look Back. Do you know about Look Back? I might have told you about it.
Look Back. I think you did tell me about it. Remind me again.
This has been, it might be nominated for an Oscar, and I think it's deservedly so. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know if there's any other like incredible anime movies that came out recently. But it's a anime movie based on a manga about making manga.
Ooh.
The manga is by the guy that made Chainsaw Man.
Okay.
Fujimoto. He is illustrious. He is every one of his like art assistants have gone on to do stuff. Dandadan was made by one of his art assistants.
That's awesome.
Right? There's several of his art assistants have gone on to make incredible things. So this anime, well, the manga is about two young girls who are trying to make manga, and it's like their passion. And one of them, their name is like Fujino, and the other one's name is something Moto. So it's literally the two parts of his name put together. And it is, everybody that's seen it immediately wants to go draw. It's like,
that's awesome.
It's great. And it's not like, you know, they're in space or whatever. Literally, they're two girls in school. And it's about like the your identity as like, I am a mangaka. Like, I make manga. This is what I want to do. This is the only thing I want to do. And the idea of just making art. And it is so, oh my God. It is.
Is it about like how hard it is to be like an artist and trying to make your own, finding your identity?
Every emotion you can think about it. Yeah. And it's really not that long. I think it's only about an hour long. I think they just released it on either HBO Max or something. It's streamable now.
Awesome.
But it is about so much more than like the metaphor of it is really good too, because it's not only about
it's
like
all there in under an hour.
It's funny because the manga tackles it perfectly. Like the manga just feels, because his manga is cinematic. I know this is going to sound really weird, but like if you look at his manga, it feels like you're looking at frames from a movie,
like a storyboard sort.
Yeah. And he also made one called Eri, which is deliberately about filmmaking.
Ooh.
You need to read it. It's great. And so it was really funny watching the movie. They have like callbacks to his other stuff. Like they have frames from Chainsaw Man. They have some stuff from Eri. That there's one reference to Eri that's really funny. I would love to talk to you about it after you've like seen all of these things. But Look Back is I didn't expect for me to be so emotional while watching it. And same thing with Jessica, where we're both like, yeah, we're artists like in this industry. And like this kind of gets you back to that moment of like, why am I doing this? Why do I want to do this? What feeling do I want? And also, how hard is it to be that person and have to deal with other people's opinions on art? It's great. You just need to see it.
I need to watch it.
It's so good.
I need to watch it.
And yeah.
This is a movie for someone who has lost their way in their art, and like,
kind of
this is for you to rekindle it.
Yeah,
I love that. The
part though about that evening that killed me is that we went and saw that, and we're like, wow, this was so good. But you know, we've been pretty busy, so we want to watch another movie that we wanted to watch for a while, but we don't have too much time. So let's go get lunch, and let's go watch Joker 2. If you want to ruin an evening, go watch a good movie, then go watch Joker 2, Folie à Deux.
So you actually saw Joker 2, the Bruladu.
Oh, God.
And the big stinky do.
Yep, it was that. So yeah, go on.
For as someone, I haven't seen it.
Don't.
I was legit looking forward to this movie. How many times did you and I see Joker when it first came out?
Seriously.
Like we loved it. We loved everything about it.
Yeah. Joker and Batman came out and you're like, wow, DC's on top.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah. And then go for it, dude. You tell me.
Joker 2. So you and I about 2 years ago went and saw the Matrix 4.
Yes.
And we went and saw it and we're like, okay, this was an interesting movie, but as a movie, it sucks.
Yeah.
As a thing to talk about and talk about the idea of filmmaking and making art and the idea of like being a creative, it's actually really interesting.
Yes.
This movie is exactly that, but it also hurts and sucks and is stupid in both contexts. Because what people have said is that Joker 2 is, dude, it's excruciating because they cast Lady Gaga as Harley Quinn.
Yeah.
Great. And they're like, it's going to be a musical. I'm like, awesome. Like, she is great and a great actress and also very good musically.
Yeah.
They don't tell you that Joaquin Phoenix, even though he did not Walk Hard, God, I was about to I think it was Ring of Fire or whatever. He played with Johnny Cash. Even though he's a good singer, they both do it. If you remember the Les Mis movie, recitative, they said, where it's just them kind of winging it on set, and the music is excruciating because you're just sitting there like, why are they doing this to me? what is happening? And Jess told me, she's like, the movie was only fun to watch your face as the movie happened. I didn't even look at the screen because I was like going through this 5 stages of grief of like, what are we doing here? And the only reason why I bring up that it is way more interesting to talk about than to watch is because the director and creator and Todd Phillips, first of all, he got a standing ovation at the Venice Film Festival for 10 minutes, which is so weird.
That makes no sense, dude.
It only makes sense because people were like, oh, well, this movie hates the audience that liked Joker 1. And it does in a layer of it, because the whole idea of the movie is that they are just reliving the first movie. It is them in a court case recounting the first movie. That's it. That's the whole movie. It is him in the prison, and then it's him in a courtroom, and that's the whole thing. It could have been done on a stage play. Like, seriously, it is not very particularly like extravagant in its production, and it was like, I don't know, like $500 million. It was like one of the more expensive movies ever. Total flop. But the reason why it's kind of interesting, and the only interesting thing you can bring up about it, is that it is Todd Phillips making a movie about how he didn't think the movie that he made was that important. He made that Joker movie, and he's like, this will be an interesting movie about a guy who is displaced by society and is just acting on his own impulses and doesn't realize that those acts on his impulses are breeding into a deeper narrative about culture.
Yes.
He's getting taken advantage of, so is everybody else, so then they rally behind him, but he's just some guy, right?
Yeah.
This movie is like, well, what if that was me and I made a movie, and the movie I made was called Joker, and a bunch of incels liked it, and they thought it was the most impactful thing that had ever been made, but I just made a stupid movie. Joaquin Phoenix
is telling to the judge this
is too much. No, but it's that. That's the problem, is that like, if you're not watching it through that very specific lens that only Todd Phillips made about himself, it's not even remotely interesting to watch, because a bunch of the stuff that they talk about from the first movie, they basically downplay it. Like, any of the interesting stuff that happens in the first movie, when they're re-explaining it, it's like, that sucks. This sucks. Like, gross. And it's really the whole point of the movie, and this isn't really a spoiler, but it's just that, like, a guy who did something super impactful for culture is just a loser, and he doesn't even realize it. And everybody keeps telling him he's important when he's not. And I think that's why Todd Phillips made it, is for him to be like, I just made a movie that I thought was good. The problem is, you could have turned that into a short film or something. You didn't need to waste all of Warner Brothers' money and time, bro. And my time. God. Dude, it is a test of patience.
Imagine
you stare in the movie stares back at you, man. God.
Imagine in Jaws 2, they had a segment where they were like, yeah, that first shark, not big. Not that first. You see that crew that got killed by that shark. They were all 3'2". They weren't. That wasn't a big shark whatsoever. This one though, this one's big, but it happens to be a regular shark.
Yeah, God.
It's like what's going on?
And they call back to the first movie by calling it. They said that there was a made-for-TV documentary about what he did, and they're like, and they basically keep calling back to the movie as if it's like an in-world thing, and it's like, this sucks, dude. It's weird and dumb, and the very ending is like controversial in a way, but it's controversial in the way that I'm like, the ending achieves what he wanted to. It's just also like, then why did we watch this movie? Like, dude,
if this was gonna happen, why did I even?
I'm not kidding. Like, people watched out of the movie and they're like, dude, that was a huge insult to my intelligence. And it's interesting in its own way. It's interesting to somebody that didn't watch Joker 1. I don't know. I don't even know.
The only two pieces of media that I really liked about this was that one, Quentin Tarantino came out being like, this is my favorite film.
There were feet everywhere. It was great.
He had his own reasons. He said that was like, this was like a spit to the face to like Hollywood itself, and how like I think he said something that's like, Hollywood is undeserving of its own credits, and like how this movie represents that in a way. But I guess you could have done that a lot better. That and the lip sync thing. Remember when the standing ovation, the 18-minute standing ovation happened, and like people were contemplating, what does Lady Gaga and Joaquin Phoenix were saying to each other.
Oh yeah.
And people were like, Joaquin Phoenix is telling her, it's like, this sucks. This is awful. This is, how can we, and like Lady Gaga's like, no, it's not. It's not that bad. And I'm like, no, this is bad.
Yeah. Joaquin Phoenix and Robert Pattinson are probably the two working actors that on any press junket will just say the stupidest thing you'd ever heard because they don't care.
Yeah.
And like, I could picture him up on stage being like, what did we do?
What have we done?
Yeah, I have become death, the destroyer of worlds.
Another beautiful piece of media about this is that another clown movie came out and made a hell of a lot more money than this one did.
And I wish I saw it. Yeah.
No, you don't. It's called Terrifier 3.
Yeah.
This movie came out around the holidays. I went to see it with my girlfriend.
Yeah.
I saw the first two. If this is one of those movies where like, yeah, it is killing for killing's sake, violence for violence sake, but that's not the reason why I'm a fan of it.
Yeah.
The reason why I'm a fan of it is it's a movie that has a budget of I think it was 2 or 3 million.
Hey.
And that is 3 times more than what the original 2 movies had.
Wow.
Right? Small group of people with a small amount of budget, quote unquote, small amount of budget.
Sure.
This clown movie outdid that clown movie that you're talking about.
Hell yeah.
Budget and money wise, and making money in general.
Nice.
I love it just for that reason, because like you can still have a silly, stupid idea just with the right direction and the right imagination, the right whatever.
Yeah.
You can still make good things. And another thing is the special effects.
Oh,
the special effects on this is incredible, dude.
Well, that was the main thing I heard about the Terrifier series.
Yeah.
Is just like it is for pound, it is too good at what it does, which is special effects.
The special effects department, which we don't see in movies anymore whatsoever. Yesterday, I was watching on VHS. I'm serious. Iris has a collection of VHSs now. It's incredible.
That's awesome.
She has the original Star Wars, dude.
That's awesome.
I was telling her, like, we're going to see scenes that no one has seen in years. Unedited, untouched. Sorry. Either way. And we were watching The Never Ending Story.
Hey.
Right?
Yeah.
This movie has so many effects. They're not that good. Like, when they're talking, it's impressive. But they're like, you must go beyond the swamps of sadness, but it's still impressive. It's still real to you because it is.
Yeah,
that's it. It just is.
Sure.
And when you see the effects on like on something as gory or something as horrifying as this, it still comes across. That artistry is still alive, and that's what this movie represents to me.
Awesome.
Is the artistry of true filmmaking is still out there, and it'll beat the hell out of whatever billions you want to throw, Warner.
Yep.
Seriously, that's it. Seriously.
And that brings up to me 2 movies that I thought were really interesting in different ways because did you hear about Monkey Man?
That was one of the movies. Okay, yeah. I have a list of films that I wish I saw in theaters. Yeah. Monkey Man is one of them.
We'll get into that in a second.
Yes.
The one other movie that I want to mention because you're talking about gore and stuff like that is The Substance. Did you see The Substance?
That's another movie in my list that I wanted to see in theaters, dude.
I saw it in theaters with Jess, and because she wanted to see it, and I was just like, okay, well, we can go see it. And then sitting in the movie, I was like, oh, this is a movie.
Yeah,
like this is about a topic, and the people behind it spent so much time and effort cultivating exactly what they wanted to show in exactly the kind of way, and it is not meant to be realistic, but it is meant to make you feel.
Yeah,
and it makes you feel, man. Did you see it?
No. I really want to watch it,
dude.
Is it on HBO?
I don't know, honestly. No. I think it's on Mubi or either Mubi or Tubi.
Gotcha.
Because it was either funded or distributed by them.
Ooh.
So I think it is Mubi. The one that's like higher art movies come out of.
Gotcha.
Mubi.
But either way, they're nobodies. They don't throw a lot of money at stuff.
Dude, it is. Oh my God. It afterwards, I literally like turned to Jess and I'm like, I'm going to be thinking about that for a long time. Because not only is it like similarly to, it's very overt that it's about like the impact that like of women's like identity on like looking good and all that kind of stuff, but also about like when you're in the film industry, like some ways that you might like feel about yourself as you get older, but the way that they handle the symbolism and the imagery and the sound design. It is, if I were to say like best sound design of a movie all year, that would take the cake. It better be nominated for an Oscar for best sound design, because there are literally one guy, he's eating a bunch of prawns and like salad, and it's the grossest thing I'd ever seen. And then later on they have like body horror stuff, and it's not even as gross as the dude eating salad. But it is like a masterclass. It is masterful in how it makes the most like transcendental visuals that make you feel a certain way about this person's journey. Like, I don't know how to describe it. It is just so incredibly well done and just so gross. It is, if Cronenberg, it's the most Cronenberg movie ever to be made.
Without Cronenberg.
Without Cronenberg. Like, dude, you're just waiting for the next weird thing to happen. It's great. It's very good.
And stuff that I wish I saw in theaters, The Substance is in it. Monkey Man is in it.
Yeah.
Long Legs is in it.
Oh, yeah. Dang, I meant to see that.
And Smile 2.
I see. That's the interesting thing is I didn't see Smile 1, but I thought it was like a B movie kind of meh. I've heard nothing but incredible things about Smile 2.
Same stinking thing. I thought Smile was apparently one of those. This is what I thought. I thought Smile was one of those like, oh, we found a cool short on YouTube and we gave them a little bit more money and then made a movie out of it. Yeah. It's way more than that.
Hell yeah.
Apparently, there's I'm gonna say the special effects on it behind the creature itself is like incredible.
Really?
The special effects on people is incredible.
Dang.
And in the second movie, from what I've seen, they only just ump it up.
Hell yeah.
But you saw Monkey Man.
Yeah.
Monkey Man is really on top of that list there because I know the actor. He's in
Dev Patel.
He was in Green Knight, I believe.
Yeah, and he was also in Slumdog Millionaire. That kind of put him on the map.
Oh, yeah, that's him?
That's him, yeah.
Dude.
Dev Patel.
Oh, sorry, I'm remembering Green Knight more than anything. That was such a fantastic film,
I haven't seen it. I really need to.
It's a really good Odyssey, but go on.
Monkey Man is based off of like a folklore.
Yes.
And I'm going to be honest with you. If I knew the folklore, I might have liked it better.
Okay.
Because going in, it's about like revenge. And while I was watching it, it just felt like if somebody wanted to make that revenge story and make The Raid at the same time.
Oh,
yeah, right? Like the action's really good, really fun, really crazy moments. Like there are some moments where they're like on a train and they're doing a fight and you're like, oh my God, like the layout of like the fight scene is really well done. But for me, similar to a lot of revenge stories, it just felt like John Wick. It felt like the Dev Patel's John Wick, where there's just really cool fight scenes. The overall story to me wasn't that like incredible.
Gotcha.
Which I really wanted, because they're like produced by Jordan Peele, Dev Patel. I'm like, I love all these people. And then watching it, I'm just like, I wanted more, but it's good for what it is, you know?
You know what? That's completely fine. That's
very watchable.
That's what I want. I love these movies here, such as The Raid 2, even some of the more fantastical ones like what is it? Kung Fu Hustle and stuff like that.
Oh yeah,
which is a little bit. It's way too crazy for what it is.
Kung Fu Hustle's so good.
But like
they're coming out with a second one. Did you hear that? Yeah.
What?
I don't know when, but yeah.
Like 30 years after this one?
I'm excited.
I'm saying release it already. So yeah. But no, Monkey Man, I gotta say, the action on it just looks incredible. I love the art direction too. Everything looks so like red and gross and gritty.
And I think that's just my problem. I wanted them to do more with it, but they do it well. Like they do for what it is, it's good.
Gotcha. Yeah. Maybe Monkey Man 2. Who knows? They'll come up with more. I haven't seen it, so
they achieved what they needed to.
Gotcha. Oh, let me see.
We also talked about Sonic 3. Go watch our Sonic 3.
Go watch
episode.
the Sonic 3.
Yeah.
I still think about like the ending fight scene. On
these.
Seriously, it's too good.
And we had just talked about like, well, why don't they just make original stories? Why do they keep adapting older stories? But like they do it good.
Yeah.
They did a new enough thing that they achieved what I wanted them to. And everybody that I know that has seen it was just like smiled ear to ear, loved it.
Watch our Sonic 3 review, please.
Yep.
Godzilla, King Kong, and Dingus Dongus came out this year too.
I didn't see it.
I enjoyed it. I think if you like wrestling, this is your thing, man.
Wow, really?
Yep,
that's cool.
Because like I'm serious. Two things. Wrestlers are things. No, two beasts will go at it, and then suddenly they'll just. All right, your turn. And like it's like passing down like that. Seriously, it's really good. It's a fun, neat little adventure, and you get to see things get destroyed.
Okay.
I gotta say, I like the world that they created with this Godzilla, where things are so stupid and so just outlandish out of there that anything in the Godzilla universe will fit into here, and I'm just looking forward to that.
I'm into it.
Do I wish that there were people in costumes? Yes.
God,
I would love that. I would love that, but it's not. That's completely fine. Beetlejuice also came out. I don't know if you saw that.
I heard it was actually surprisingly good.
It was surprisingly good. If you ask Alan, it should have been a movie. It should have been a series, like a TV series.
That'd be good.
I felt with the amount of characters that they had in it, they could have fleshed out a whole bunch of stuff. Willem Dafoe, literally, his part is to be an actor that played a detective, died, and now has to be a real detective.
I kind of love that.
It's really good because he's doing every single awful detective trope, but bad. Where like he goes like, so we have everyone here. Blah, blah, blah. I think you might be the suspect, while Beetlejuice is right behind him, and his assistant does everything for him. He's like coffee, and he burns himself with his. He's funny. He's really good.
I like that.
But like stuff like that would have been great. What other movies have you seen this year?
Did you see Red 1?
No.
That's the Rock movie where he plays as Santa's little helper who Santa gets kidnapped. He's played by J.K. Simmons with huge arms.
Yep.
And then they have to enlist Chris Evans to save the day. I didn't see it.
This movie is a psyop.
Probably.
This movie was a huge distraction. Something happened somewhere.
Yeah.
We discovered a new hospitable planet, or this is a distraction of something, because like billions beyond trillions of dollars were into this. Yeah. Apparently. Like I'm gonna tell you, like every time I did this on my TikTok, it was a commercial for Red 1.
Really?
Every time. God. Watch Red 1, the new thing from like, dude, shut up. You're lying to me. You're lying to me.
Bad. It's bad.
These quotes come from no one.
Yeah.
Like you're no.
The only reason I wanted to bring it up, because it just looked like, one of the million movies that they've made that, like, it's probably not bad, but it's not like, why would you would never want to watch it again kind of thing. But the reason I wanted to bring it up, and I think we've talked about this, is that it's so funny to me. Apparently, The Rock went and saw Oppenheimer on IMAX, and he sat there and he's just like, wow, imagine our movie with this technology. It would blow Oppenheimer out of the water. He said it would be game over, is what The Rock said. And it's like, dude, how obsessed with your own farts are you that you would go see Oppenheimer and be like, imagine our movie on that screen. It's like, what are you doing?
He saw Oppenheimer and said, I can do that.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Speaking of Oppenheimer, do you hear that this man is doing the impossible?
What do you mean?
Christopher Nolan, our uncle, is apparently going to direct a movie from Homer's Odyssey. Yeah.
Speaking of Hades 2, okay.
Homer's Odyssey is one of those things where, like, wasn't it described as impossible to like film,
unadaptable?
Unadaptable.
I mean, I think you could do it. It's just like,
hasn't he seen the Simpsons movie? It's already out. Like, it's already been a Homer Odyssey. We don't need this, man. Like,
damn. I don't get it. I don't get why he would do that of all things. But I mean, you get to a certain point where you might as well make what you want.
Yeah.
And that's what happened with Denis Villeneuve making Dune. So, I mean, I'm okay with it. Yeah.
That's another movie series I wish I
saw. Dune Part 2 came out this year.
Okay. So, have you seen this series?
No, I've only seen the first episode. I do like it, though.
How much does it? It feels like it has the same budget as the movies, man.
Yeah, it's done. It fits right in.
I don't understand how they're doing this.
The only thing that feels different is that some of the rooms feel like smaller. Like the sets feel smaller. That's the only thing.
Yeah, but
everything else looks great.
No, that's fine. That's completely fine. That's awesome, though.
Go watch our Dune episode. It was very good. I really enjoyed having Cameron on for it. But what a... I love Denis Villeneuve so much. That movie was, I think, the only movie in theaters that, like, when I saw it, like, I love Sonic. I love him to death. But, like, seeing the final fight scene in that movie, I almost, like, cried in enjoyment. Like, just looked at me and, like, I think my, like, you could see the stars in my eyes of just like, they did it. This is so good. And it might just be because Cameron has like hyped up Dune so much to me, but it was like the kind of thing I'm just like, this is exactly what I wanted to see. And they did it in such a beautifully cinematographical way that I was like, this is exactly. I in a million years don't think I could make something that looks this good. It's gorgeous, well done. And it feels exactly like how I was, I don't know. It went above and beyond my expectations in such a beautiful way. And it was exactly what I think everybody wanted from the first Dune movie.
Yeah.
Because when Dune 1 came out, they're like, that's kind of interesting, but like nothing really happens in this movie.
It was a lot of sad, but the world itself is way too interesting. It really keeps you enthralled. The how can I say, politics in this universe are so interesting.
Yes. Dune Part 1 is teaching you all about like the political part of the like upper class. Dune Part 2 teaches you about the Fremen and like their stuff. But like, exactly like you said, Part 1, all set up. Part 2, all payoff.
Yep.
And it is so great.
I'm glad.
Highly recommend if you haven't seen it.
Do you feel like this Dune, right?
Yeah.
Has been adapted many times. I think there's a Dune game out there somewhere.
Yeah, they made an MMO recently, and then I think they're going to release a single player type game soon.
Do you think that what the Dune that we have today could have been made back when the first adaptation of Doom was made back in the day? Maybe not with CG and all this other stuff, but I'm talking about how enthralling the story is, how big it is, and all this other stuff.
There are two accurate answers to the question you just said.
Okay.
One of them is called Jodorowsky's Dune. Have you heard of this?
No.
Jodorowsky is this creator, this director who is just crazy. He's made some really incredible movies, but he wanted to adapt Dune, never read it. Had no intention of reading it. So what he wanted to make was just his own like weird avant-garde separate movie. And it was literally like a LSD fever dream. But like at the end of the day though, he had such an incredibly magnetic way to get the most interesting people in the room. So he was going to have I think it was Orson Welles as Baron Harkonnen.
Oh my God.
He was going to have like all these different actors and stuff like that, like the best of the best. And he was the first person to bring in some of the like I just mentioned with like Chainsaw Man, how all of his like assistants became big things.
Yeah.
He was the first person to reach out to H.R. Geiger and be like, I want you to make my stuff. So all the stuff that happens on the Harkonnen planet looks exactly like Alien because it's all of H.R. Geiger's stuff.
That's awesome.
And so that's like he assembled all of the people that would go on to do Star Wars, would go on to do Alien. Like, all of that, weirdly enough, stems from this one movie that would have never been made because it's bad. Yeah. Like they made a documentary called Jodorowsky's Dune, and literally everything they bring up is like, wow, this is really cool and interesting. I'm glad it didn't get made. Though. Like, what the hell? It just does not make sense. So that's answer number one. Answer number two is that for my brother's birthday, we found a copy of what's called the Spice Edit of the first Dune movie made by David Lynch.
Really? So
what they did was they found the dailies and all of the old footage of non-released parts of the first movie. And David Lynch is like, that movie changed his entire perspective on filmmaking.
Yeah. It was a grueling process for him.
And especially, he said, I gave up Final Cut privilege, and that ruined the whole movie for me. Because I made a completely different movie. They hacked it to pieces. They ruined it, and I'm so mad about it.
This, I don't mean to interrupt you, but this movie could have been like, David Lynch could have almost been a Joel Schumacher.
Yeah, sure.
Because of like the, I want to say the intervention of like, just people in general trying to get into his creative process. Yeah. Right. Sorry. Go on.
No, exactly that. And so somebody was like, let's put your money where your mouth is. And they found all of the footage that would have more or less restored his original vision. It is near 1-to-1 from the book.
Yeah.
It is. We literally were sitting there like, oh, it's Cameron's birthday. We're going to watch the David Lynch Dune movie and it'll be funny. Oh, we're going to watch an extended cut, so it'll be even funnier and we can meme about stuff. As it went on, we're like, no, this is from the book. No, this is from the book. Wait, no, this is, and they did like the whole thing.
Whoa.
And it was like perfect to the point where we were like,
so what the fuck is your what did they do to ruin it?
The
they
fact
cut it off.
Literally, when like people are talking in their heads?
Yeah.
None of that doesn't exist in this version. You know how they have the gun that shoots out words? They have the weirding module.
Yeah.
Doesn't exist because it doesn't. Like, there's so much in it that just does not happen. There's even, and it's really funny because when you're watching Dune, like the original, there's a part where they're like training all the people, and there are these 2 children there, and you're like, why are there 2 children being trained with all the men? Those are the 2 children that when God, what is his name? Paul kills I forgot his name too. Jameis. All of the stuff that Jameis was doing transfers over to Paul, so his 2 children are now Paul's responsibility.
Ooh.
That they don't explain it in the movie because you don't get the scene where they do it. Like, there is like, and it's like 2.5 hours the way that they extended it, and it is perfect. Like, they show the worm being sucked out, the blue stuff for him, and all of the meme jokes that we were going to make that were like funny and we were waiting for don't happen because they did a great job, and they just like, it is. If you can find it, I'm pretty sure it's called the Spice Edit. It is, it's legitimately like vindication for David Lynch. I wouldn't say it's as good, of course, as the Denis Villeneuve movies, but it actually does the job. And I find it just funny that Dune Part 2 came out, and one of my friends was like, it's just like the David Lynch movie. And I'm like, no, it's not. Like, first of all, and they're like,
dare you?
Yeah, they're like, well, I wanted to see a different adaptation. I'm like, there's no different adaptation. He did the book. Like, what are you talking about? So it's funny that people have like said this stuff about the new movie, but like, if you go back and watch the Spice Edit, you're like, we could have just had this. This is good. And they got rid of like a lot of really good special effects that like were only in that edit. It's infuriating. It's crazy.
Dang,
so
man.
Yeah. So I wanted to mention that because I think we watched that early this year to get ready for the movie for Dune Part 2, and it just blew us all away of like, why?
I like
why did
that
they do
all
that?
of y'all got together to just have fun with a movie that just realized we've been missing this.
Yes, yeah. God, it was so funny.
It's like going to an archaeology type thing. It's like, we're going to make fun of all the chicken bones we discover.
Yeah.
That's a velociraptor.
Yeah, exactly.
So we discovered something awesome here, dude.
Now, one movie I want to bring up really quick because we already talked about it on a very long live stream we did before, which was Adam Sandler live stream.
Yeah.
Is there anything you wanted to mention about Spaceman? Because we talked about it briefly on that, but I wanted to revisit it. The one where he's the spider.
The spider? Yeah. No, how can I say? Adam Sandler likes to do his movies where he likes to vacation during.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, he got with
Vacation in Outer Space.
Vacation in Outer Space.
It's the one for me, one for you kind of thing.
Exactly. And he was like, you know what? For y'all, I'm going to space. So he went up there and did his thing.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of was it considered an indie movie if you have a name like that?
I kind of think so because there are some indie movies where, they get like a big name and it's just because they're like, I kind of just want to make something for me.
The budget was like, this is another movie where like the budget was super small, but they still managed to do incredible things with it.
Yeah.
I just thought Adam Sandler in space was like a really cool, neat story, especially when it comes about like loneliness and trying to reach out and like still feeling distant, even like it's literally it's a little too on the nose.
Of course,
but
yeah, it's exactly one of those movies where you feel like the metaphor is being literally shown to you exactly, but the spider just like I can't stop thinking about that stupid spider.
Yeah.
It's not bad. The visual effects look good to the point where it made me so uncomfortable. And it's such a cool idea, and I think they executed it very well. Just for me, I hate spiders.
Yeah, I just hate spiders.
Yeah, God.
I kept on singing to myself that little tune from what was his name from
God, I'm sniffling so much.
I'm
sorry for everybody
David
on the
Bowie.
mic.
David Bowie.
Yes, Starman.
Like Adam, he's up there in the sky. He's talking to a spider. Now he's waving him goodbye. Is Adam in planet space? And I don't know why, but it was funny to me. I love him.
Yeah.
What other? I'm trying to think.
I have a list that we can rapid fire.
Yeah, please.
Gladiator 2. Do you see Gladiator 2?
No, I heard it was just misery.
Yeah.
I heard it
Which
was...
sucks. I mean, like, I heard it. Oh, it looked like it could have been good.
Yeah, I heard Denzel Washington was like amazing in it.
Sure.
And this was one of the movies where
And I like Pedro Pascal too. So
yeah,
it's like,
no,
come on, man.
A lot of great talent in this. Is just I feel like where's this coming from?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where's this coming from?
And a lot of people were actually excited to see it, which sucks that it ended up not being great. One movie that I'm so pissed I didn't see, and I still haven't seen it, even though I'm pretty sure it's on streaming, was Megalopolis. Did you see it?
How did we miss this?
I know why I missed it. Because it came out in theaters.
Yes.
It only showed for a week. When I could finally see it was during the hurricane. I couldn't see the movie because of a hurricane, a literal force of nature. God told me I couldn't see this movie.
Yeah, no, this was one of those films where I heard so much wacky, crazy thing, and like the whole one of the bigger ones was like, oh, this movie has like interactions with people, in
like
theater
in the audience
and stuff like that. It was also directed by
Francis Ford Coppola,
the Ford Coppola, right?
The Godfather Ford Coppola, yeah.
And then I hear rumor stories about like how everyone was high on this set, how everyone like it was
like sexually harassing people.
It was a drug-induced just cacophony of bullshit that happened in this thing, and suddenly
nothing.
What happened?
Yeah,
what is it out? It wasn't nominated for nothing. No one talked about it.
Yep.
No, nothing. I didn't even see cool quotes.
There's only one thing I've heard, and apparently it was Adam Driver. And they're just like, what do you want to do? He's like, I'm going to the club. And that's like it. It's like one quote.
I'm going to the club.
I'm so mad because it sounds like the most ridiculous thing. Like
what is this movie about?
I only know it similarly to like The Fountainhead or whatever, where there's like an architect, and he has such an incredible vision, but the world around him is so mundane and boring. Basically, like Francis Ford Coppola, like self-inserting himself. And so he's like trying to create the world in a new, beautiful way. That's all I know. I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't know anything about this movie. I didn't watch any trailers. I made sure that I wouldn't be like ruined for me.
Yeah.
I just saw that one teaser of him like walking off of the freaking Chrysler building. And I'm so mad. I'm so mad I never got to see it.
It's funny because like from what I've seen,
the
cinematography, the how it looks, the lighting, everything looks like a beautiful film. It looks great. Yeah. It looks like a good film.
Like the visuals look like really like, oh my God, these look like obvious to do, but really well executed.
I was reminded that this has nothing to do or even a sequel of Megalopolis. What is it?
Are you talking about Metropolis?
Metropolis, my bad. Metropolis, which is like the
black and white movie.
Black and white 19 something whatever film that like it's about like the evils of like hyper capitalism and all this other stuff. I thought it was gonna be something like that because it's about a man with all this wealth trying to change the world and something. But then somebody I don't know if I can believe them. They told me is like a shitty. I'm already not a fan of this movie, and I'm sorry, y'all.
Sure.
They told me it's a shittier version of Citizen Kane, in which person with a huge influence wants to make a change in the world.
Yeah,
I guess
and they get corrupted by.
It gets corrupted by blah, 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 whatever.
Okay.
I wasn't a fan of the Citizen Kane movie. I don't care for it. Whatever, dude.
I like Citizen Kane a lot for the fact of the time where you're watching it and you're like. This is someone that has a vision, and they're actually like, it is. You need to sit there, not only understand it for the time, but also be like, wow, they made it happen. Like this, this would if a low budget filmmaker made this today, people would still watch it and enjoy it.
Yeah.
It's not going to be what everybody reveres it as, but it is just good storytelling.
Yeah.
It's long, but like I enjoyed that. I'd want to watch that. I want to watch that. Damn it. God.
You know what? How about this? After this New Year's, we should probably have an episode of either release a 3-hour long dialogue of us watching the movie and talking about it during the movie so that the audience can watch the movie and have our dialogue under it. I don't know. Maybe something like that, or we can talk about it in an episode.
I'm down. I'm down to at least do an episode.
I'm gonna be real. This was one of those things where like I can't believe a legend is making a flop. this doesn't make much sense.
It literally reminds me of like a Zack Snyder making that whatever army of whatever, where it's literally he had like $1 gajillion. Is like, okay, I'm gonna spend the money. Who cares? Like I'm just gonna fund it myself. And if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't.
Bye-bye.
And I don't hate that, but I just want to see the stupid thing. Like it feels like it was made for me. That's like, and even if it's bad,
I've seen TikToks of the actual like audience member interactions.
Oh my god!
Where like it's
don't tell me it. Don't you dare say a word.
Can I paint you the picture?
Okay.
It's Adam Driver on screen. Profile shot. And he's and like it's him just going like this and like talking to the audience member.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's what I thought.
And the audience member is literally right next to the screen with a script.
Sure, yeah.
That's what I saw.
Yeah. That's fun.
I'm mad, but like who's responsible for that? If I buy a ticket and you hand me a script,
I'm telling you, I'm the guy that would be like, I will show up to every showing. I'll be your script guy. I would love. You know what?
That's actually kind of cool because like now you have a piece of history with you. It's like you have the script that you read in that thing.
That is for every narcissist going into those movies. Like you walk out of the movie and everybody's like shaking your hand or whatever.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Like, wow, how did you get this gig? Oh my god. Oh god.
I bought my ticket Tuesday. That's it.
Yeah. See, I love that kind of crap, and I could see them doing it in the way of similarly to the movie Clue, where like there were several different endings.
Yeah.
Where instead of that, you literally like go do a mock showing and have Adam Driver like doing that, and then you cut to footage of a theater. And so like
that'd be cool,
even though it would take you out and definitely break the fourth wall, which is the whole point, it would just show you what it's supposed to look like.
Gotcha. I guess they were trying to do it in a more subtle way, quote unquote.
I mean, I'm fine with it. Like that's what I mean is like movies can do such stupid stuff, but it'll work. Like well, case in point, in a way, Deadpool and Wolverine.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. The one good thing Marvel did this year that like was unabashedly like, you know what, this is fine. Like Agatha All Along was pretty good, but this is one of those like, you know what, I came, I saw, I went, it was good.
Yeah.
Had a good time.
I thought
broke the fourth wall and it was stupid, but it's fine.
Yeah, I thought Logan was going to be his last Wolverine movie, but
it should have been.
But like no, everyone likes him in this.
That's my only gripe with it. I really liked Logan. I like where they left it. I didn't want them to even talk about it.
Yeah, but where does the scene start? Right there.
I get it, but oh God,
I like the car fighting scene. That was pretty good. I love that. I love it when they grab. It's similar to like Old Boy. Have you ever seen Old Boy?
Of course, I've seen.
Like
that
the famous
one of my
hallway
favorite
scene.
movies.
Even when it was recreated, that scene was still special in a way.
Yeah, I agree.
I love it when they grab like confined areas and make something cool about it.
Yes, 100%. And yeah, it is one of those you can go watch it, have fun. I put it on in the background while I was doing stuff the other day, and I was like, "This is good. This is fine." You get to see all of your old friends come back and have one last hurrah before
movie. Somebody say.
You get to the one last hurrah before Disney deletes them off their servers. Now the first 20th Century Fox, it's all gone now. It's okay. It's fine.
They gotta burn something, I guess. I don't know. I mean, why?
That and then the only other two that I had for movies were one. I only want to bring this up because it's just one clip that I thought was really funny called Heretic. Have you seen this?
Heretic.
I think Hugh Grant is the main like actor in it.
No.
So it's like two religious people on like a mission. They come over and they knock on a door and they're like, "Would you like to hear about our Lord Jesus Christ?" He's like, "Of course, come on in." And then he starts to like basically put them through like a moral test.
Ooh.
And it's like really weird. And the only reason I wanted to bring it up is because there is a scene of him being like, "Well, you know, it's really interesting because there's a lot of these in Roman mythology, there's a lot of these incredible characters that are like side characters, kind of like Jar Jar Binks. You guys know Jar Jar Binks." He's like, "We saw Jar Jar Binks." And he just moves on. And it's just this really funny clip that has nothing to do with the rest of the movie. It's awesome. And so, it's good because his impression of Jar Jar Binks is awful.
Top 5 moments, the audience was shocked.
Yeah, like my impression was exactly his impression of like nothing. It's so funny.
No one has ever mentioned Jar Jar Binks endearingly since this person has come into screen.
I'm sorry, but I love me some Jar Jar. I was the exact age I needed to be to like Jar Jar, and I still like him.
Yeah. Everyone in the audience was like, when they saw it.
Dude, it's funny. It's a funny clip. Like definitely meant to be like shown.
I love that.
Before like to get people interested on like TikTok. And then that leads me to, since we were talking about superhero movies, Venom: The Last Dance. Did either of us see that? I didn't see it.
I did not either.
And I heard that you didn't need to, and it's not even like similar with like the Craven movie. Like Sony's just throwing stuff at the wall.
They're just trying to do they're trying to capitalize on what happened 10 years ago.
Yeah.
That's 100%. Not happening anymore.
Yeah.
Move on. It's not. I don't care how gritty or bloody you make this character that no one knows about. No one cares about this dude.
Venom? Okay. Well, Venom is like...
I'm talking about Craven, by the way, not Venom. No one gives a shit about Craven. Venom is cool. I like Tom Hardy.
I agree. Yeah. The only thing you can really do with those is just make it like really interesting in another way.
Yeah.
And they kind of, apparently Madam Web was like just so bad. Yeah, that also came out this year. I forgot.
That's a movie that watched.
I can't believe they released 3 movies this year. So the Sony Spider-Man universe. But yeah, Madam Web and Craven just kind of like, I feel like they do their own thing, but in a way, like you mentioned, where 10 years ago, 20 years ago, this would have been cool. It would have been lower effort, like similar to like the Daredevil movie.
Yeah.
The Daredevil movie did well. It doesn't do anything that good. It's just fine.
It's a fun, good movie to watch. That's it.
Yeah, that's it. And so for Venom: The Last Dance, I heard that it was the least, not only the least impactful, but the least like had to happen movie. Because the only thing it really sets up is like kind of a big bad that they might have for their series. And who cares? Like, it's not even, I don't know. It's not even meant to be. They want to do their Sinister Six movie. Just get it out of the way. You could have done it a decade ago and it would have been whatever.
To create it, you know how easy, I'm going to be that guy. You know how easy it is to make a Sinister Six movie?
How easy is it?
Willem Dafoe starts with a picture of Spider-Man and he goes, I need a team. And then that's it. That's it. There you go. You get the Scorpion, you get the Lizard, you get the Sinister Six. That's it. And you have it. When I heard about what is it? What? Oh my God.
Venom? What?
Yeah. I was like, what were we just talking about? When I was hearing about Venom, I was more interested not in the action, not in anything, but more in the character dynamic between Eddie Brock and this symbiote type thing.
Sure.
They take a very comedic, not so serious approach to it.
Yeah, like the second movie was not bad. Yeah.
And then they turn it into like almost like a bromance type thing, and it's like it makes sense. It's like, why wouldn't they love each other in a way where like it's cool?
Yeah.
And then I hear like this movie did nothing about that or with that or anything. Doesn't build up to it.
That's annoying.
It's sad. It's just genuinely sad. You have a genuine good idea there.
I don't even know what I want. Like the reason I didn't see it is because there's nothing more I want from the Venom series. Like the first one was okay. The second one was just a little bit fun, but also kind of dumb in its own way. It did feel like those early 2000s like superhero movies. And now we're done. We don't need any more. I don't care. Like and that's what I think Marvel got right way back when, is that you do the movie with the character, solidify what they're about, what they're doing, where their backstory was, and they don't even need a backstory, just what's going on with them. Now they can be in the other movies. Who cares? Unless something important happens in their arc that you really want to talk about, it's fine. They're in the universe. That's it. But I don't think they needed 3 whole movies of just him.
No, it doesn't. How can I say? No other Spider-Man character has had 3 direct sequels besides,
especially not a side character.
A side character. This has only happened with almost said Tom Brady Spider-Man. Tom Holland's Spider-Man. He's in 5 Spider-Man movies, right?
Probably.
And
like
the first one, Sam Raimi,
Tobey Maguire.
Tobey Maguire, 3 Spider-Man movies.
He got more movies than the one canonical Spider-Man in the Sony universe, the Amazing Spider-Man.
Yeah, it's like how does this happen?
Oof.
And it just all feels soulless to me.
Yeah.
It's so soulless that I don't even want to talk about these movies anymore. I want to talk about the future, Keon. What's coming out?
I have no idea.
I have a list.
Yeah.
Was there any other one you wanted to mention?
Sorry. I quickly want to rapid fire.
No, sure.
Did you see Civil War?
No, unfortunately.
I am so mad that they made those AI posters. Did you see those? You didn't hear about this?
Why? This is A24 using AI?
Yes. I don't know why, but back when like AI imagery was like, you know, still a hot topic, and it still is, but like, you know, it was very on the forefront of like, well, these look more realistic, is that they took this movie, which already came out and had controversy because the whole point of the Civil War is it's within America. And so they said like, well, this state and this state got together, and this state and this state, and they're like, Texas and California would get together. Are you stupid?
This is alternative universe America,
and like, that's what I mean.
Just set that in your head. Yeah.
The whole point of the movie has nothing to do with the actual Civil War. It has to do with war photographers.
Yeah,
and it's really good at that. But like when you watch a movie, you want to know what the premise is about, and so that got people feeling really bad. And then they made these AI images of like if a Civil War happened in America, and everybody was like, that place doesn't exist. One of them is supposed to be in, I think it's either Detroit or Chicago. And literally they're like, those buildings aren't there. What are you doing? Like, seriously, it's obnoxious. Another one was in California. You know how they have that, like, there's one lake where you can go in those little duck rowboats.
Yeah.
There's one where like there are these two guys in a duck rowboat and they have like a mounted gun. And then the swan in front of them is like 2 stories high, and it's a regular... It's a regular swan. And you're like, what are you doing, dude?
Deploy the tactical military swans.
Yeah.
That's great.
And then another one was Las Vegas. And literally everybody's like, that's not even part of Las Vegas. What are you doing? Like, it just was so stupid. It didn't make any sense. Why would you even do that? And so for them to do all that and make all of that effort for... Like, not even all that effort. Literally spend 15 minutes, make terrible posters, and ruin all the credibility for your movie. Now, granted, me saying that, the movie's great.
Yeah.
It's well done. It is a very simple, and I mean, he's good at like road trip style movies.
Yeah.
Where the whole point is that there's a Civil War happening. It's near the end of the Civil War, it feels. Everybody's really tense, and that there is going to be an assault on the Capitol from all of the like other Civil War people, and they want to take down the president who's been doing all of this like terrible stuff. So the war photographers are like, well, we need to be there. We need to go do that. And we need to cover the literally the Civil War. So it's about their efforts going through war-torn America, parts of war-torn America, and going to the Capitol. And there's like these really nice small moments where like there are these 2 warring factions like doing a skirmish. And they're not going to mess with the war photographers because the war photographers are neutral.
Yeah.
It's so good. It's genuinely a very good kind of look into that idea of war photography.
I love that. No, that's great.
And then they have some moments that are kind of fun where like they're going to go get gas. And like, of course, there's like a militia in front of the gas station. And they're like, hey, we want 10 gallons of gas. And they're just like, that'll be, and they're like, we have cash. And there's just like, we'll give you 100. And they're just like, okay, that'll buy you a sandwich or something. And they're like, Canadian. And they're like, oh, because American money's nothing. So
let's go. Yeah. That's funny.
It's good. It's good. It's well done. I really like that movie a lot. Then we also have A Quiet Place Part 1, Day 1 or whatever. Did you see that?
No, couldn't care. I saw the first Quiet Place and I was satisfied.
Sure.
I don't need to know where the aliens came from.
Yeah.
Keon, I'm sorry, but I don't need to know why the clowns from outer space put on makeup. I do not. I do not.
That's a good way to put it.
I don't need to know. I think how it started is very interesting.
Yeah.
I think they made a game.
They did, I think. Yeah.
I think that's interesting, but I this universe to me is just not interesting after the first movie.
And then they also made I heard that it was actually, it was good, but only because it's like they're hanging some coats on the idea of A Quiet Place. It has nothing to do with the original, but like to the point where like all of the characters are well acted. And I like the actors that were in it, which I think was Lupita Nyong'o, and then the guy that played in Stranger Things season where he was like that rocker dude.
Oh,
great actors.
Yeah.
But that was it. Is like, it was really just another like, hey, we're taking the idea and doing it in a different way. But I agree. I don't know. I'm not really that interested that much in the series at this point. And then we also had Smile 2, which you mentioned.
Yeah.
A Memoir of a Snail. Have you heard about this?
So, Memoir of a Snail is created by I forgot their name, but this man created this movie called I think it was called Sam and Max or something like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's about a poor girl raised by her family, and they all ignore her. She has no friends, and she decides out of a whim to just write a letter somewhere and just to find someone. And this letter happens to land on this man who is like, he has autism. He has a lot going on with his life, and he finally finds a friend. And like they're writing each other. They're literally, this man. He's like a man child.
Okay, sure.
You know, he's literally growing up with her. And all this other stuff. Nice. And it's a very beautiful movie.
Yeah.
I hear nothing but great things about this, dude.
Same.
I really want to watch it just for that.
I heard that is the movie of the year. That's like the kind of movie that you go and watch and you're just like, that was it. That was heartwarming and beautiful and like kind of tragic, but great.
Yes.
And I did not see it, but I heard it is like one of the movies you just need to see this year.
And the whole title behind it, Memoir of a Snail, is this little girl who she's born with the Joaquin Phoenix thing, the cleft.
Cleft palate. Yeah.
She's born with that. She gets it treated. She identifies with like. She feels like she identifies with snails because like, oh, they're so cute and small. They get in no one's way, but they're curious. And like stuff like that, and it's like I love that, and and it's her life discovering with all these other people and stuff like that.
Yeah,
just know it's gonna destroy you emotionally.
Exactly,
bro. I wasn't ready for Sam and Max.
Oh, really?
I was not ready for Sam and Max. Like they're two different worlds. She lives in Australia, and like it's like, and he lives in this big skyscraper and stuff like that. Two different worlds coming to. I'm not giving it justice. These are ramblings of a madman.
Sure.
Really good.
Hell yeah.
I haven't seen Memoir of a Snail, but I knowing this talent, knowing this director is gonna be good.
Hell yeah.
Seriously. Sorry, I love it.
Yeah, and then we have Long Legs. We've already talked about.
Yes.
It Ends With Us. Do you know anything about that?
It Ends With Us. That sounds very familiar.
I don't know if this is the movie, but Blake Lively, Ryan Reynolds' wife, was in it. And apparently it was like fraught with the worst stuff because apparently like the director was already a dickhead and she hated the actual other actor. So it was like this whole thing that had so much drama behind it, even though it was just meant to be like a simple rom-com, as well as apparently like the characters are also just bad people. It's weird. I don't know. I don't know if I'm doing it justice. I know that like Blake Lively is having like a whole problem with her image right now, which I don't know if it's deserved or not, but it's really interesting. Like just one simple sounding rom-com is becoming this whole thing.
Have you heard of the series Shameless?
That sounds familiar, yeah.
Where it's a family of just they're just awful people to each other and stuff like that, but like they're awful because of the way they grew up and like they're awful because that's how they survive. And stuff like that. And they're likable because of that, because you can kind of relate to that. A lot of series that I'm coming across that I just do not like have very unlikable characters because I just cannot relate to how awful they are.
And they're just unlikable to be unlikable.
This is an example, and this is going to be a very bad example of mine, but any of like Hell of a Boss or...
what was it? Hazbin Hotel?
Hazbin Hotel.
You don't like that?
All the characters, like, I love the design. I love the story of like redemption and stuff like that. And in Hell of a Boss is apparently is a whole different thing.
I like that, yeah.
But they're all dickheads.
They are.
They're all shitty people to each other and stuff like that. And they're all like cussing at each other and stuff like that. And I'm like, and like
they cuss too much.
The dialogue is insane, bro. Like damn. Like I don't know. That's just how I feel. That's just me, though. I don't mean to throw strays at Hell of a Boss or anything like that.
Hell of a Boss, I like. I think it's a little bit nicer of a show where like the whole intent of it is meant to be like the intricacies of these characters and between each other. But yeah, I agree that like that's the kind of show where you watch it as a teenager and you're just like, oh my God, they're cussing so much. It's so cool. Yeah. And this is like my OC and I would do this and that. Like, yeah, teenage me probably would really like those more than I do. I think that they were fine for what they were.
The music is fantastic.
Exactly.
I will not argue against that. When you have like apparently Vivzie Pop.
Yeah, Vivzie Pop, yeah.
She a lot of controversy with her apparently where she had an original cast. This thing got popular.
Yep.
I'm sorry, guys, but I would like
Like
I guess
professional,
lack of a better
from
word,
Hollywood.
At professional, I guess, or actual talent, quote unquote, actual singers and stuff like that. Keith David. I mean, God, you have to have Keith David. I'm sorry, you have to have Keith David.
Got the voice actress that did Mirabelle from the Encanto. She's the main character.
That's huge shit. You know, this is all good stuff. I love all that. That's great. Yeah. Good for you. But like, I don't know. Character wise,
the joke that I've heard is it's Beta Vizzy Pop versus Chad Zach Hagel from because they made Smiling Friends and kept all their friends, and they're like, we're only doing it if we are all of our creative friends from YouTube and Newgrounds are coming with us, and that's great. And then Vizzy Pop, I don't know if the actual original voice actors are feel bad because some of them have done like cameos or whatever, like. No, not like that kind of cameo, like, you know, a video where they're talking to the camera,
I got you.
Somebody. And they say that they're just like, yeah, you know, they did a send-off song on Vizzy Pop's thing. And I don't know if they have any bad will because I think they all work well together.
Yeah.
It just feels not as good from a viewer's perspective of
I agree.
Because it got so big because of the fan base that were so into it. And I feel like some of them might have felt betrayed. I think that the season came off well. It did what it needed to do, and it was fun, and it was good. But I do agree that there's an element of like when you're following something so closely and it's important to you, and then they go out and they achieve the success.
Yeah,
it might feel like they're kind of stabbing you in the back of being like, well, we're kind of abandoning some of the things you liked. You know?
I can see that, but I feel that that's when you have to kind of look at the even if you're not an artist, you have to look at the artist within you. To be like, why did I make these decisions? Yeah. Is it the right thing? Also, like you said, are they still good?
Sure.
You can separate yourself from another artist and still be cool with each other and continue to make stuff. Sure. I feel like that's just me.
Yeah, and that's what I mean is like keeping the relationship good.
Fandom, you know what, Keon? The fandom will do what fandom does, and that is the push things to the extreme.
Yeah. To which I even saw a video of, you know, I'm Eggman and I've come to make an announcement, where it's just like him saying profanities. They keep asking the actual voice actor for Eggman to do like a cameo where he does it.
He's not gonna do it.
And he's just like, please stop asking me. I voice a character for children.
I said Pangus already. Leave me alone. I said it, damn it.
Okay. So let me rapid fire a couple more things because I have a bunch of shows too. So The Wild Robot I heard was a good DreamWorks, DreamWorks continuing the age-old thing of making good movies that nobody watches. And I heard Cameron and Sam saw it. They said it was really good. Secret Level, pretty good. Have you watched some of it?
I've seen some of it.
Yeah.
I saw I only saw the 2 episodes I was really interested in.
Okay.
The Pac-Man one was super interesting to me because how do you make anything with a yellow guy going like how do you make anything with that? And also the Warhammer one because
I watched that with Jess and I was like, I forgot how good this was and I watched it a week ago. Yeah.
So bad. Dude, Titus is a monster.
Oh man. Because not only does it go through like just the really good, like completely killing machine part of it, but also the fact of like it does a good part of the psychology of the Space Marines is very good. There are a couple that are just really good. Like Age of Empires one was actually very enjoyable for its own reasons. It's funny and quirky. The one that was Outer Worlds was really fun for its own reasons.
You had an Outer I skipped out.
That's good.
Outer Worlds was one of those games that came out. It had barely anything to it, but now the second one is going to come out and hopefully it's more shit.
Well, it's funny because like it was made by the people that made like Fallout New Vegas.
Yeah, the good Fallout.
Yeah. And it's not bad, but it's more of that, just in space, which is fine. Like I think they did what they set out to do.
Exactly.
But yeah, the Secret Level just has so much good parts to it, and then some parts that are like, this is an ad for a game, and I don't know why they made it. Because the one that really frustrated me was the Mega Man one. It's the shortest one. Did you see that?
Yeah, that's the one that I was intrigued by. Yeah, because I didn't know how you make something like that. Yeah,
because like we just talked about with the Pac-Man one. They added so much lore to something that didn't need it. Yeah, it was like crazy. The Mega Man one, Mega Man has a lot of really interesting lore and a lot of really interesting stuff to it.
I need to watch that
one.
And
yeah, and even the Unreal Tournament one. The Unreal Tournament one might be my favorite. It's actually really good.
Okay.
But the Mega Man one, if you've played Mega Man or know anything about Mega Man, it was just an excuse for them to make something that is the textures are really good. but I didn't even think the action was that good. I just thought it looked pretty. And Mega Man is really interesting and cool for the interactions between Dr. Light and Dr. Wily, why things that they did happened, all this stuff with like Mega Man himself and how he is. So for them, they literally just took a moment in the lab where it's like, oh no, the robots are going crazy outside. We need to mobilize. Here's a robot. And it's like, okay, man. That's fine.
I feel like with
I am such a Mega Man fan. I wanted so much more from a 9-minute thing while all the other ones are 20 minutes. Come on, man.
Yeah, no, yeah. I bet seeing them it cannot be fair.
No.
I gotta say, this to me felt like you've seen Love, Death and Robots, where like all different ideas, all different concepts. Yeah, I just think it was beautifully done.
Yep.
If I were to do a Mega Man one, I would make it, obviously better, but I would hire the, we did find Dr. Huawei. I need that voice guy. I need him so much.
I would love that and do the original style.
Yeah.
Mega Man X could make a very good series. Mega Man X is just an interesting story unto itself. Okay, I need to rapid fire a lot of these things because I still have a long list to go. So Secret Level, Agatha All Along we talked about, The Penguin. Have you seen The Penguin?
No, but everyone's telling me it's a Sopranos times 10.
It is. It doesn't deserve to be as good as it is. Like, it is too great, and each episode does its own interesting thing, and it really delves into like, what if somebody was a villain in such a way that like you can't stop watching, but like unequivocally, like there are other characters that you're like watching it and you're like, oh well, they're the bad guy in this episode, but like he's still the bad guy. You think that like, oh well, they're technically his adversary, but like you're like, oh, you want him to defeat them, and then when you do, they're like, oh god, like no, this guy's. We're rooting for a horrible person.
They're both competing on who can be the worst.
Yeah,
you're rooting for it.
No, but like in such a way where like, okay, this isn't really spoiler, but straight up like. When he does something, like when they're fighting back against them, it's because he did something awful to them and they're just getting back at him.
Yeah.
And then you were like rooting for him to beat them. It's like, wait, you already ruined them in a way. Like, it's great. You really need to watch it. The season finale I thought about for a while because I'm like, it's written in such a great way that by the end it ties up all of the loose ends in like a, I don't know, it just feels like rotten. And it's great. It's very good.
Do you feel like when they released Batman the movie with Robert Pattinson, did you think this was in mind?
Probably from the very first movie. Yeah. Because his character is so good and like I keep forgetting it's Colin Farrell. Like he doesn't even look like him at all. Like and he does.
How many episodes are on this?
I think there's only like 8.
8 episodes. Imagine 8 episodes, right? 8 episodes of this, an hour long each.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it probably took around, I don't know. I'm gonna be courteous. A month an episode to shoot.
Sure.
Every day for 6 hours, sitting there getting all that makeup done, all of that crap done, just to get into character and shoot. It has to take a toll on you.
Seriously, and it's so seamless, and he like waddles perfectly that he's completely sucked into the character, and to the point where I didn't even remotely think, like I kept forgetting that it was a guy in a suit. Like really well done.
I love that.
Yeah. So moving on, great, go see it. So Star Wars this year. Yeah.
What?
They're releasing a show out right now called Skeleton Crew, and it sounded really interesting.
I
still haven't seen it.
Yeah.
But it's about a bunch of kids in space, and I'm like, dude, stop with the kids. Like, I get it. I totally get that your audience is kids, and so it's fun for them to see that. But the fun of the first 3 Star Wars movies is that they were adults that were acting in like a fun, adventurous way.
Yeah.
It's okay if they're like, it's. I don't know. I don't know if it's good or not. It could be. But the one that got the big news was The Acolyte. Did you watch The Acolyte?
I did not see Acolyte. I'm sorry. To me, Acolyte felt like one of those. How can I say? They gave Star Wars to like a shadow fan, lack of a better word, where they just wanted to make it edgy, dark, all this other stuff. I heard that it had some interesting concept in it. Like there was some neat stuff in Star Wars based, obviously, but everything else about it was kind of ish.
Every single one of these properties, they need to make a new, different type of lightsaber and a whole thing. And that's fine.
Yeah.
And if I was a kid, I probably would have liked Acolyte that more than I did.
They had the whip saber, I think, in this one.
They did. I forgot about that.
Mhm.
Oh God. He also had a lightsaber that he could like break apart, and it was like a mini lightsaber, like kind of dagger thing. As well as his helmet, the Acolyte guy's helmet, also reflects lightsaber stuff. So if it hits your lightsaber, it like unresonates, and you need to give it a second to like restart up.
That's crazy.
Which is cool. But my God, the characters that they put in this were not really that fun or interesting for the first 3 episodes. And then a big moment happens where I'm like, this is what I want. Oh my God, yeah. And so there's a moment that's really fun and interesting. 1 episode, similarly to the Knuckles show, where like mid-season, one thing happens, you're like, wow, I'm glad I stuck it out. And then you finish, you're like, I wish I didn't keep sticking it out.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's 1 episode where like you're like, oh, this is great. Like I wish more shows did this.
Mm-hmm.
And then it continues to the dumbest things you've ever seen. But like, it's genuinely like not worth anybody's time, but except for this 1 episode. And to the point where they straight up, I don't get it. I don't get why they release these shows and then immediately like they are saying like, oh, well, hopefully the fans like it. And it's like, what do you mean hopefully? Make a good thing and people will like it. And to the point where they said like they tease a season 2, immediately we're like, it's canceled. We're not doing it anymore because who cares? No, you guys didn't like it? Whatever. And it's frustrating how often this happens with Star Wars, where it's like, yeah, you're making a show for kids. That's fine. But be confident in what you're doing and like make sure that it's a story that you want to tell. It doesn't even seem like they want to do the show.
So from what I'm hearing, it feels like they came up with a concept, half baked it, maybe. They half baked it, but put full force behind it. Does that make sense? Because it still looks good. I saw bits and pieces of the action. The action looked pretty decent and whatnot.
Yes. Yeah, I'll say that.
There's budget, there's money, there's a little bit of passion behind this. But how can I say, when this level of passion that is so low can be defeated with just like 1 bad review or just not enough, and you suddenly you're just like, whatever, moving on. It doesn't feel like they genuinely cared at the beginning. You know what I mean?
Well, especially because it doesn't really tie into any other part of Star Wars. Like it's just a prequel stuff. Yeah. Like it's before the prequels. So
I heard it had like a weird Jedi birth thing.
Oh my God. Yeah, don't get me started on this.
Is it like a midichlorian thing? Like we don't need to talk about it much?
Yes, 100%. Okay, cool. And it just doesn't. Yes and no. Oh God.
It's a whole basket.
Because there are parts of the show that I'm like, this is not bad. And then there's other parts where like, why did you do this? Speaking of Squid Game 2, the dude from Squid Game's in it. Oh. And you're like, oh, cool. And he like doesn't know English. So they gave him like syllables to say out that would say English. And it's not bad. He's fine in it. But like his character and like, there's this big secret they're trying to build up to throughout the season of like, what happened to your past? Not even worth showing. Like, it's just, it's frustrating. And I think that if they had just like curtailed it to just be a movie about a very simple thing, it would have been fine. But there are parts of the episodes where it's like, this did not need to happen. But yeah, there is 1 episode worth watching, and leading up to that, it's cool. And then after that, you're like, okay, well, whatever. But I am waiting for the day when Star Wars can be a bit more confident in what they want to do. And the closest thing you get is like the Ahsoka show, the Mandalorian stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say Mandalorian.
Dave Filoni knows what he wants. Even if it's kind of weird, he knows it. He can do what he wants. And that's fine. But like all of these other smaller things are a cool idea that I don't know why they just, like you said, pigeonhole themselves. And in my mind, when we say that they give them a budget, I think that they just are very good at their process. They can shoot something and make it look good, but it didn't really have that high of a budget or effort, in my opinion.
They have the formula. Yeah. They're just trying to find the right numbers to put it in to make money. But the thing is, once you have a formula, it's no longer fun. It becomes predictable, I feel. It becomes...
there is some part of this stuff I was not predictable in the worst way. Like, I'm telling you. Like, there were moments where I'm like, what are you doing? What
is this? That's great. I love that.
And there are parts that were predictable and unpredictable in a good way.
Gotcha.
But yeah, and they had one of the characters from The Good Place, one of the actors from it that I love. So every time he's on screen, I'm like, yay.
Yeah, I see.
I'm glad you're doing well. Did you want to talk about Creature Commando? I didn't watch it.
So Creature Commandos, if you're a James Gunn fan, go watch it.
That's me.
It's how can I say, there's a bit of a fight going on between the Creature Commando fan base and the Invincible fan base.
Really?
Yes, because these are two really well done animations, but cheaply animated.
Oh, so it's not. Oh,
so
interesting.
So they both have their own stories. They're really good. I feel like the Creature Commando stuff is almost a direct sequel of the Suicide Squad, the good one with the big star or whatever. They have a lot of callbacks on that. A really cool team. Mm-hmm. I love the bride. There's like I almost said Squid Girl from from the what is it? Splatoon or something like that. Okay. They have a fish girl. They have a skeleton man. They have GI Robot.
Oh hell yeah!
They're all super cool. They're all mixed in well. Is that classic? Like, hey, like we don't fit in with each other, but we make a damn good team, don't we? It's like that kind of thing. It's a nice little adventure on that. Mm-hmm. I love the parallels that they have between. Get this, the first couple episodes they set up to save a princess. We have to save a princess. We just have to because it's the right thing to do. She's a princess. We need to save her.
Okay.
Suddenly, it's like, hey, remember you saved that princess? She actually destroys the world. So so you have to kind of undo what you did.
I love that.
And
That's fun.
It becomes a whole new adventure, right? Just like that. Yeah. Personally, I'm a James Gunn with the way he writes and whatnot. Yeah. He's I feel like he has a connection with goofy characters, but giving them that little soul to them that make you love them.
I agree.
For example, Weasel.
Yeah.
The only thing that you know about Weasel is that the thing has killed children.
Yeah.
But through whose perspective and how? There's an episode of that.
Are you serious?
Dude, there's an episode of that. It's
I'm genuinely surprised.
It's a little bit gut-wrenching. It's very sad.
Wow.
There's another thing that I find intriguing is a GI Robot.
Yeah.
A robot that's specifically designed to I shoot Nazis and that's it. And he's super charming about it.
Yeah.
But he's now in the modern world. What do you do with him? It has sentience still, but it's
a man at a time.
Man at a time. It's super good. Go watch it, please.
Okay. He has such a good way of doing that, where he takes an idea that is ridiculous, like a very simple idea, and then turns it ridiculous, but then gives it a heart. Like it's like a 3-act structure.
Yes, I don't know how he does it. I want to say Sam Raimi does the same thing.
Sure.
Where they grab ridiculous ideas and then I killed Uncle Ben and type scenarios. What is it? There was that. Creature Commandos is really good. It's one of the reasons why. Is he also doing the new Superman movie? Who's doing the Superman movie?
Well, I don't know if he's directing it, but he's in charge of it. And I know that he's been leading the charge on hey guys, come watch this thing.
It looks intriguing to me.
I agree. They have the Green Lantern and Hawk Girl immediately. I love that.
And Mr. Terrific, I think is his name.
No, I didn't see
the guy with he had the T-shaped mask on him.
Oh, I didn't see that part.
He looks really cool.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to that. He's one of those creators that I really thoroughly enjoy. Go watch Creature Commandos. It's on HBO.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Really, really, really good.
Hell yeah. And I'll quick rapid fire. Shogun, I heard is incredible. Did not see it. Shogun on FX.
Oh, yeah.
I heard it is basically almost a perfect series. Apparently.
Hulu doesn't make a lot of good things, but apparently this is one of the bigger ones that was direct to Hulu, right?
Yeah, but it's an FX show.
Yeah, it is an FX show.
Similarly, The Bear season 2 came out. I saw a couple episodes. It's fine. Yeah, it's really not anything crazy.
I saw the first episode of The Bear, and I was. This is too stressful for me. I have enough going on.
Legitimately, if you're not in the mood, don't watch it. God, I was having a fine weekend, and then I watched that, and I was not having a good weekend. Yeah.
Something that came out this year.
Yeah.
A big F you to the face to every Megamind fan was the Megamind series, bro.
I heard about it. God.
Dude, I'm sorry.
That sucks.
Megamind is a movie that we do not deserve.
It's imperfect, frankly, in a lot of ways.
Genuinely good, genuinely fun, and then you come out with a series that is like they try to redo his redemption arc where he tries to be more of a superhero, and it's like, dude, no, you were better being a bad guy trying to do good thing. Now you're just a good guy doing good bad. And you could have done, and you could have made that fun. You could have made that fun, but it's not. It's
still
not.
Though,
not the same voice actors. No nothing. No charm behind it. God. But through that, I discovered another movie called Super Scott.
Super Scott.
Have you ever heard of Super Scott?
Not at all.
Imagine in a world where comic books are stands.
Like stands from the
JoJo.
Okay.
I have a Deadpool comic book in here.
Okay.
You wanna fight me? Pull out your Megamind comic book and let's have them fight.
That's cool.
Seriously, with their mind powers, they have them fight and whatnot. But there's a character called Super Scott.
Okay.
OP.
Oh, okay.
OP has never been. He's been locked away for 20 years in his comic book, and now that he's released, he finds out that his creator, also named Scott, has been making stuff without him.
Okay.
So it's this overpowered Super Scott going against all these other heroes. This Super Scott becomes a bad guy. It's really good. It's really good.
Okay,
Go watch
I can't wait to see that.
Go watch it. It's really good. It's really, really good.
Awesome. I love that.
I don't know who's the animation team on this, but really decent shit. They're all over TikTok right now because it has a lot of powerful aura moments.
Nice.
Which is really good. They also stole scenes from Spider-Man. There's a part where like there's a mummy lady who's like, with the power of with Osiris or something. Yeah. And guess what? She's on a train, not on a train, on a bus. And it's going down into a ravine and she does that
really?
Yeah, for real. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
But it's like it's an
homage.
It's an homage. It's fun. Go watch it.
Yeah, one of the most influential moments in all of superheroes.
Seriously,
it makes sense.
Seriously, dude. When you see what was his name?
Tobey Maguire.
Tobey Maguire being carried by, was Joey Diaz in that train?
I don't know. Basically,
I'm serious. I swear to God, Joey Diaz was there. It's like bring that man in here, and they'll help him.
He's no older than my son. It's so good.
It's great.
Okay, speaking of animations,
yes,
X-Men 97.
X-Men 97. Go watch it. Dude, really good.
Yeah,
super good.
Yeah.
They dring back another great classic with its beautiful looks.
Yeah.
The music is all there. The voice actors are equally as hokey and cheesy.
Yeah. Perfect callbacks to the original series while still doing a new fun thing. God, too
gut wrenching. They take it more into the adult thing where okay, we know these two are dating, but what's going on behind that?
Yeah, dude.
Storm has a crazy arc in this.
Yeah.
Where like, how can I say, she goes from this.
Spoilers.
No spoilers. No, sorry. That's right. No spoilers.
There's so much I would want to talk about.
It's really good. Yeah, it's really, really good.
But to the point where like each episode they do a good enough job of like this changes the whole world. Like there's one episode where like literally they start out the episode and then they're just like, oh, by the way, this character that's been around, they're not who you think they are, and you're like, what? And then like by the end of the episode they resolve that and you move on and you're like. And it's funny because the original series was like that. You would start an episode and then they're just, they need to make animation for animation's sake. So like, now we're going to Antarctica. Why not?
Yep.
And now we're on a dinosaur planet. And
I love it.
Yeah. And like this one does such a good job of taking that type of pace, but doing it with like actual plot from the X-Men comics that happened after the series.
Yeah.
And it's really good. And it's... I didn't know how much I wanted it.
Yeah.
Same. Cameron and Sam used to like put that on in the background and we would just like tune in and be like, oh, now they're on Mars? Okay. And like it's great seeing that same idea be dealt with such tact and like reverence. It just feels good. It's good stuff.
And unlike the other X-Men, this isn't a creature of the week type thing, and it's a continuing storyline that, it keeps on going.
Yeah.
A man will die, but not his ideas.
Yeah.
Happy nation, living in a happy nation. I don't know how the song goes. It's really good.
Two quick anime. Do you see the Terminator anime? I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it either.
I hear it's pretty good.
I also hear it's pretty good, but the Godzilla anime is really good.
There's a Godzilla anime?
There's a Godzilla one. It's What If Godzilla... it's more, I want to say realistic.
Okay.
Where like Rodan is actually a pterodactyl.
Okay.
And like it's a giant pterodactyl and what is it? Jet Jaguar.
Yeah.
He's not a giant human-sized robot. It's more like a creation of an old man who's like, these kaiju, I hate them, and like I need to create a robot to beat them with my team.
And
like,
interesting.
Seriously, and like creatures that would be huge, like Anguirus is like the turtle with the spikes on it. It's like size of a building. No. And this one is the size of a small house. But the amount of damage that it's doing in this location is insane. So we have to contain it.
Hell yeah!
It's a really neat idea. I liked it. It's another surprise.
On that note of like big kaiju, you see kaiju number 9 or number 8. Sorry, kaiju number 8.
I don't want to talk much about it because I'm reading it.
What? Really? Okay, we can't talk about it.
I'm reading it. No, Kaiju number 8 or whatever. Yep. I remember seeing. I picked it up from Target. They had these mangas on Target. I'm like, what's awesome. Kaiju number 8? This is back when
Jeffrey would talk your ear off about it. He has a lot. Like we talked about it when it was first coming out.
Yeah. No, he probably has a lot to say. Yeah. This was similar. This is around the time where Chainsaw Man was coming out, and everyone was like excited about it. So no, that's another one.
It's really the anime is surprisingly good, and Jess loves it already. So like as we were watching, I'm like, this is just good.
I didn't know they were going to an anime that fast. It feels like it just came out.
Yeah, it was only a year or two, but same thing with Chainsaw Man. It was very similar.
Good for them.
In their
good for them.
Development time. Do you see Solo Leveling? Do you know anything about this?
Is Solo? You told me about Solo Leveling.
I think I probably did, yeah.
You're the one who made it very interesting to me, where it's like this guy, isn't it about the guy who's like, everyone's using magic and whatnot, but no, I'm going to just level up my strength. No, it's not that one.
That's Mashal.
Mashal,
that one's
my bad,
good, though.
my bad.
Which also I think got a season this year.
Yeah.
Which the season was also like not greatly animated, but it's fun. It's fun. It's good. So Mashal is where it's like Hogwarts, but dude is born without magic, which in this society is like forbidden. And so instead of that, he's like undercover, so he just builds up his muscles, and anytime somebody does like he'll run up to somebody and they're like, you can't defeat me, and goes over and breaks their wand and like beats them up. It's a really good, like at one point they're doing like Quidditch or whatever, and he can't fly, of course, so he's like kicking his feet really fast, and that's how he's flying. It's very good. But Solo Leveling is an anime where there's this world where when you're born you get like basically you're already like an NPC in a world, and I'm so coffee. You're born and you have like basically a class. You're already spec'd out to be this good at whatever. Yeah. And you can't change your level. And so you're born and you're like a class A or a class B or a class C. And if you're a class A, you're just like very good and you can do whatever. And there are a bunch of these dungeons that open up. Mm-hmm. And you can go into the dungeon, collect resources, and then bring them back and you can sell them. And so it's kind of a class struggle thing that like you can either go be a business person, or you can go fight in the dungeons, bring back these crystals, trade them for money. And in this world, they kind of use those crystals as like power for machines and stuff like that. So a new currency has kind of happened around that. Yeah. It used to be a regular world. At one point, this happened, and then everybody, kind of got a power. Ooh. This one guy is like a level E, a class E rank. Has nothing. He goes into this one dungeon, and then I won't spoil it, but like he ends up coming out and he actually can level up like an actual character. And then it turns into, well, what would somebody do with that power? And I don't know very much about the series, but a moment happens where I'm like, the season ended on that? This isn't that interesting. And they're like, shut up. Like that is like the most important part of the rest of the series. And I'm like, I didn't read it. I don't know. So like it's good and it's really well done. But there was a moment where I was just sitting there like, I wish more stuff was happening. They're like, no, it's
you're
setting
wrong.
Up. Yeah, straight up.
They're
like, this is going to build up the rest of the series. Shut up. And I was like, okay, that's fine. It's good. It's worth the watch. I feel like there's one more show that I wanted to mention. Let me find it in my notes. One more show I wanted to mention because we did an episode on it is The Three Body Problem. Worth a watch.
That's right.
Pretty good. Yeah. Based on the book series of the same name. And they actually take a lot of there are 3 different books that build out this trilogy. I think there's 3. There might be 4. Mm-hmm. And they actually take plot lines from the other books and introduce them early on.
You're telling me that,
the rest of the series is going to kind of explore how they all happen like in tandem. And it was pretty good. There's one scene that we mentioned in the episode, go watch it, that is probably the most disturbing thing I think has ever been put to film. And you're like, why did they do that? How did they do it? What the hell?
Why?
Yeah. And it's more gruesome than it needed to be, but it was good. It was very good.
Awesome. No, I love that.
Now, I'm going to see if there are any more video games, but I'm pretty sure we're at the end of my insanely long list of things because I had so much. The Elden Ring DLC we talked
Yeah,
about.
true.
Do you want to talk about Black Myth Wukong at all? Did you play that at all?
I didn't play it whatsoever.
It was fun, but hard, but it was good.
Black Myth was one of those games that I saw the gameplay and I was like, this isn't real. This is a demo.
Right,
this
exactly.
isn't real.
Yeah, this is like a tech demo, beautiful thing.
3 years later, it actually like became a real thing. And like, I gotta say, Wukong has this is a myth. This is a story that's been told many times, so many different ways.
Most famously, Dragon Ball Z.
Dragon Ball Z, and even in other non so obscure ways. There was this one game. It was literally Journey to the West.
Exactly.
I forgot the name of it, but you play as this.
Yeah.
It's this big guy. Even like he's like a dude with. He even has monkey hair and everything. Like he just has ape type abilities.
But it's like operatic and explosive and exciting. It is one of those games that you're like, it shouldn't look this beautiful and play this well.
And the music on it is great too.
Yeah.
The folklore. What instrument is that?
I don't know. I don't think it's a shamisen. It might be.
It's awesome though. I loved it. I loved a lot of the goofy and like crazy or like myths that they have in there, like the giant rat having to deal with a giant beetle type situation that they have in there. It's a lot of cool stuff. Yeah. And people were like, "This should have been Game of the Year. Why? What happened? What happened?"
Well, what beat it out was Astro Bot. Did you play that? Do you have a PS5?
I do not have a PS5.
Well then, yeah.
But I played. There was only one Astrobot, right?
No, there was a demo, a tech demo.
That's the one I played. I played a tech demo where they like the controller feels like whoa. Yeah.
The tech demo is definitely a very good, like it's its own contained thing that could be like, it feels good as its own thing. And then I think everybody played them, they're like, this plays like better than some newer Mario games, huh? And so they basically made a Mario Galaxy that was, every level has like a new mechanic. All of them are really fun to do. And then, of course, they have like the nostalgia of like all of the different characters. They come back and you can like collect them.
Yeah.
But it is a collectathon platformer that was too good for what it was. Like Jess and I played through it and she platinumed it and she was like, this is, you can beat the whole thing within, I think, 40 hours, something like that. Okay. Not even that. You can beat it pretty quick. But like all of the collectibles and other stuff are way more fun to do. Like you want to do all of it.
Because there's like you said, they're characters from your past. There's characters from like different mediums that you may not even know of, but it's from the same company and stuff like that. I love that.
Which was a double-edged sword because some of them come up. I'm like, why haven't you guys made a new game with this guy, huh? Why include Ape Escape, huh? Why are you doing that, huh?
I saw someone being like, this is the closest thing we're ever going to get to a modern Bloodborne. And it was like, it was the character dressed as a Bloodborne in the knife thingy.
Dude, when the character came up, I'm like, guys, don't do this to yourself. You don't have to remind people. Like, come on. And everybody was like, oh, maybe that's they're teasing it. I'm like, I'm sorry. It's not happening. Another one that was incredibly good, and I think was a contender for Game of the Year, was Metaphor ReFantazio. Did you see that?
Jeff won't shut the fuck up about it. It's really good, apparently.
It's great. It's very good. If you like Persona, it's Persona without Persona. Like it's Persona without the kids in high school part. You are a young gentleman that's trying to make the world a better place in a very racist society.
Oh my God.
Like, no, they do not shy away. I mean, they shy away for the fact that it's not like super graphic, but overall, the whole point is that it's a very unjust world, a lot of inequality, and you're trying to bring everybody together. And the idea of who will rule this world next. Yeah. Because literally the first cutscene is the current king being killed. Ooh. And it's like, well, who's going to replace him? And so it's a metaphor, you see. But
I heard that this game has a lot of metaphorical uses in it. So
that like
the title is perfect for it, apparently.
Because the entire like crux of the idea is the fact that your characters are literally like when the idea of like, oh well, I want to be the ruler of this world. Similarly, in a democracy, the whole idea is that they're tallying up everyone's opinion of you. And so the better their opinion, the more likely you are to be the new king, but like in a very overt, blatant way that like is fine. That's the whole point of a metaphor. So it's done exquisitely. Every character has a really good arc to them. The plot, you just want to keep watching. And there's one moment that is so memeable that like when it happened, literally, I turned to Jess. I'm just like, imagine if this happens. And then I'm not even kidding. Like 5 minutes later, it happens, and I got up and like went over and I got a balloon for my birthday, and I like smacked it out of the sky. I was like, I knew it. It was really funny.
That's awesome.
Seriously, great game. Very, very well done. Now last games were UFO 50. Did you see that?
UFO 50. That's it's almost like a WarioWare game where it has a whole bunch of small games in it.
Yeah.
But it's actually deeper than what it is.
Mm-hmm. Each one has like a very interesting mechanic to it. And it reminds me of like if you've ever, been that guy and gotten like a cartridge that's like a hacked cartridge and has like 12 games on it, but they're all BS.
Yeah.
But this is like, what if the people that made those BS cartridges gave a shit?
Yeah. No, I love that.
Yep. That one, they did a Persona 3 remake. They also did that Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom game. Did you hear about that or play that at all?
No, what is that?
You play as Zelda for the first time in a Legend of Zelda game.
Yeah.
And Link gets captured. He gets sent to the Shadow Realm or whatever. And you meet a cute guy named, I think his name is Echo or whatever. And you can literally go over to like a monster and like bonk him on the head, and you can now make a copy of the monster.
Ooh.
And you can send them off and attack other creatures. And I've heard from a lot of people that were like not really into hacky slashy kind of games. They were into it because it's more puzzle based, where like you'll fight an enemy. You can't really attack too much. There is a mechanism that lets you attack, but it literally drains. You have to build it back up. But when you fight something, if it's like type matched or whatever, if it's like a fire thing, you need to fight it with a different thing. So it's like it's like Pokemon mixed with Legend of Zelda. It's great. It's honestly very good and a surprising thing to throw in.
I like the idea. It was like, I can't defeat this monster, so I have to go after and recruit my own to come and defeat it. And like there's this puzzle base. I love that. That's really cool.
It is genuinely really fun, as well as you can cheese it where like the most useful item you get is a bed, because you can then like layer a bed and then another bed and then another bed, and you make like a bridge.
Oh, that's like half the game. Oh, come on.
It's good. This was the year of the fighting games. They had Street Fighter 6, Tekken 8.
That's right.
DBZ Sparking Zero.
DBZ Sparking Zero. A lot of fans wanted it because it was back to that form where like it's not. How can I say? Sparkling. This is called Sparkling Zero. Yeah, right?
Sparking Zero.
The last one that came out was like a 2D, like pop, 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 like on each other. That people were like, we've been wanting this game for such a long ass time. Yeah. This is all we have ever wanted. And this one comes out, and it's kind of back to the original form, like what was it called? I almost called them Bankai games. What were they called?
A Budokai.
Budokai.
Yeah, I agree.
Where like it's similar, you're flying around, you can do all this, but in this one they perfected it. In which like you have all this crazy amount of characters, but the lore behind them is still there.
Oh, I like that.
Where like there's characters that are literally, they're just cheese. You cannot defeat them. Like Wiz, or not Wiz, Wheeze.
Oh yeah, Wise. Yeah,
Wise or whatever.
Yeah, no, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, Wheeze.
Apparently, like if you punch him, he gets no damage because he will just.
Wow. Okay,
because that's apparently a thing in the series.
Yeah.
Where like not even Goku can defeat him, and he's just like, "Yep, I'm just weaving your ass." That's it.
I don't know what to do with that.
Exactly.
That's interesting.
What would you do? So what they did is, instead of having like, okay, you have your you have a team of 3, and you get your characters. There's a little bit of math behind them.
Okay.
Where like you want this character for this amount because this character does this to your range, and it helps you with this for your ki.
Wow.
Yeah, and like this character does help and assists and like does this for your ki. Okay. It's really interesting. They made it.
That's surprising.
I'm glad.
Yeah. That's interesting. We also got 2 interesting princess games. There was Slay the Princess, which is kind of like a visual novel game. It was big for a lot of streamers. And then there was Princess Peach Showtime. Similarly to Echoes of Wisdom, we finally get like a different character you get to play as. And so every time she put on a different costume, she would have like a different thing to do.
That's awesome.
I heard it was okay. It was kind of just short and not super like they could have done more with it, but I heard it was like a bite-sized kind of thing. The only problem with Nintendo doing that is that it was still $60. So
they have a bad habit where like remember Rayman and Rayman Rabbids and the Mario game? They have 2 of them now, I think, out, right?
Yeah, I think it was like it's literally called Mario and Rayman.
Yeah, the first one apparently just the same thing, full price game, but it was actually incredibly short. And now they released this one, and it's more of everything what everyone wanted. I feel like that might be
maybe if they do that. It's just I feel like it was similarly with Echoes of Wisdom. where it's like, hey, people have been clamoring for a Princess Peach game. People have been clamoring for a Zelda in a Zelda game.
Yeah.
Let's see how they react. Kind of like, will they buy it even if it's kind of okay? And I think people did, but I don't think it. I think Nintendo doesn't put their games on sale very often. I think they put that one on sale relatively soon. So yeah, but they also had Mario Brothership, where Luigi uses his big logic, and it's
the Luigi logic. Yes. I heard a lot of good things with it.
Both Sonic and Mario did the stupidest SEO thing I'd ever heard, because Brothership, don't Google it. Don't Google Mario Luigi Brothership, because that'll bring you to a different part of the internet you want to be in. Similar to Sonic X Shadow, that will send you to a different part of the internet you've never been to. So it's like really silly that it's like, guys, why are you naming these terrible things?
So someone in the conference room is like, no, let him do it. Let him do
it. I can only assume that they're like, we're going to take the official SEO away, so those things don't come up in the search algorithm anymore, which we'll see. And then the one game that I really wanted to give a big shout out to, because it came and went, but like the hype around it was real, and I think it is one of the better games of this year, was Another Crab's Treasure.
That's right, the Souls-like game.
Yes, the crab-like game.
The crab-like game. Yeah. No,
it's about crabbitalism.
Crabbitalism. You're literally supposed to grab the biggest, best shell. I like that this game like if you're not into Souls games, you can turn this into a, I gotta say,
you can turn it into America mode.
Yeah, you can turn this into America mode, in which like you just roll around with a gun.
Yes.
It's like a one-hit kill, I think.
Yeah, it is. It's so funny because apparently they really dived into the fact that like as soon as somebody in the comments said something and a lot of people wanted it, they're like, okay, there's no reason why we shouldn't do it.
Yeah.
So they, as a joke, were saying like, well, what if it was a gun? And they did the gun thing as an April Fool's. And then apparently a lot of people in the demo, when they were playing, they were like, this is honestly a really nice accessibility option.
Yeah.
So yeah, it just became and the story's good. That's the main thing, is that like the story is actually really well done in a way of like, okay, this is about like your adventure in a microplastic infested water. And the characters are good. It's really enjoyable. A very good game.
The music is also really good, apparently.
Yeah, that rap that came out of that was so good. Just shake it for a crustacean.
Yeah.
And so all of that is surprisingly great. But like the actual playing of the game, it is like a perfect introduction to like a Souls game, like the original Dark Souls, where you're like, okay, well, I spawned in now. Oh my God, these guys are actually really tough. I need to learn. But like, it's not that hard, the crab game, but it is like, it can get you into Dark Souls. And like those have gotten so huge that it works out. But like they even did an April Fool's where they're like, so things that we put in the game for all of our friends, we made it so you could be a gun. We also put in that you can get crab claws as like like they put in a bunch of small things. We also put in Orlando from Dark Souls 1. And like and it's a joke, and they're like, fuck it, we put it in Orlando.
Dude.
And it's like, it's a joke, but like their ad campaigns, not ad campaigns, but like their social media was really funny. Like they still post stuff, but it's good.
Yeah. The same thing with what was it? Cult of the Lamb.
Yeah, sure.
They're I gotta say, they literally had their fan base help them create like, I gotta say, beta test the game and like tell them what they want with like how the weapons should work and stuff like that. Or even when they mention it's like, hey, why don't you have a cool raccoon? And they're like, why don't we have? And they'll just literally make it on the spot and release it next week.
Yeah,
I love it. Exactly. I love it when they actually like listen to the players. And
it also, man, Another Crab's Treasure looks exactly like Battle for Bikini Bottom, like really good cell animated. Oh my god! Really good cell animated stuff. But the funny thing is that they actually, like, as the game was coming out and like they're doing the animation style, I feel really bad for the fact that companies are still making games for the Switch. It played ass on the Switch.
Really?
It was basically unplayable. It was like 20 FPS, 18 FPS, to the point where Jess got it for the Switch and couldn't play it, and so I bought it for the Steam Deck. It was like, here's my account, just play it, just enjoy yourself. And it plays so well on Steam Deck and ass on Switch. It is annoying. Yeah.
Wait until Switch 2, man. It'll be okay. It'll be okay.
We'll see. But that's my list. I know that it was very, very long. We're crouching up on 4 hours, but Alan Daniels, what do you think about the next year, 2025?
I have to be honest with you. I haven't seen too much from the next year. this is the things. These are the things that I have in my head. Okay. Yep. Superman, we already talked about because a director that we like is going to be in it. I don't know how, but How to Train Your Dragon is having a live action adaptation.
Yeah, that really caught me by surprise. I didn't think they would do that.
I don't think they need it.
Yeah, of course.
Because like the first 3 movies are really endearing. They're really nice for what they are.
Yeah.
They released the movie where his dad dies on Father's Day. That was pretty funny. Like there's, you already did what you had to do with these. So why make it real?
God, the 3rd movie was so good. Yeah, I was
like I don't get that.
They're doing a Moana live action too.
Yeah, and apparently Dwayne The Rock has a big costume where he's big and muscly, and people were like, "You look the same, bro." it's like whatever. Dude.
I haven't seen it, but the trailer for it. But yeah, for both of those, like the How to Train Your Dragon one felt really nice to see. Also, similarly, it's funny you mentioned that. Gerard Butler is the voice of the dad in How to Train Your Dragon.
Yeah,
and he plays the dad in the movie, which is great. I love it. So. We'll see. We'll see how those work out. I mean, I'm not holding out too much hope.
Lilo and Stitch live action is coming out.
I saw a trailer for that. Yeah.
A lot of people are haunted by the trailer for 28 Years Later.
I haven't seen it. I saw parts of it. Yeah.
It came out of nowhere. It just started off with like dude, this was a real person that they just dirty him up a little bit. A skinny human, and it's like a zombie walking in, and it had the I think it was a World War II poem attached to it, where it was like boots, boots, boots.
That was the only part
boots,
I saw. Yeah,
marching down to Africa, doing it. There is no discharge in the war, and like it keeps on going. Where it's like don't look what they're doing. They're like. There's a part where it's like, pray, God comes and save you. There is no discharge in the war. It's like it is like so like a lot of people are hyped up about that. Where is it? Were you a fan of Prey?
I didn't see it. I really should have.
It's really good. If you're a fan of the Predator movies, super good. A friend of mine is a DP, knows the actual DP for this one.
Hey, that's awesome.
So it's like a funny little connection there. They're having a second one coming out called Badlands.
Ooh, okay.
I think it's people are skeptical. Is this going to be like in a Wild West, or is this? They're doing the thing where like, hey, what would it be funny if Predator was in different timelines? That's it.
Well, I'm so.
I love that.
I
put
love
him in
that.
Samurai World. Put him in Wild West World. Put him all that stuff.
Exactly.
Tron Ares. Can you tell me about Tron Ares?
I don't know too much about it. The only thing I know is that Trent Reznor is doing the music for Nine Inch Nails, and that. Okay, so there was
what a turn, by the way, from Daft Punk to Nine Inch Nails.
And Tron, I would liken to like, I'm trying to think of like another series where it's like, it's just a tech demo. The whole idea is that we're trying to make something that looked really beautiful. And so the first Tron movie was like Disney being like, yeah, what if we did this? And like, what if we pretended like a computer was a real place? And it literally didn't win the Oscar for best visual effects because they were like, you used a computer. You're not allowed to do that. This is really stupid. Or at least they weren't nominated.
Yeah.
But the original one was just like, what if we made this look really out there and really digital? And then the second one, Tron Legacy, is like one of my favorite movies because first of all, I love Daft Punk.
Yeah.
God. But the actual like set design is perfect. Like in my opinion, it is immaculate. There's not a part of that movie that doesn't like hold up besides Jeff Bridges' stupid computer face, which frustrated me. I would have been fine if that was in the digital world. That one looked digital because that's the point. Yeah. But the fact that they show him like live action, and I was like, you didn't need to do that.
They really they beautified that world compared to the original series back in the old days, where like it was bloomy. I'm gonna call it gross. I didn't like it. But in this one, it looks like something that people can live in. You know, stuff like that.
Just like it's so clinically perfect, and like everybody instead of dying, they get de-res. They turn into blocks.
Yeah,
so awesome. It is its own visual style to the point where you say it's like Tron. It's just like this wireframe like light that comes off of you. It looks so good, and it's very Daft Punk. I love Daft Punk, and I think that they were perfect for that. Now, for Trent Reznor to do like this sound, the soundtrack, I looked back at the Social Network, and that music would fit perfectly with Tron.
I can see it. Okay.
Yeah, it's very digital, very live, that kind of stuff. And so I can only imagine that this has to do with just that Tron world, and that's it. Because the more that they talk about like the real world and the Tron world, it just doesn't like mesh. It just doesn't make too much sense, and they kind of get too much in their head about it. And I would be fine if it's just about like a computer thing, because they have a show called Tron Uprising, and the whole point is that there is a subservient class and an upper class, and that's the fight. That's it. And it's fine. It doesn't need to be too crazy. Especially because the Tron Legacy was just the heroic journey, and it's fine. They did it well, and it was good. So I don't like when they try to go a bit too heady on it.
Yeah,
it just needs to look good and feel good. And when you watch it, you're like, this is a vibe, and I love it.
Yeah. So the only thing that I don't want them to do is to step into the quote unquote real world.
Yeah,
I feel like you said, as soon as they mesh in this real world and this Tron universe thing, it's going to get messy.
Yeah.
I think they should just just stay in the computer. That's it. Stay there. That's where everything should happen.
Exactly.
What is it? No, but that's looking good. I don't know where the Ares name is coming from. Ares, that's like God of War, no?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So very curious if they're gonna have a big battle or something. Those are the parts of the Tron world that are really fun, is when they treat like warfare like a game. It's really interesting.
Yeah, because because it kind of is there.
It straight up is a game, from the first one.
What else? Oh, dude. I don't know why we were... stop.
Yeah?
Just stop the podcast. Stop everything.
Okay.
FNAF 2 is coming. We should be talking about that, dude.
I genuinely didn't dislike FNAF.
Me neither.
It wasn't really bad.
Me neither. It was decent.
There was the first half of it, great, and exactly what I wanted. Second half, kind of dumb, but it was based on the lore, so you're like, okay, this is actually how. Yeah. If they want to continue, they need to talk about this. So yeah.
I think for this one, just make it a little bit more gritty.
Yep.
Hit
the gritty. Yeah.
Hit the gritty. Remove the kids from it. And I think you'll do fine.
Yeah.
None of this truly matters though, because Paddington is going to. He's going to Paddington. I almost said Brazil. He's going to Peru.
Yeah, dude. Oh man, Paddington 2. I don't know if it still has 100% on IMDb, but it not on Rotten Tomatoes. Deservedly so.
It is a perfect movie.
No one has come out of that movie without a huge smile on their face. Like, what a great movie. So for them to do a second one, as long as it's just enjoyable, I've gotten to the point with like Wes Anderson movies.
Yes.
Where like he made I'm trying to remember the last one that like I thought was like, no, this is a perfect movie. And then after that, I like Grand Budapest Hotel, where I'm like, this is such a good movie. And then every other movie I watch, I'm like, I just want the same style.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's you. I know that you can do it perfectly, so I just want the same style, and I don't care what else you do with it.
Meanwhile, Asteroid City.
I thought that was fine. That's what I'm talking about.
It was the least Wes Anderson film,
really
besides
was.
color palette and like maybe some framing, like a lot.
Asteroid City, the French Dispatch, like those ones, I'm just like, these are fine. Totally good with it. For Paddington, that's exactly how I feel. As long as you can at least capture the same whimsy, I'll be fine if it's not like, the end all be all. Paddington 2 is so good.
It's rare to find like a kids movie that everyone thoroughly enjoys, and then like adults don't come out of annoyed.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's still a good value to learn. I love in Paddington 2 when he's in the jail thing.
Yeah, like, same. I always think of
it. It's like, your food can be quite a little bit better, don't you think?
Yeah. Oh my god, the moment where he like meets that really mean chef.
Yes, that's the one.
His name is Knuckles, and he goes up to him and it's just like, "Hey, Knuckles, everyone's trying your food." He's like, "Well, I don't want to see them trying my food. That's scary, and I don't want to feel that way." He's like, "You think they're going to judge you?" And he's just like, "Yeah." He's like, "Well, maybe if you look out," and they're all like smiling. He's like, and it's so cute.
Yeah.
It's just so pure. Oh god. So that Captain America,
Paddington.
Hell yeah. Captain America 4 we already talked about. Who
Boring.
cares? Yeah. Mickey 17.
What even is that?
That is the next Bong Joon-ho movie.
Oh.
And it's got Robert Pattinson in it.
Oh.
You didn't know about this?
No.
Yeah, it's a movie in which in the dystopian terrible future, you can sign up. Yep. You can sign up to be, I forgot what they call them. I think they're literally called expendables. And what you do is you go and do the work that nobody wants to do, and they take your genome and they clone you. So as soon as you die out in the field doing a terrible thing, they'll just clone you. And that's presumably the rest of your life.
That's your life.
And so, yeah, the movie just like other Bong Joon-ho movies, looks like the music's so upbeat and like whimsical, but the most disturbing things are happening on screen to Robert Pattinson. And so he's Mickey 17 is the 17th one we see. And there's some other stuff in the trailer, I don't want to mention it, but like genuinely, it's the next Bong Joon-ho movie. It's going to make you feel terrible about the way the world's run.
Is it? I mean, besides all that, but isn't it great that, you know, they had Steven Spielberg, they had all these people. We get Bong Joon-ho, Roger Ebert,
and this one's in English, so we can don't even
finally,
read the subtitles.
He's got it right. Now, can you imagine? No.
Well, yeah, he did Snowpiercer too. That was in English. It was very good. But of course, you know, Parasite, perfect movie.
Like, or even a lot of people still look at Host as his best work.
Oh yeah, yeah. And then Okja, very good.
Dude, Okja is like That's dude, that one's a sleeper. Yeah,
seriously, yeah, so good. You mentioned the Minecraft movie.
The Minecraft movie.
Excited. I can't believe that it started with the second trailer started with I used to yearn for the mines as a child. It's like, what are we doing?
They should have cut to a real coal miner back in the day of a kid puking out coals from out of his lungs.
And you know that it's either a really good or probably very bad sign that everybody saw screenshots from the second one and they were like, is this AI generated? Like they were just like, that looks like you AI generated Jack Black in a blue shirt in a mine. Like, what are you doing?
To me, it felt like they grabbed all the characters and put them in a giant LED stage and just let's go out and do whatever we want.
Yep.
What is Minecraft? There is no story in this. You literally wake up, hit tree, and you start doing things, and suddenly you defeat a dragon. Where is this gonna go?
It's literally that joke of like, Homer, we're in Minecraft.
We're in Minecraft.
Yeah, it's literally the joke of like the isekai, where it's like, oh my god, I got teleported to the Minecraft world where they have brown bricks. Like, it's seriously just that. It seems like just
have
like
these
that.
Dumbasses not seen a Digital Circus? It's already been done.
Like,
and better.
Yeah,
Digital Circus is actually kind of fun.
Also, yeah, no, it's great. I can't believe they got on Netflix. Good for them.
Yeah, good for them for real.
Yeah. They pumped out two episodes this year.
Yeah, great. It's creepy for what it is. At first, I thought I was gonna be annoyed with it.
Yeah,
but then I read I read the what was it? I Must Scream. I have no mouth and I have Scream.
Yeah, I have. Yeah,
that one along with a whole other book series by the same author. Mm-hmm. And like I see where they're going. It's horrific what these characters are going through, but the way that they're describing it is like nice silly little things.
Yeah,
but no, it's actually kind of like
it always impresses me how beautiful it looks while still being like haunting. But especially, oh my god, the third episode, I literally like I had to pause. I'm like, we can't watch this.
Yeah,
and like literally, it was funny because we were watching with my baby nephew.
Yeah,
and like I was like, guys, we can't show this to him. And then like,
is that the Angels episode?
Yeah. And then the thing comes up on screen. He's like, ah. I was like, guys, I don't want this baby to have this in his mind. God, but yeah, straight up, it is just too good for what it is. And especially some of the people that worked on it are just YouTubers. And so like one of them like shows his work in progress and it's just so nice.
It's the animator himself, right?
Yeah, it's like Ken Toons or something like that. I'm trying to remember his name, or like Turner Toons. I'll see if I can find it. But yeah, I had followed him for a while because he just makes really good 3D animated stuff. And then he's like, hey, I kind of worked on this thing. And so I had been following him and seeing his like Amazing Digital Circus like progress stuff, and then it comes out, I'm like, wait, he worked on, oh my god, this is great. And so now they're getting like a lot of notoriety. I'm glad this is the past couple of years have been like the age of the YouTubers being given their due, like by the mainstream media.
I want to say the age of the small payout, as in the small gets their payout. Like 100%. You have people like Chris O'Neill, Zach Hadel, mostly Zach Hadel and what was his name? Michael Cusack have their own show now. Vivzy Pop, she's been making shit since like 2012. She has her own. She has 2 shows, 2 Hell-based shows, by the way.
Hell of a Boss like is constantly going. Like it's in production and it looks just as good as Hazbin Hotel.
Who else? We got
You got Amazing Digital Circus.
Amazing Digital Circus. The thing that I like about Digital Circus is I didn't know it was going to get that deep as it was going to get.
Yeah.
We're like in the I have mouth big, I can't scream, whatever. What this character does to these humans is borderline disgusting. Like he gets
like in the book.
Oh,
yeah, it's the most disturbing thing you'd ever.
He knows these characters and just messes with them exactly like that. In the most recent episode of Digital Circus, we got I forgot her name. Squiggle or whatever.
Yeah, the one with the mask. Yeah,
the one with the mask.
God, what is that? It's like Scraggle.
I don't know. Yeah. But their thing is like they never have their comedy mask. They're always sad because they never have their comedy mask. In this episode, she gets her comedy mask. Everyone hates her, and it's like, how do you deal with that?
Yeah,
like it's. I didn't expect to get this existential with this kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Oh my God, episode 3 is like one of the best things I've seen on the internet, where I'm just like, okay, well, there's this character who's constantly insane. And then he's like, well, when it's dark, I can actually think. And this is like my backstory with my wife. Yeah. Like, no!
Like, stop! Stop it!
God,
no need to be this deep, dog. Nope. Like, stop it, man.
Okay, rapid fire. We have Mission Impossible 8, which is the second part of Mission Impossible 7.
Tom Cruise, just live with the fact that you're 3'2" and stop making movies, dog. Like, you're good.
I would be fine. I would say the same if they weren't great movies. They're good. The Mission Impossible,
that's the problem.
They're genuinely great. Like the last one, I thought I wouldn't like as much, but like as it goes on, I'm like, nope, this is still good.
It's still a spectacle. It's still a huge spectacle.
I wanted it to be better than it was because it's about an AI, and I think that like malicious AI are such good writing devices because they're meant to operate on a completely different level than you are, but they didn't. They did it in such a way where there's a moment that's kind of interesting, but it's been done before. This next one, we'll see how it concludes that arc, but genuinely, like I hate it. I hate it because I'm gonna go see it. I will go see it
because I'm gonna go see it.
If it says Mission Impossible on it, I want to see it. They're fun, and he's the new age Buster Keaton, where he's just out in the world and doing a backflip and landing on his ass.
Well, I mean, to think about it, this is like unfailed 007.
Exactly.
Where like a lot of like which one was the 007 that really flopped? Not the Casino Royale, the other one, the
Quantum of Solace. That was during the writer's strike of 2008, so it didn't have a script, which makes sense. God. Yep. So yeah, 28 years later, like you said, Megan 2, so that one where it's like the robot.
I saw the first one. Yeah. I don't think it needs another one. It's called Child's Play. Just watch Child's Play.
Yeah.
A lot more interesting movie series, honestly. I'm not a fan of Blumhouse. That's it. I'm just
I've gotten over them now. I agree. Jurassic World Rebirth. Stop it.
Whoa!
Stop it. We're done. During the hurricane, the most recent hurricane, I was sitting there with my cousins in the dark with my battery-powered TV, watching the first Jurassic Park, and I'm like, this is such a good movie that you could make 10 other bad movies. But like at some point, stop it. Like, God, the last one was...
Why did they choose this series to make that? It could have been E.T.
I don't know.
It could have been anything.
That's a very good point.
It could have been anything.
It's just because, literally, this is why, I'm very certain, is because kids love dinosaurs.
Yeah.
That's it. If you can do a series that is about dinosaurs in the real world, that's fine. When I was a kid, I loved it. When I was a kid, I would get the computer game. I would play the arcade game. Like it's that easy as a franchise. But that's it. Like just keep monetizing it. I don't know if you need to keep making these. They keep trying to outdo them. Literally, just go back to the park and make it scary, and that's it. Like it's fine.
Especially because like I hear that I really want to read the books. Apparently, the books are horrifying.
Oh yeah, the Michael Crichton ones.
Yeah, legit scary and pace and all this other stuff is apparently good. While in this movie series, the best thing that came out, and this is like the recent 3, not the last 3.
Yeah.
I think the best thing that came out was like when they killed that one lady 5 times in one scene. Remember that?
I remember,
Get this. I'm pretty sure she got bit by a velociraptor. She gets picked up by a pterodactyl.
Oh my God!
Gets her neck bitten, and then the pterodactyl gets eaten by a giant sea demon. It's like one of the worst death scenes for a no one, for someone who didn't deserve it.
You know what's crazy about what you just told me is that, first of all, that was the main character's assistant who didn't do any wrong to nobody.
Nothing.
And second of all, that was the first movie in the new trilogy. You just told me about that was Jurassic World. That wasn't even Jurassic World 3, dude. This series sucks.
But you know what's funny? They have Margaritaville Man in it.
They did in that one movie.
That one movie. He walked with his 2 margaritas.
Rest in peace.
Thank you. Yep. I'm glad you.
He died.
He got eaten by a dino. You're right.
No, in real life. Oh, Jimmy Buffett's dead. To the point where that actually a YouTuber, he made a series where he went to every Margaritaville in I think the United States.
Oh no!
And then he died soon after. And they're like, "Why did you do this?" Or either before or after.
Oh
but, yeah.
Wait, he didn't die because he visited Margaritaville.
No, Jimmy Buffett died from Margaritaville.
Okay, I thought this kid went to 8 Margaritavilles, and in his last one, he was like, I can't handle it."
What a last meal. God. Yeah, last stuff. They're finally going to do the Fantastic Four movie, which only thing in Marvel that I'm actually kind of excited for.
You think it's actually going to be good though?
It's Pedro Pascal. It's also the guy from the Bear. He plays Big Rock Boy. Well, not his cousin.
Yeah.
It's good. And then also the guy from Stranger Things, the rocker guy. So a lot of great actors, as well as the lady that's going to play Mrs. Fantastic. She was in Mission Impossible also, and she's a great actress.
Okay, cool.
They're all good. It's star cast. I think that should be fine. I don't know how you mess this up that bad because everybody's just wanted a Fantastic Four movie.
Yeah.
So just do the damn thing. And then Zootopia 2, apparently, according to this.
I didn't know that.
Last one I wanted to mention. This is the last thing I have on my list. Wicked. The movie Wicked came out this year, and I was surprised because I've only listened to the music of the movie. I have not actually seen the musical, but I love that music. Like it is so well done for a fan fiction about the Wizard of Oz.
Yep.
It is very well told. The movie, pretty great. All you needed to do was kind of hit the high notes. Unfortunately, like the one thing that I heard, because a friend of mine loves the musical, they're like, yeah, it was like the musical if you added like an hour of B-roll, but it was fine. And there are parts where they elevate a lot of like the set design and stuff. But yeah, genuinely, it feels like it's paced well. It's great. It's good to see.
Yeah.
But like it did feel like, oh my God, this is part 1 of 2. So it is a part 1. So
yeah, that's right. A second part should be coming out. Hopefully.
And it ends really well. It ends in a way that's satisfying, but you're just like, well, what happens next? Part 2 comes out next year.
Yeah, I just want to know how they're gonna connect this to the original Wizard of Oz. You know what I mean? Where like,
they did. They do it in the intro, kind of. Or are you memeing on me? Are you making a joke?
No, I'm talking about like you know when you release something original and then you start doing prequels. And then you do so many prequels that the original just no longer is kind of like.
Oh my God, yeah, they
could
do it up until a literal like they sequel it into a modern remake of the Wizard of Oz.
Seriously, imagine the last of the movies. It ends with her going, "What's that?" and a house is falling on her. and then credits. Yep. Seriously.
I would love that. That would be awesome. That'd be so good. Okay, so that's everything I had. Is there anything else you want to mention? We've been going for 4 hours.
4 hours?
And 10 minutes.
There's only one thing I have to say, dude.
Yes.
To all of you watching out there, make a good movie and we'll watch it.
And we'll watch it.
And we'll watch it.
Enjoy it.
No, for real. I think this year has been a great example of, how can I say, we all have this thought of like media, they don't make media. They don't make media like they used to anymore.
Yeah.
But this is a proof that if you have an eye, an ear, a feeling towards it, you can still find a lot of good stuff. A lot of awful things happened this year. A lot of awful things were released this year. But the gold is still there. There's still diamonds in there. You know what I mean? The star's gone, but the light shines on, brother.
Yay. Oh man, what a great button on the entire year was Sonic 3. But yeah, I hope you guys all have an incredible new year. I hope 2025 brings you a lot of joy, and that 2024, looking back, though media can feel sometimes like it's a nice escape, I think that it is also an incredible opportunity for us to learn new things, think about what we really want in life. And at the end of the day, I hope that you're all taking care of yourselves because that's the most important thing for you.
Exactly.
And looking out for the people around you.
Also, please let us know if we missed something on.
We better not have. That was a long ass list.
That was a long ass list that we went through. Let us know if we missed anything, or if you disagree with anything that we say. You really don't think Paddington Goes to Peru is going to be good? You want to fight me on that?
You want to go outside right now?
You want to go outside?
We'll take this outside. We'll take this outside of the browser you're watching this in.
You want to go outside? I will leak your DMs, brother.
Hell yeah. Okay. Thank you so much.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Bye-bye.